for Brila. You see a ball and a microphone. Brila indeed is the home of the fans. Once you download our app, you can listen to sports radio on the go. You can watch sports radio on the go from Lagos to Russia, from Russia to the UK, from the UK to the Americas. We did the Wufu ground. Anthony Beckett more like a Liverpoolian. This afternoon, I will not walk alone. Of course, not just FJ Tosin Adeshino who's joining me in the studio. We're going to take it up one step higher because we got men, Matt Isles and co. They would continue it from the UK. Big games are going down today, far and wide, from Africa to the UK, to Spain, in fact, to France. Everywhere you go, there is live football, and this is Football Live, Sunday's edition. I'm back like, of course, bouncing like an Indian ball. Tosin Adeshino, how you doing? You miss me?
Yeah, of course I did. Back like you never left. That was what I wanted to say. And, well, it's definitely great to be here once again, Radio Zanka. Sunday Football Live. A lot to talk about by the way of the games that went down over the weekend. And, of course, over the Saturday, because the weekend is still on. And indeed, more to look forward to is by the way of action today. We will know whether Gegenpress and all those things they're saying about one certain...
A new era.
Yes.
They say a new era is about to start.
We will know whether the era starts today. It's just under 3 hours.
You know, when they want to massage your ego, when some people want to massage your ego, they will tell you, say na Marcelo Bielsa, nine teach Diego Simeone job.
Yes, sir.
They go tell you, say na Marcelo Bielsa. Have you ever wondered who taught Pep Guardiola job? They say na Marcelo Bielsa. He taught Pep Guardiola. He taught Diego Simeone, Mauricio Pochettino, etc. When they want massage your ego, they go tell you, say na Rafiu. Not Rafiu Ladipo, Rafiu Radnik. It's 90 jogging club. Look at what Liverpool they do.
There's one I thought was Tuchel.
90s. All this ball Winchester they play. Now the Manchester United coach 90 them. The ball when Bayern they play. 90 Julian Nagelsmann, this new coach of Manchester United, Chena Wash. They say he's the best coach since Sir Alex Ferguson. He's the best coach since Ghana bread. You be the chop bread before when you come begin the chop Ghana bread. Now Ralph Ragnick. We go see him today. You go see him today. Our partners are set as they go down. They're going to tell us. Let's of course tell you that in the continent of Africa, the CAF Confederations Cup, the qualification for the group phase continues today. Gor Mahia. They are from Kenya. They take on Otohodoyo of Congo. Red Arrows of Zambia. I don't know if arrows are red, but they are red arrows. I know roses are red. Red rose.
There's rouge.
Okay. No, sorry, it's not red rose. Red arrow. Red Arrow of Zambia. There's red rose, there's white rose. Yes. But this one is Red Arrow. Red Arrows of Zambia take on Simba of Tanzania. It's not the Okadao. No, it's Tanzania. Marumo Gallants of the Republic of South Africa take on Tout-Puissant Mazembe of DRC. Cotton Sport, the Garua. They are of Cameroon. They face Nouadhibou of Mauritania. Interclub of Angola are also played in the CAF Confederations Cup. They are hosting ASEC Mimosa. Julius Kabeye of Algeria and Royal Leopards of Eswatini. That game is postponed. DC Motema Pembe of the DRC will play against US Gendarmerie. They are from Niger Republic. Eimba FC, Eimba International of Aba and Nigeria. They face Al Ittihad over Libya. That game, of course, is supposed to be the second leg, but because of logistics, travel problems here and there, COVID-19 protocol here and there, Enyimba did not play the first leg. Orlando Pirates of South Africa play against LPRC Olier of Liberia. Let me tell you that Al-Ahly Tripoli, they're from Libya. They face Stade Malien of Mali. Al-Masri of Egypt play against Rivers United of Nigeria. Rivers United have a 2-1 lead from the first leg, a very slender lead. Can they preserve their status in this competition? Stanley Eguma has been talking tough. Let's hope that he will talk the talk and not walk the walk. Pyramids of Egypt face Maniema of DRC. That's to tell you that 3 clubs from DRC are in this competition. Binga of Mali face Zanaco of Zambia. Swara of Algeria face Hearts of Oak of Ghana. Chale, our brothers, Ghanaian brothers, Hearts of Oak. Hearts of Oak. Their heart na oak. Oak na wood. Their heart no be iron, but na wood. I hope Swara don't burn that wood. Oak. I know Iroko. I know mahogany. I know Kwekwe. Their own is heart of. It's not heart of Iroko. It's oak. How strong is oak? Oak tree. How strong is it? You go take your heart to make oak. Instead of you to use iron, they are using oak. I'm sorry for you. Sfaxien of Tunisia take on Tosca. Sounds like a beer. Tosca of Kenya. What about Bekakane of Morocco? They face APR, the army team of Rwanda. Will they arrest them? I mean, no, they arrest them.
Huh?
I mean, they arrest. Or just put them, carry them, go barracks.
This one.
In Belgium, the Jupiler League Pro, their games going down. Tosin Dosumu long once played for Gemina Beerschot. They take on Royal Antwerp. Anderlecht and Waregem is a fixture. Standard Liège and Charleroi would also play. Kevin Mechelin will play against Genk. Let's tell you that games will go down in England. Leeds will play at Ellen Road. They play against Brentford. Looks like Brentford. I don't know. They don't gas out. Manchester United. They say it's a new era. A new era is starting. Ralph Ragnick. They say it's Manchester United. They take on Crystal Palace at Old Trafford. Game is for 3 p.m. Tottenham Hotspur and Norwich. Aston Villa will take on Leicester. This game is interesting. Steven Gerrard is facing his former coach. How do some players do when they face their former coaches? We're about to find out. That game is for 5:30. Let's say that there's one game in the championship is going down in London. Queen's Park Rangers take on Stoke City. And of course, the FA Cup journey will continue. Rochdale, Plymouth, Colchester, Wigan, Kidderminster take on FC Halifax, and Salford take on Chesterfield. In Ligue 1, there are games going down. Saint-Etienne and Stade Rennais, Lorient, Nantes. Monaco take on Metz, Montpellier and Clermont-Ferrand. Reims and Angers, it is Nice and Strasbourg. Bordeaux and Olympique Lyonnais. That game, of course, is a home game for Bordeaux. In the Bundesliga, VfB Stuttgart take on Hertha Berlin. Borussia Mönchengladbach take on Freiburg. In the Serie A, Bologna, Fiorentina, Spezia, Sassuolo, Venezia, Verona, Sampdoria, Lazio, and Juventus face Genoa. In the Netherlands, games are going down as well. Wakweka take on Nijmegen. AZ Alkmaar, Sparta Rotterdam. Go Ahead Eagles, Twente, Feyenoord, and Sittard. And in Portugal, let me tell you that Santa Clara welcome Arouca. Gil Vicente take on Famalicão. Braga, Estoril. In Russia, it is Khimki and Arsenal Tula. That game is 30 minutes old. There are no goals to report in that part of town. You can now make 30 minutes 14. We just crossed over to 14. 2:30 p.m. Dynamo Moscow take on Ufa. Nizhny Novgorod take on Rubin Kazan. And Sochi, where you have plenty of Nigerians studying, they take on Krasnodar. In the Scottish Premier League, Dundee United and Celtic. Livingston take on Hearts. Of course, in South Africa, Supersport United take on Sekhukhune. In Spain, Rayo Vallecano will play in Madrid. And of course, this is a Madrid versus Barcelona club. Rayo Vallecano, yes, if you go to Porta Uno, you see the mosaic and of course the image of late Wilfred Agbonovare. He's still their number one. The gate one of this stadium that the Nigerian did here.
At the Vallecas.
He's there. Now in picture that they see for the entire stadium. Rayo Vallecano, tell somebody I told you. They take on Espanyol. That game is for 2 p.m. Elche, perhaps the smallest club in La Liga. They take on Cadiz. Levante and Osasuna. Celta de Vigo and Valencia is also a fixture. That game goes down at the Bayados. In Turkey, one game is 45 minutes old. They are down to 10 men, but they are still very much in front. Kayserispor are playing against Antalyaspor, and Kayserispor with halftime looming lead 2-0. Gerinsinspor and Karagümrük. That's the club side that pays the salary of Ahmed Musa. They are in action from 2 p.m. Malatyaspor and Başakşehir, Fenerbahçe and Rizespor. Those games indeed are going down. These are the top games are going down. We've gone from Africa and we've stopped in Turkey to see which of these games, which of these leagues is tickling your fancy. My own, I want to see what Ralph want to do.
Man United?
Yes. I want to see what Ralph want to do.
That's what everybody's looking forward to.
Is he going to reinvent football? Ralph. Rafiu.
What is he reinventing?
Ralph. Anyone you like. But for the purpose of this show, is Rafiu.
No.
Rafiu.
I would try to be quite.
You don't know that see, Nigerians they have their name Rafiu. They will not call it Rafiu. They change it to Ralph.
Yes. But this guy is German now.
No, because so that I'm going local now. It's Ralph.
No, I'm going to call him Ralph for the sake of this show. I will call him Ralph.
It's Rafiu.
That's his name, and he spoke very impeccable English. So yeah, I will call him Ralph.
Do you know, if I meet him, I'll tell him where I come from. Your name is Ralph. Why we call you Rafiu? Maybe Baba just know.
Do you know the way we'll start calling him Rafi when he loses games? I think
that's Rafi that loses. Oh man, no, they go beat her now.
It's Ralph wins games.
Welcome to the Premier League. Oh man, funny welcome to the Premier League. Never know anything.
Well, just for the purpose of the show, when Ralph Rangnick wins games, his name is Ralph. When he loses games,
you don't see Osokwa yesterday. Osokwa also. Osofia. Oh, for Len. He go to catch breeze. He won't win Ballon d'Or. That's what they think they win Ballon d'Or.
Well, for me, to be honest, Chelsea fans, I have nothing but good words for Mendy.
That's what they think they win Ballon d'Or.
They said he came to mend the goal. He was mending it yesterday. And of course today.
Because penalty.
Yeah, today, I really hope that Ralph proves Radio's anchor wrong. And he gets
no. He might not. They go beat him. No, if you not lose today, they go beat him. Not Premier League.
When he loses, that's when I'll call him Rafi.
If we don't leave Carrick there, Carrick was doing well. He never lose. We'll go push him.
What? Why are you trying to encourage and sabotage the football club? The whole football club. But for me, I'm looking forward to.
Do you know anyway, no, we cannot talk.
What's happening? Do you know that if they left Michael Carrick, there's the same thing. It's only 2.0. That was how they started now.
Now, I'm not saying they should give him permanently. They don't leave him there. He should use it to learn work.
Sentiment team, Man United. He will do well, and then they will say,
they have DNA.
That's what will happen. And then they will give him extension. Before you need it 1 year, before you need it 2 years. It's good as they let him go. I'm looking forward to that game, and I'm also looking forward to Inyemba as well against Al Ittihad. The guys have been making a lot of marathons saying they're going to smash Al Ittihad for 3 for 4. Al Masri against Rivers United is also one I'm looking forward to. Particularly because I have an interest.
Let's also not forget that the Falcons of Nigeria are also in action. Yes. They're trying to qualify for the World Cup in Costa Rica. Let's also wish them well. They've been in fine form. They do well. Let's wish them well.
That's the only thing Nigeria knows how to do.
Okay, our first talking point will be coming from the stables of Chelsea. The coach says that he will not blame Edward Osokwe-Mendy for what happened. Edward Osokwe-Mendy was wrong-footed when Arthur Masuaku, with very few minutes to go, made an attempted cross. He has come out on social media to say that it was a cross, that he did not mean it. That attempted cross reminds me of the same cross Bukayo Saka gave the same Mendy about a year ago, around this time. He entered Mendy. You know, all those kind of attempted cross. You know, this and a left leg. Oh no, bless Bukayo Saka on the right.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yes. This one.
Okay, the coach said no go blame him. Now he doesn't blame. He wouldn't blame Edward Mendy for what happened. It happens. Those kind of things happen. The Chelsea boss Thomas Tuchel believes that the performance against West Ham United last night was more than enough to end them a victory. The German admitted that his side lacked concentration in key moments, and that lack of concentration in key moments was what cost them the game. He says a sign of how they potentially could have won the game. It caps off a week to forget for Chelsea. First, they were not convincing. They were convincing against Manchester United, but the result was not there. And when they were unconvincing against Watford, the result was there. And now they blew hot and cold against Watford, lost the game. Is it time? Is it time for Chelsea fans to worry? They are very hard to beat, Chelsea. Since this man took over, I don't know how many teams have scored 3 goals against Chelsea. Maybe 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Since he took over.
Maybe 1 or 2, yeah.
But it happened again. It happened yesterday. Should Chelsea fans worry or just stand up? Say, it's one day before we go lose again. Now 3 years time. Before we go lose again. Now 1 year time. Before we go lose again. Now 6 months time. Should Chelsea fans worry? Let me start with you.
Really, I don't know whether it's 2 years time or 3 years time.
Before they go lose again, good day.
No. But I think they shouldn't worry. These are the kind of results you expect from a team challenging for the league title. You can't be 100% to the end of the season. Yes, there are times. Yesterday, I got asked on Football Live whether indeed they had run out of luck, and I said, look, these kind of games will happen. Let's not deceive ourselves. Games where they will not be convincing. I find it interesting that Tuchel thinks they played very well yesterday, and the reason why I find it interesting is because they took the lead twice. That's the reason why it's worrying.
Last time Chelsea won was 10 weeks. 10 weeks is 70 days. Is it that the next time they will lose again will be 140 days? That's the question I'm asking you now. They lost 70 days. 10 weeks, 70 days ago was the last time they lost in the Premier League. And that was to Man City. They know they lose, though. They imagine you lose, Chelsea lose once in a month, or once in 3 months, or once in 5 months.
Yes.
You're saying they shouldn't worry.
They shouldn't worry, ladies and gentlemen. I'm almost certain. This is more a blip. It's the kind of jolt they need, and it's quite similar to what happened to Liverpool. And it's very interesting that it's happening at this point in time. Liverpool also lost when they were having those kind of games where they were not consistent. They were showing a bit of lapse here and there. And guess what has happened to Liverpool since? They've scored 13 goals and conceded just 1. There's been a defensive frailty.
Wait, let's look at their recent losses. They lost sometime in May to Aston Villa. They lost in September. Now they've lost in December. So they lose like 3 months. Once in 3 months. Once in 4 months. So Chelsea they lose.
No, see, now here's the thing. I'm not sure it will be once in 3 months or once in 4 months. Because
And they lose back to back. Maybe the next match they will lose because they lost to Man City and lost to Juventus.
Uncle, they can't lose to Leeds now.
Now just saying now. I'm looking at their losses.
They will now lose to Leeds and Zenit. No.
Last time they lost back to back.
It's not possible. They can't lose to Leeds and Zenit. They can't lose to Leeds or Zenit. They will lose to. They will.
That less Zenit is not 1-0 Stamford Bridge.
Yes, now.
Well, they don't beat it for Russia.
Zenit cannot beat them, Uncle. Zenit, this Zenit team, they were carrying puppies yesterday now. During their own, is that a full serious football club? I can't take a team that's carrying puppies serious before the game. I think for me, looking at Chelsea, I'm going to be honest and I'm going to be straightforward. These are the kind of games where they need that jolt. They need a reality check, and I think this was the reality check. It was perfect for them. They went to West Ham. They went to a team that played hard. And here's the thing: for a team like West Ham that play hard, don't give you the space.
West Ham, how many times have they lost in the Premier League? This is just once.
Yes. For a team that play hard like West Ham United do, sorry, West Ham lost twice.
They lost to Man City and Man U.
Man City, they lost to Man United, and then they lost to Brentford 3 times. Sorry, 3 times.
Okay.
Now, when you play against a team that plays hard like West Ham do, is either you go in or go home.
And they lost to Wolves.
Okay, yes, Wolverhampton Wanderers. So is it that you go
they
hard?
too don't lose. They don't lose too many games.
Yes. Is it that you go hard or go home? That's one thing about West Ham. If you cannot beat it, if you cannot play hard for 90 minutes against a team like that, they don't give you space, they don't give you time, and they play till the final whistle. And that was exactly what happened last night. They played till the final whistle against Chelsea. Chelsea perhaps had begun to let's look for a way to settle for a draw. And that was what the situation Chelsea were in when it got to the 90th minute. Let's just play for a draw and go home. But the situation was, you look at the ridiculousness of the goal, and you wonder and you say,
which of the goals?
The third goal. And you say, okay, that should not happen. Mendy makes mistakes, yes, but they are not obvious mistakes. They are not mistakes you can see. They are not errors that lead to goals. Yesterday was the first time that he made 2 errors.
He's been making mistakes, and some of those mistakes don't get punished. Mendy made a mistake against Man U late on in that game. If not for naivety or indecision or poor or poor judgment from Fred. He passed the ball to Fred.
Yes, and then Fred decided to chip it instead of passing to Ronaldo.
And that's not the first time he has done that.
Yes, and here's the reason why I said the errors are not obvious
because they don't get punished.
It's because they don't get punished. That's one. And then two, Chelsea sort of find a way to win games. And then you cannot particularly judge and say, oh, okay, these are these guys' lapses. It's like looking at the stats last season. Alisson made the most errors leading to goals by a goalkeeper in the Premier League. But people didn't know because they were not errors the errors were not so obvious. It's by the time you begin to look at the stat line and you say, oh, so this guy actually made more errors. People were pointing at goalkeepers like Ben Leno and saying, oh, this guy has made more errors leading to goals. But they were not looking at Alisson Becker. It's the same thing with Mendy. Mendy has brought himself a lot of insurance, so much so that Chelsea fans will look at it and say, hey, this was the guy that saved us against Brentford. This was the guy that saved us against Watford. This was the guy that saved us in games where we should have lost deservedly, and he kept us in the game. And this was the guy that had the most clean sheets over the last calendar year. Obviously not a coincidence. So for me, I think when you look at these situations and you look at these scenarios, you say, oh, for Chelsea Football Club as a team, and you look at the dynamics of the way they've played, as much as people will say, oh, we should hit the panic button and there should be cause for concern, I think this is just a mere blip. This will give them a jolt. Thomas Tuchel will go back to the drawing board. They'll perhaps look at ways by which they can improve the side and look at ways by which they can play better. Because for me, I think when you look at the way Chelsea play, especially in the last few games, a bit of arrogance has crept into the fact that we know we are going to win these games, or we know we are superior to these guys, and we'll find a way. And that happens when you score a lot of goals, you don't concede, you are difficult to beat. So it's pretty obvious that you know that these kind of things happen. So for me, I don't think it's time to worry or time to push the panic button. They play against Zenit. They have fixtures that are quite easy. They play Zenit away from home, Leeds United at home, and then they have Everton at home, Wolverhampton away. They go to Brentford in the Cup, and then they have Aston Villa away from home, then Brighton at home, before they then play Liverpool and Man City back to back. I think that is when you begin to worry for Chelsea, when they play Liverpool at home, City away, and Spurs at home. Those 3 games. But from now till then, I think Chelsea are fine. They are okay. They have winnable fixtures, teams that they will beat. It is the kind of games yesterday against the kind of teams that play like West Ham that will give Chelsea a tough time. Obviously, it was something we had thought of and we had seen coming. Last season, they were embarrassed by West Bromwich Albion, a team that likes to play hard, a lot of long balls, a lot of area balls.
They were reduced to 10 men in that game.
Yes. Let me be honest with Radio's Uncle. Even if Chelsea played that game with the full 11 men, I doubt they would have won that game against West Brom. Because West Brom were just on
too
that
good.
day.
They were too good.
Yes, they were too good and they were harder. They wanted the game more. And that was what happened last night. Yesterday against West Ham. West Ham wanted the game more. And the person that wanted the game more won the game. Simple.
0700000889. Our numbers. Call us. Let's take our very, very first call. Hello.
Yes, Tony, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is Solomon.
Solomon, the wise one. Let's hear you.
Tony, my man. You understand?
Yes, so.
Yeah, I think Man U Crystal Palace is going to be a very tough game. But the new coach, Ralph Wanik or whatever he's called, I don't think he has what it takes to make up for that. The truth of the matter. Some may call him the assignment of German football. He has brought many coaches. You know, I don't think he's really the man that Manchester United needed. For Chelsea, Chelsea have nothing to worry about. Like you keep analyze, the team is not a team losing a match in 3 or 4 months. You know, West Ham is not an easy nut to crack. I saw it coming yesterday. But my blame goes to Jorginho. Jorginho has cost 5 points in the last 2 matches.
Is it Jorginho that caused? Is it caused the penalty?
Is it Jorginho? No, look at that pass now. That West Ham player is already in. He put pressure. Jorginho put more pressure on Jordan Mendy. Jorginho has more business on passing that ball to Jordan Mendy. He does shoot that ball, play that ball to Konate, throw in. Against him, you did the same thing. Jorginho has been doing that kind of thing. Even against Liverpool, he has been doing that kind of thing.
Is it not the same Jorginho? People say he should win Ballon d'Or.
See, Jorginho, Chelsea needs. Jorginho is not a bully. Jorginho is always attacking that.
This is a Ballon d'Or candidate too.
He made that mistake. Against him, you did the same thing. Against West Ham yesterday, Jorginho was under pressure. Why don't you play that ball to throw him? West Ham player was already on inside 18 penalty, inside 18 balls. He just now pass the ball to Jordan Mendy. That's what the Mendy can do. It was Jorginho. And if not that goal, Chelsea was leading West Ham 2-1. He wouldn't have that result. Wouldn't have been like this. It will be 2-2 or Chelsea will win that match. I think that time Chelsea look for a robust defensive midfielder. We need a robust defensive midfielder. I think that's what he said. Let Jorginho be our try. He's a good player. He knows how to pilot the team. But physically, it's not there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very, very much. You know, sometimes I don't understand Chelsea fans. This same Jorginho, people say she win Ballon d'Or. And I don't come up for him back now. Mendy, and I say they're nominated for Ballon d'Or. And I don't come up for their back now. No. Hello. Tony. What?
I don't call you like 4 times.
What happened?
You see, hold on.
What's your name?
Hold on. My name is Fred.
When I leave Jorginho, I don't know candidate too. When I leave Amu.
No. See, leave Jorginho out of it. Your colleague in the studio there, I've said it all. You understand? In life, there are times when you have to come to what they call reality check.
Okay.
What happened yesterday, to me, is like a wake-up call to Chelsea. If you look at it, the first 25 minutes of that game, Chelsea was holding on that match. But it got to a point that after that first goal, I saw something like arrogance in the player. Just felt we're in charge. If you see the way they are making passes towards, they are doing big passes. You understand? The flanks are not working. They just start playing both the back and they consider first goal. I'm a Chelsea fan. I love football. I love watching good football. But you see, this is not the cost for. I don't say anything that will be Chelsea. Chelsea to say, okay, they are top of the. The top. They are out of the race to win the league. Things happens. Man City is there. They have their own. They're going to have their own off day. Liverpool is going to have their own off day. So to me, my concern now is those injured players. Are they going to come back and fit into the system? The lack of Conte, the lack of Kovacic, and this guy that has been playing with him, Jorginho. Jorginho is a good player. Let's forget about the errors that he made. Players made errors. Let's forget about that. He won the Euros. He won the Champions League. He knows how to kind of pilot the team. But my fear is that thing. That means those injured players, the life of Conte, the life of Kovacic. By the time they come back, how would they be able to fit into that team? Because the crack, as you know, people can easily identify the crack in that thing. Continue, my brother.
Okay. The distance between West Ham Stadium and the Stamford Bridge Stadium is 11 miles, 17 kilometers. It's about the shortest distance Chelsea makes in the Premier League. Of all their London rivals, now this one near pass. You don't have to go to the north, where you have Tottenham Hotspur and Arsenal. Now this one, just did their backyard on 4 lane. They scatter the amount. Hello.
Tony.
What?
Tony.
I didn't tell you, say the distance not far. 11 miles, 17 kilometers. If you drive you don't read it. Come on. What's your name?
My colleague, I agree with you, everyone. Yeah, Tony.
What? What is it?
Tony, my name is James, everyone on the line.
So, if your name is what happened?
Tony.
What is it?
I beg of you. We don't need your advice from you. I dey take on and tell you. Who your advice?
I think I advise man you. I don't advise man you. How did I advise them?
I beg of you. We don't need advice.
Wait. I can hear a baby's voice in the background though. Can't take care of that baby.
Now my baby.
You 3 years old begin to talk. They say that is okay, daddy, stop.
3 years old beginner. Now I want to take care of her. She's gonna take care of herself, Tony.
That's child abuse. What do you mean 3 years old? You
Tony.
take care of a 3-year-old baby?
No, you say I take care of her. I go back. I'm gonna give him breast. The people they play now. Tony, please. I beg of you, no advise us. Now you the same who give carry the chance. Tony, leave us alone. We like our.
I like him. He has the Man United DNA. I like him.
Okay, you can sack your coach and bring carry to replace Ateta. No wala. No problem. We agree. Sack your coach and bring Ateta. I beg. Leave Mayu alone. Now I know your plan this afternoon. Me, even my colleague FJ don't talk up. My friend don't talk and say you have a plan today. You want me you lose.
I don't have a plan.
I know your plan. See, Tony, you leave your house this morning with the full confidence to come to work so that you will see what you will talk on Monday morning. God no go shame you. But you see today, your plan no go work. You know what? I know say they pray say make Crystal Palace beat Man U today, so that you will get what the plan.
If I see, that can never be my prayer point. For what?
You know,
prayer.
You know, yeah. You know, pray say man, you know, pray say that your prayer, but inside your heart and your soul, you want get waiting. You go talk on Monday morning where you go yap man, you can say, I think I don't bring when I gaffer, test waiting, push it, test waiting, jogging club. Now, see now, and then I rub you, waiting. You go to where you get a bring. We beat Arsenal a year. You know, talk good about my you. You know, talk anything about my you. Now. Today now with the play Crystal Palace, I know me I get paid. That's the one get paid for everybody. Say you now you gonna play. Then man you know do it for that match. On Monday morning we go hear them. You go talk the whole analysis of Man U.
Let me shock you. If they
shock me.
Man U, I will not talk about it. I know talk.
You Tony I know. You see I Tony I know you for more than 6 years. I bet you with my life.
It's always Man U I talk about.
If they beat Man U to today, the first topic we go bring on air on 6:35 a.m. in the morning on Monday. Now, Rabiu Ragnick. Now the first topic we go bring on air.
I said Rafiu.
Now you talk about now the new name we don't because now you start to call Olegona to the baby coach. Now you ain't not give my name Rabiu. You
say Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, was he not a baby coach? Or is he not a baby coach?
Now you call him. My people when they do journalists, even my colleague everyone. No talking in now baby coach. Now you start to call him baby coach. When all the journalists now for Nigeria now, they call him baby coach. Now you start him. He may not be baby coach. He may not Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. Tony, no advisors. We know what your advice. Stay your advice. We like our new coach. So shall he be. Go stay with your advice. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. That's a very, very passionate fan of Manchester United. Naimo, I said Rafi, you said Rabiu. Rabiu. Let me talk about. Hello.
Anthony.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Anthony.
I greet you.
Good afternoon, FJ.
Good afternoon.
Anthony, you're welcome.
I hear too much. What's your name? A better person. What's your name?
My name is Chris.
Chris. Now you be this. Some people they take this into personal. Chris, talk to me.
Now. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Chris.
Yeah. FJ.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Top analysis about Chelsea.
Thank you very much.
I'm telling you, you got it right. Arrogance is in their game now. They feel they can win any team. That is the problem they're having now.
There's no one, huh?
You know, if you watch their games, they play well in the first half. Second half, they become something else. So it's that arrogance. The coach needs to talk to the boys. They are not doing well, and the injury to key players in that midfield, like N'Golo Kante and Matthew Kovacic, is affecting the team. And there are some faults now with Jorginho. You see his passing. This passing back cost Chelsea that goal against Man U. Yesterday, same thing. The goalkeeper is feeling on top of the world now. He's being exposed. Yes. People are finding faults now. And if he continues this way, sorry for him. Thank you very much. Tony, you are welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Chris, of course, very calm. You see, enough fight anybody. He just went. You see, we here more they discuss the issue. See, follow the message, leave the messenger. Leave the messenger alone. I'm just a messenger. Leave me alone. Hello.
Hello, Anthony Besaderemo.
I greet you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Ibrahim.
Ibrahim, let's hear you.
Anthony, I've been following you since 2010, 2011. Since the time of a one rush.
So what's going to happen now?
I enjoy you now. You know my man.
Ibro,
you know my man.
Ibro, you know what's make I ring bell for you. Yeah. I don't ring bell for you. This thing a ball with the talk. What I take personal.
I don't understand why people just take this is so personal. you know my man. Forget me as the Arsenal fan, so but I may say if Arsenal they do bad, if they yab us, you understand? So
I not even the yab. I just they talk the reality, not be yab.
Yeah, they talk the reality, you understand? So that one, you don't say me and know you. So just forget about them. Do your own work, you understand? Just they do your work. Recently, I want to tell the Chelsea fans to say the real landlord, they don't be on top of the league. So if you don't like, maybe they lose once in 3 months, but that's the landlord, the real landlord, don't be on top of the league. So anything where they want to do, let them continue to do. But they are perfect to do that. So talking about Rafu
Rafu.
I want to see the battle today. I can't wait. I'll be the one to first reach V Center today. Now V Center with the water now. No time. Carry on.
Okay, thank you very, very much. For Chelsea fans, if you've just joined us, come here with your coach talk after the match. We're talking about Chelsea now. Are you worried? Chelsea actually loses sometimes once in 3 months, once in 4 months. They know they lose anyhow. Last time they lost was 70 days, 10 whole weeks. Nobody could beat Chelsea. Then they try, but none of the defeat. Boy, yesterday David Moyes finish Walko. Did a favor. You know, say small remain. Small Liverpool nearly threw away the team. The Chelsea, you know, say the jazz man of Chelsea Congo, they do in jazz. So Liverpool, they lie. So they go drop points. Man City, 4 minutes. 4 minutes, that's where the jazz. 4 minutes. It took them 4 minutes. By halftime, 2-0. Say this one will not take advantage. But I'm not saying that Man City will win the league. Man City are topping the league too early. Not be now they're supposed to stop her. This league, if Man City won't win this league, because if you start topping this early December, the Chelsea DBA and the Liverpool DBA, they get plenty work to do. Why not top it by January ending or February ending? It's still far. But when Nations Cup come now, Liverpool will slow down. Mendy will go to Nations Cup. They will use Ziyech will go. That's Ziyech, like they form now. They will use Ziyech will go, Mendy will go. So they will now start using Kepa again. Salah will go, Mane will go.
Oh, this is just 3 games.
They'll go.
Oh, this is just 3 matches.
You lose 3 matches, you never lose league.
No. My own is Mahrez too will go.
Okay, my man.
And then maybe around that time, City will start having injuries.
I mean, my Mahrez said they even play. Nobody said they can't enter yesterday. That is not they play again. They don't adjust. This is Pep Guardiola get sense. Pep Guardiola don't they adjust ahead of Nations Cup? You know they use Mahrez again.
The same thing now. Klopp and Tuchel are adjusting.
Why you sure and not be Mendy and they put it?
Did you see Klopp put Origi the legend?
Not be when Jota no fit play again. You come on that one.
You see,
let's hear from the coach, Chelsea coach again. They talk.
Yeah, I don't think we did a bad match. It was an okay match. We can win with this performance. Even here, it's tough to play here. We did too many individual mistakes today. We did already against Man United. We did already against Watford, and got punished for it. And if you want to have result on this kind of level, you have to minimize the mistakes. We talked about it before, which did obviously not help, and that's the story. Yeah, everybody is involved. I mean, the pass is not the best decision to pass this ball back. We're not like the orientation is not the best, and then we can save it, but decision making is also not the best from Edu in this moment. And then suddenly you concede, even you score a second one, and you lead half time. We created a lot of half chances. We have a lot of touches in the box. But could not, like, sometimes you need a bit of luck, maybe with a deflected shot, with a loose ball that falls to our feet. This is what we did not have. And then I think the second goal is a goal that you can concede. But the third one, again, is a strange one, and is in general, like the two big chances that in first half is completely our individual mistakes. I don't think we did a bad match. It was an okay match. We can win with this performance. Even here, it's tough to play here. We did too many individual mistakes today. We did already against Man United. We did already against Watford, and got punished for it. And if you want to have result on this kind of level, you have to minimize the mistakes. We talked about it before, which did obviously not help, and that's the story. Yeah, everybody is involved. I mean, the pass is not the best decision to pass this ball back. We're not like the orientation is not the best, and then we can save it, but decision making is also not the best from Edu in this moment. And then suddenly you concede, even you score a second one, and you lead half time. We created a lot of half chances. We have a lot of touches in the box, but could not, like, sometimes you need a bit of luck, maybe with a deflected shot, with a loose ball that falls to our feet. This is what we did not have. And then I think the second goal is a goal that you can concede. But the third one, again, is a strange one, and is in general, like the two big chances that in first half is completely our individual mistakes.
07000000889. The words of Thomas Tuchel after the loss. Hello, good afternoon. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go on.
So I want to talk about Chelsea. I'm a Chelsea fan.
What's your name?
My name is King from Omaba.
Location not needed, King. Carry on.
Kingsley.
Go on, Kingsley.
Yeah. So this is my first time caller.
Oh, you're welcome. Carry on.
Yeah. So I want to talk about our player. We didn't do about yesterday. And I'm blaming Mendy. Mendy is the cause of everything. So can I ask a question?
Okay, go on.
So I can hear that Kepa is the Mendy's coach for Kepa. So why can't Kepa teach Mendy how to serve ball? You understand?
Kepa is not Mendy's
because?
Kepa is not Mendy's coach.
Who is the Mendy's coach now? So I want to know.
Have a goalkeeper coach.
The person should teach Mendy how to serve ball. At least if there is any player that pass the ball for the back pass, so that he can know how to shoot the ball out.
Okay. No problem. Thank you.
So I want to talk about the Man U and Crystal Palace today. Crystal Palace beat Man U today by 2-1.
Okay.
And let the carry to stay. So I don't know what they are calling down. What is the name of that coach now? They don't want to call again.
Ralph Rangnick.
Yeah. I prefer that Carrick than that man. You understand?
Okay. Yeah, Chelsea fan. You are preferring Carrick to another person's coach. Okay, no problem. Thank you very much, Crystal Palace, Man United. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Antonio and FJ.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Go on.
Yeah, my name is Joseph.
Okay, go on, Joseph.
Yes. The match between Chelsea and the West Ham yesterday, I don't think anything bad happened to Chelsea. It's just a normal something. Sometimes you game of football or any other game at all, sometimes you lose or sometimes you win. I don't think it's not something bad. You know, our people say sometimes it is good let bad things happen so that there will be something to tell the children when they grow up. You know, anytime we Chelsea play match, whether they lose or they win or they draw, they carry a lot of great noise and much movement from other fans. So I don't think anything bad yesterday happened. And the Chelsea still remains confident. Like I think about 2K talk. You know, we don't have to give excuses. If you watch that match yesterday, you see that Chelsea midfield is empty now. Imagine the match without Kante, no Kovacic. Jody away there na half man, na easy. But what do you expect? So, West Ham, yes, I have this in mind as a high achievement for Chelsea in that West Ham match in the draw. Because I know that pressure is going to come. Yes, Chelsea have beaten the rest of London team there. Arsenal, Crystal Palace, Tottenham, Brentford. I think this West Ham, they will try to do something different. And we have Chelsea to beat them. Other, if you change too much try, then we get drop for that match. But yesterday, even that the last goal, that boy no want to shoot that ball into the net. He just want to cross it. So lucky the ball wave and enter. When he scored the goal, he was like, so this thing enter. So sometimes luck have to come to play in everything you do in life. So I think they have luck to win that match yesterday. Not that they play better than Chelsea. Even if Chelsea squad is not complete, but that I'm not giving it as a excuse. So that is how things have to be in this world. And if you continue to win, the match, the competition will come to it again. So they just to throw bomb. Nobody say the world don't end. I see the league is starting now. From the top of the league, when you go on Saturday, on Sunday you come down. Some will stay there too. I think it's just don't say almost 2 months on that very place. So let me just watch. I think if you imagine that feel like on 50th position or 6th, they don't go start only. You still in top 4, just only 1 point. They say they got each other. And once you lose, you flow, the people they follow you go take off. So I don't think no shaking, just in signal. And when we cross that on top again, and then we go depend until you can.
You sure say you go there. You sure say you go fit there again.
Tell me, that one I show. Tell me, come. You see, when we analyze this football, do you know that among these 20 Premiership teams, do you know that the Chelsea is the second youngest team among the 20? Do you know in terms of age?
So wait, that one can't help you win the Premier League now. Now that one job.
Is it?
Now that one one job. What's it concern us with that one?
No,
then they give award for youngest team.
To give them some respect. Chelsea last season to this season, Chelsea is the youngest team among those 20 Premiership from last season to this season.
See, if you want to play young play, see, there's under 23 league. There's under 23 Premier League. Man, I go play that one. If you know a young team, you define. Let the men play their ball. I say under 23 Premier League day. Go and win that one and leave this one for men.
You know go out. So tell me, don't worry. Now we the king of at least the London first.
Yes,
put that one
no problem.
Right.
Yes, Chelsea is the king of London.
To respect. At least if you see Chelsea fans, you have to bow for them. Chelsea perform at both play.
That's what I'm saying now. Chelsea is the king of London now.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, you are right. Chelsea is the king of London.
As a Chelsea fans, I can take benefit of that and travel the whole world. I'm telling you.
Yes.
Small boy. We perform above our play. Let's tell ourselves the truth.
No problem.
We want to go into the history of this game. We don't come up here today, but let me just stop here.
No problem.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Thank you.
No, he's very correct. Chelsea, you're the kings of London. Now they're the king of London.
Because of 2 Champions League trophies.
Why West Ham not get, Brentford not get, Queen's Park Rangers not get, Spurs not get, Arsenal not get?
I blame Bayern Munich and Man City.
Hey, they say Champions League will come out. Chelsea will come out now. Arsenal come out. Is to play in the final and take picture of the trophy. Chelsea don't play final, lose. play final, win them. No, it's not a small team.
It's a simple Arsenal.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Tony.
I greet you.
Tony, don't come back. Oh.
What's your name?
And I saw all of this stuff.
You wait.
Hello?
I say Chelsea is the king of London. You know, greet that one. I say Arsenal is king of
I think
London.
it's the king of London now.
What? Who is the king of? Who is the king of London?
Chelsea.
Who is the prince of London?
That's what it is.
Prince. Now prince they take over from king. Who is the prince?
That's the problem.
Arsenal na prince. Chelsea na king. When the king die, the prince will take over.
Which prince?
Okay. Hello.
This
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you speak up? No,
My name is
you
Aziz.
speak up.
Yeah, my name is Assis.
Assis, go on.
Okay, because Chelsea don't win, Champions League now, and
Yes,
become the
that's
king
it.
of London.
Because yes, that's why. If you don't know, make a
So
tell.
now just one education, I just want to tell now.
Now what?
So now we see they go start this year, coach.
You wait. You be Arsenal fan, Abi?
I'm not a fan. I'm a Baga fan.
For London, For London. If somebody come now, can't say who is the king of Barcelona. Will you say Espanyol?
No.
They say who is the king of Madrid now. Will you say Atletico?
That one is clear now.
This was too clear now. Two Champions League
That one is
plus
fair,
2 Europa.
And 5 Premier League trophies.
No, that be not them.
But they
Make us not even
coach,
win Europa
very
now.
soon.
Can they win it? They're not even playing in Europe.
They actually lost to Chelsea.
See, make you say no. Chelsea got to the final of the Champions League, lost to Man U.
After Arsenal, actually.
Now Arsenal first reached Champions League final, lost to Barcelona. When Chelsea reached their own this thing, somehow, be like Arsenal, Chelsea fights to the last minute. John Terry and Nicolas Anelka. He get what he didn't do for that match.
Uncle, don't butter it. They lost. You are trying to butter their defeat. They lost.
I'm just telling you.
Uncle, did they lose?
They now came back again.
Eh.
They met Bayern in the final. Everybody say Bayern go beat Chelsea.
And they won.
They beat Bayern. They don't get coach.
What?
What an interim coach they get that year.
What's Roberto Di Matteo?
Not being taken over from AVB.
Eh.
They sack coach now to reach that place.
Yes, now.
AVB. Now, Roberto Di Matteo their coach that year.
Yes.
What an interim in BC, I don't even
It
remember.
was interim then.
They don't get coach. They won it. They say na play. Chelsea reach final again of UEFA Europa League. They don't win them.
Another interim.
They win them.
Yes.
That was Rafa Benitez. Chelsea reach final with this Tuchel. They don't win them.
Interim.
Chelsea not reach final when they meet Arsenal.
The only permanent. Even
So-
though it was technically interim.
How can you now say that they're not king of London? They have four titles. Four.
3 of them by interim.
How many? Wait, let's even since he became Premier League, how many Chelsea don't win?
They've won 5.
Since he became Premier League, how many Arsenal don't win?
3.
How could they talk this thing how it be now? Let us go and win just one.
I don't
Ofu, one.
It's Wenger I blame for all this.
Go and win one Champions League and one Europa League.
I
Make
blame
go-
Wenger
and you
for
know, for Arsenal fans to talk to Chelsea fans, you have to win 4. Either you win 4 Champions League or you win 2 Europa and two Champions League. You know, that time we don't use Okestico.
If Arsenal win 3 Premier League titles, Champions League titles, what do you think?
Can they even win the Premier League? No, they not be top 4. They one place. Is always the number of victories. Hello.
No, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. People don't like
Good
this.
afternoon, the other guy. My name is Kazim.
Kasim, let's
I'm a
see.
Man U fan. Anthony,
Yes.
you know one thing about we fans? Now we fans, they always cause problem for ourselves.
How?
If they beat Man U today, tomorrow, talk about them. Because when Chelsea lose, we will criticize them. Now, you can see the most humble fans now are Chelsea fans.
I don't know. I don't
I
know.
don't know.
Humble.
They are still humble for some time. By tomorrow, they will start coming out and talking now. By tomorrow. So, honestly, this FJ, the first person that called, that said we should not talk about Man U. Just tell him, make it cool down. Let him cool down. Let him cool down. This is a game of football. It's a game of football. And you always say it, when you go,
Not
turn by turn. This is game of football. It can happen. It's either you win, you lose, or you draw. That is football. That is football. Anthony, I beg, I want you to remind me, which name do you call this new Man United coach?
Rafiu.
Rafiu. Okay, I would always remind us, let us be hearing it very well. Because you are the one that always give them name. So cool. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's tell you about live football, because in France, Saint-Etienne have kicked off against Stade Rennais. 1 minute played, no goals. In Italy, the Serie A, Bologna and Fiorentina are in action. It is goalless after 28 minutes. In the Netherlands, we're into stoppage time. First half stoppage time. It is 1-1 between Waalwijk and Nijmegen. And then in Russia, Khimki lead Arsenal Tula 1-0 after 45 minutes. They are the half-time interval. In Scotland, they call it the Premiership. Dundee have kicked off against former champion Celtic. It is goalless after a minute. And then in the Super League in Turkey, Kayserispor had a man sent off earlier on, but a second sending off has happened in that game. But somehow, Kayserispor still lead against Antalyaspor. That game is 66 minutes. They scored the first goal after 1 minute. After 11 minutes. Scored the second goal after 11 minutes. Got the red card on 34 minutes. Got another red card after 58 minutes. But they're not agree. With 9 men, they are leading 2-0 against Antalyaspor. We're going to follow that game closely. There's still about 25 minutes of football left in that game. Can they hold on?
That's a serious football team.
Can they hold on? Kayserispor, 2 man down and they are leading 2-0.
That's a serious football team. Yes, a serious team to the core. They can make things happen. I like a team like that.
So far, ball possession is now 74% for the away side, and that's understandable. They have the 2-man advantage, but they have only 1 shot on target. Kayserispor had 2 shots on target and they scored with the 2 shots.
That's a serious football.
Corner kicks, 5-0 in favor of the away side, who are down. Goalkeeper has saved 1 ball. They are defending with all their lives. They've passed the ball 159 times. Talking about Kayserispor, Antalyaspor has passed the ball 423 times. They've attacked dangerously 65 times. Kayserispor, 10 dangerous attacks, 2 goals.
That's a serious football team.
Hello.
Molded in my image.
0700000889. We'll take this call and then we'll talk about Manchester United. It is Football Live on Sports Radio 88 Brila FM. Hello.
Tony, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
FJ, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Ezekiel.
Ezekiel, go on.
Tony, see, when Sunday reach like this, that time when you go live, I'm not happy.
I'm back.
You know, Sunday, I got the wait. They say, hey, Tony, come. Yesterday we lose now. Me, I know Chelsea go lose that much. Because Tante no day. Gobert is no day. That they make mistake for that midfield. And that the other guy who's in England, then have their player, hide their player away. That will be check. If they play nonsense for that place, I don't say it will affect them for that place. Affect us away. So, you know, pay me, sir.
You sure?
I know say that league, it will win on this season.
This league don't they
I'm
go?
Sure. Which league don't they go? How many points? When Man City take it? We don't that league before with 4 points.
You know they go.
You know they go, Tony. Wait again. Tell all those Arsenal fans. They say we win Champions League with luck against Bayern Munich.
Yes.
You by yourself, you don't believe that we will beat Man City. And we beat Man City, collect the Champions League with a no fit to win.
Okay.
And then you go take them time before they will win now.
Okay.
Help me tell Arsenal fans, see, the last Europa League will win. We beat Arsenal. When they're confident that they will beat Chelsea, we go beat them 4-1. Make them know, say, you talk about London. London.
They know they argue that one. They know they argue that one. Now Chelsea get London.
That's the king for London.
Now Chelsea get London. They know they argue that one.
You know they Arsenal. Now, Gino brother. So, you don't not worry. we pray for them, make them come for Champions League so that we'll see how to play Champions League. And this season again, Champions League, we will defend our titles.
Okay.
Yes.
There was a time in
my man.
Yeah.
I hail you. I must say, their own. You stand for Chelsea today, and I don't go win Premier League, but I don't go disappoint you. Then go win now.
Yes,
Make over to come back and can't see.
I hope they don't.
Eh?
I hope they don't.
Then go do them. No worry.
Okay.
We'll see next year.
Let's announce that a goal has been scored in Italy, the Serie A. Fiorentina lead against Bologna. Bologna, of course, is the club that pays for the services of Nigeria international Kingsley Michael. They are trailing at home. 3-3, 3 minutes played. Fiorentina 1 goal, Bologna no goal. There was a time not too long ago. Arsenal, Chelsea fans no feel look Arsenal fans for face. You never did. But when the big brother no do what he is supposed to do, the junior brother will do it, or the younger brother will do it. That's the story of Arsenal and Chelsea. So, if you're arguing that Chelsea no pass Arsenal, you're probably arguing in the past. Look at recent history.
They're arguing in 2006.
Look at recent history. Arsenal cannot even play. If Chelsea miss Champions League or miss Europa League, before they snap their finger like they don't come back, and they're coming to win it.
Because they will sack a manager, actually.
They'll come to win it.
And they will win the Europa League.
Arsenal and Chelsea started with baby coaches. Is the baby coach not still coaching Arsenal? Just don't sack their baby coach, Tete. Hello?
Sorry.
Yes, what's your name?
Hey, good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, guys. My name is Charles.
Charles, go on.
Okay, I'll give you
Good
everyone.
afternoon.
I want to talk about Man U and Chelsea.
Okay.
And Sunderland, Barcelona. And for Chelsea, if you watch the game, I think they go with Burnley. So, actually, for Man U, you look at it, they don't do kind of use gas, small, even at that back. And Jorginho, they should work on it. They have been making some kind of schoolboy error. That game against Man U, but they come. You see, a striker running towards what they will do. That's why you keep the ball out when you find alternative. You want to hold the ball and you need the ball. And for Mendy, just like you talk, you want to feel like big ball. It's just him and Noah, when I'm and Noah of Germany start the thing today. If you get ball, if you want through ball, or you want pass ball to opponent, you have been making that kind of mistake. And all those mistakes, those small mistakes, if your opponent will take chance, you take all those chances, there's nothing you can do that. You're going to lose. At the beginning, for their fans, they should calm down. When they're reading Irene before. So you understand? And if you look at for Man U, that man don't talk. Me, I don't know much about that guy. But I feel they do well. I don't know much about that guy. Because left for me, Carrick has been doing well, just like what you say. You should have allowed Carrick to carry on till the end of the season. Because he has been trying to do some kind of changes. They only know they do. Bringing players who don't do bench for so long. And you know what? If they bring a player with the bench, you go up to that other guy. They mean I did better than you. That's like what man with they talk. Then they give you the chance to use them well. You understand? And for Barcelona, so I'm not going to tell you lie. You know, the way I talk this morning, that's one of the first guys you look out. Don't forget about Benfica, then but for now, they will go test her. I think it will be.
Okay. FJ, I don't know if you remember. Late September, Bruno Fernandes became Bruno Mars. He played a penalty, faced Emiliano Martinez, and then instead of putting the ball in between the goalkeeper and inside the post, he headed for Mars, headed for the stars.
I think Bruno Mars will be offended by what you just said now.
I don't know about that one.
He will be offended. He does not miss
that ball.
He does not miss penalty.
He went for power instead of his normal skipping. Where you go, yeah, Jorginho, the same penalty school they go. The same style that they used to play penalty.
He saw Jorginho miss now.
So that day, with annoyance, the thing with the keeper they do. Keeper was telling him, give Ronaldo this penalty. Let Ronaldo play this penalty. You know the CC no man. He now went for power. He played the ball come off for stadium. Stubborn head. They lost that match. I remember Courtney House. I was talking the other day. Say Courtney House get accident. He go jam school gate. Say whether they remember and say if they don't remember that the guy when you score against Man U, some people the verse. Say, oh, why go you say?
I remember.
You remember a few days ago.
Yes, I remember.
Bruno Fernandes, after the match, went to social media, write long epistle.
Yes, sir.
Long epistle. To cut a long epistle short, Bruno Fernandes vowed. He swear using my man name swear. Say me. He hold me. And they call me Bruno Mars. The next penalty na me go play. What I Ronaldo like and me go play. But I not see Bruno Fernandes a few days ago against Arsenal. Now senior man go play the penalty. So all that thing when Bruno they do for that in their mouth. FJ, no, you don't remember. My fans don't want us to talk about it. We go talk about that.
We have to actually. Let's be honest.
He don't make mouth. He wrote a pistol.
Yeah, he wrote something about he apologized for the penalty miss. And
say, but he will take the next one.
He will take the next one, then he will score. And we talked about it and we said Ole should decide.
No. I remember saying that they not born Bruno well. If Ronaldo did that pitch and he won't play that penalty, they not born him.
I said Ole should decide, Chan. Ronaldo cannot be dragging penalty with Bruno now. It's an insult. Senior man is on the field. He will be dragging penalty.
Like I say, Bruno don't humble now because before that goal against Arsenal, he had not scored in 15 matches. He don't humble.
Yeah, I seen that there's difference.
So okay, should Ronaldo continue taking the penalties, or should he go back to Bruno?
To what?
This new coach don't come now. He go decide.
What is he deciding?
Say Bruno, I know how they take penalties.
There's no decision.
Ronaldo the player.
Ango, as long as Cristiano Ronaldo is in that team, Ronaldo should be the captain, should take the penalties, should take every free kick. He should be the one. It might sound really outlandish to some United fans, but the truth is, the man has proven again and again that he is the one that rescues you from the jaws of defeat. He is the reason why you guys will play a Champions League game for the first time after January next year. He is the reason. He is the reason United are still where they are. If you take into cognizance the number of goals he has won for Man United since he came back in the Premier League, if you had the 2 goals against Arsenal, that's 7 points won. If a man has won 7 points for you, I mean, in the league, take away the 7 points from.
They have a captain. I don't know what you mean by he should be captain.
Maguire is that one the captain?
Maguire is there.
Is that one the footballer? Let's talk about footballers, ladies and gentlemen, not prisoners. Yes, now, Mikonios. No. We're talking about proper footballers, people who take this game serious and score goals. That's what Cristiano Ronaldo does. He has delivered for Manchester United. When he came back, my thinking was that they would hand him the captain's band and he would probably have the discretion to reject it. And it will be something that, okay, maybe people will know. But apparently they left it with Harry Maguire and they found Maguire. And for me, in fact, even if you are going to leave Maguire, even if you are going to, if you have to have a Man United captain, definitely not Harry Maguire. And then we went to this penalty situation where we were discussing the game whereby Cristiano Ronaldo had to, we should know whether Bruno, no. It's like looking at the PSG situation and saying if you have a free kick close to goal, because Neymar has been taking it and Neymar has a proficiency for scoring those free kicks, you shouldn't leave it to Messi. He knows for sure that Messi has better range than he does. So he will leave it for Leo Messi. That's what you do when you have those kind of players in your team. Leave the duty.
So you're saying now the penalty situation at Man U is settled?
It should remain settled.
Rashford should not come out. Bruno should not come out. Lingard, Pogba, all of them.
Who are those guys?
Leave them for Ronaldo.
Yes. Okay. It's part of the things that is killing the team. You have too many captains on a ship. Now, there's only one captain. His name is Cristiano Ronaldo dos Santos Aveiro. Let him lead the team.
0700000889. Those are the numbers. Hello.
Mr. Tony.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon once again.
Good afternoon.
I think you know Joseph. Mr. Tony, those trophies where you get, those European trophies where you get transfer, where you get to win. Now, the one where you win under Roman Abramovich, as I'm talking to you, Chelsea has more European trophies more than Man United. I'm not saying that Chelsea is the king of London for nothing, no. Chelsea has more European trophies more than Man United, though.
See, Man United, in case you do not know, have 3 Champions League titles. 3. Chelsea has 2. Man United. See, Man United and Chelsea not be mates. Let's not even start it. They're not be mates. Will they talk about Arsenal?
No.
They're not be mates. The only person that can drag with Man U is Liverpool.
I know. Not that what I tell you, Chelsea is the youngest club among these.
Don't bring Man U into it. Man U past Chelsea.
No. Why I'm saying this as a club? why I'm saying this is that this makes it later. When if you want to count the trophies which Chelsea win, you start from.
They talk about Arsenal and Chelsea. There was a time Arsenal passed Chelsea.
If you mention Chelsea, no mention Arsenal.
Why you can't mention Man U? Man U and Chelsea na mate.
That one and Mr. Lions, don't try it at all. No call them, there's no need at all. If you want to mention Arsenal, you mention Arsenal Villa, Mr. Palace. There's no need Chelsea at all. I beg.
Okay.
So the thing you say, as I talk to you now, Chelsea has more European trophy more than Man U. No, they Liverpool now they receive for England. I don't say whether Chelsea with Man U be made.
Chelsea does not have more European trophies than Man U. They not get that one.
The youngest team in England. I'm telling you the reality. Because if you want to count Trump, Man U pass the Trump in Chelsea in time of Premiership. Chelsea pass the Man U in time of European Trump.
When you win your third Champions League, come and talk to Man U. You don't get past Man U.
They have one Champions Cup. How many years did Man U don't play Champions League before? Just to qualify for Champions League.
Wait, I want to ask you a question. Real Madrid that has the majority of the Champions League titles, did they win all of them from 1992 to date? So why would they count Real Madrid or you don't count Man U? What are you talking about now?
At the come.
What did
where that the Champions League is starting, like that is primitive time.
And they count them now. You go see count them now. Then they count them.
They cancel now. One count for you. A club like Liverpool, the gamble four or fifth before they change it to Champions League. Man U there for one. Man U don't play Champions League for 43 years before just qualify for Champions League.
What is your point? I'm telling you that Man U has more Champions League titles than Chelsea. You know they agree.
One Champions Cup and the one Champions League, two Champions League, 9 Man U get. One Champions.
It's the same thing, no. Bros, this is your argument I don't understand. Real Madrid, how many they get?
13.
How many did they win in the Champions League era?
6.
So does that mean you not count their European Cup?
No.
You go count them now.
You had 7 European.
You go count all of them together. AC Milan itself, you go count their own. Liverpool, you go count their
They
own.
won 7 in black.
Man U, you go count their own.
Sorry, they won 6 in black.
Chelsea in the Champions League era won 2.
Man United.
But before then, they only changed the name. The same way they changed them to Premiership in 1992. Then changed the name. So because they can't change them, the one they don't win before, you don't count them.
So Liverpool have 1 league title.
So Liverpool now only 1 league title they get.
Yeah, but that's what Liverpool have now.
One in the Premier League era, they win it. They won it once. What about the one they don't win before?
18 first division titles.
Leave story. Man, you know win instead that one too. Does Man you have 20 Premier League titles?
No, 13.
Yeah. Man, I know they change up for us. So. I don't tire for all these fans. So. Why don't they change it? What's your name?
And then Tony.
Yes.
You don't make all these small clubs that want to be about. These small clubs won't begin to compare themselves with Man U now.
Chelsea's not a small club. They are not a small club. They're not a small club.
It's a club that does not even have a stadium of their own. What do you call them? A club that holds they make that don't get.
No. They're not a small club. Let's call it spade. Call it spade. They're not a small club.
You don't make people who they talk to landlords, people who are tenants in their own house. In England, where
no, they are not a small club. All these things they talk are true, but they're not a small club.
Okay, not true. Something will be true, they're not a small club. And it's true, it's not a small club. And they compare themselves to Man U. Imagine Chelsea when just come outside from Mourinho era talk to Man U. Because they started watching football with Mourinho and Drogba them. Don't forget the Man U don't exist before Mourinho and Drogba them. Don't get house where they go stay and arrange. Anytime they can like, they will quit them. They compare themselves with Man U.
Oh God!
Can you imagine that, Tony? Now, only 1 loss. Now they lose now. They don't call Lukaku. Don't they call people where they say they made them nominated for Ballon d'Or? Don't be hateful for their eyes. Can you imagine that? Mendy is not there. Jorginho is not there. Lukaku done by 100 million from Inter. Look at just only 1 loss. A team Man U granted in their house. That stayed on there yesterday. Man U granted that club. I don't know. So we did this for the house. We granted them in that place. So it's not matter. I'm angry.
See, Man you not grind them. Now Mark Noble not score penalty. Why not they grind them?
Tony. When your brother go start, when I go do the way so go do with your brother. When your brother go
I see. You be senior man, eh? Man you not grind West Ham. Now Mark Noble miss penalty. Why they grind them?
Okay, but you say something like
a few days later, they're not clearing that for Carabao Cup.
Okay. West Ham, Aston Villa beat us. We laugh for just now say Bruno, take football, go balloon, go off. They beat us like that. We not beat penalty. Last minute, now we lost our.
Yeah, but they beat you now.
Oh, okay, wait, we not beat them.
No, you say you grind them. You guys see when you beat somebody 5-0, 7-0, now grinding be that. Not
1-0. Who carry 3 points? 3 points there on floor. We carry and go house. Them 3 points there on floor. They carry 0.
It be like for boxing. For boxing, if you win with unanimous decision, I go say you not beat me. But when you knock me out,
not true. You were 3 points there on the ground yesterday for them. They don't carry 1. 3 points. They don't carry 1.
Okay.
But if they're not knockout, how we knock out that?
It's a knockout. It's a knockout. It's a knockout.
We collect that.
It's a knockout.
So it's a knockout.
Yes,
we collect 3 points from West Ham. They went there. They don't carry 1. Half. They don't carry 0.
Yes, West Ham knocked them out. And they knocked them on top of the table. They knocked them to third.
Tony, all my streets from my area, everywhere look quiet. I was looking for them with my car. One by one, and they find them go to their house.
No, see, when it's raining, when rain they fall, you don't expect much people to be outside. They'll be indoors avoiding the rain.
Okay, that's a bit testing.
It probably rain in your area.
Tony, they never see anything. Wait, just cut for them.
See, let me warn you. Let me warn you. See, Manchester United coaches, they don't start very well, or their first day in office.
Tony, I bet don't go there. In less than 2 hours now, we won't start our match. I know that their prayer will say, make man use that tomorrow morning we will start.
What's the name of your coach? Please, what's the name of your coach?
Maybe the collapse is. Maybe the collapse.
I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me. Tell me his name.
Even my party FJ, the collapse, when I rap you, I've been waiting one collapse.
Tell me his name. No, you tell me his name. What is his name? What is his name? No, it's not Ralph. It's not Ralph.
Okay. What do you
Rafiu.
Rafiu, you do well. Don't worry yourself.
His name is Ralph when Man United win. But when Man United lose, his name is Rafiu.
What do you call him?
Rafiu.
We're going to lose, so they call him Ralph continuously. Don't worry.
Me, I'm telling you for me, Uncle said whether you win or lose is Rafiu for him. But for me,
no, my internet don't find out.
You know, see. It's small. Wait first. Let me tell you. Let me also tell you something. In small brother, they for Premier League. They call that one Ralph Hasenhuttl. Rafiu Hasenhuttl. He's the coach of Southampton. Now Ralph is a big coach. That one they for Southampton.
So what does
and they follow the same route. Leipzig. Now they level with that now.
You do well. You don't remember the route of say now we coach Liverpool coach. Now we train second coach.
Forget all that, Forget that.
When you reach that one, tell me they forget that one.
Now so they tell us say the coach of Leeds, 9 coach Pep. Yes, where Leeds they where Man City they.
Did you not smash him 5-0?
Coach all those are claims. They will tell you that what's his name again? Coach of Leeds, Marcelo Bielsa. They say Marcelo Bielsa coach. Marcelo Bielsa no win title. What has he won? What is he coach? They coach other coaches.
He won the Olympic gold in 2004.
League title. What did he do in France? What did he do in Spain? What did he do? Nothing. This Ralph don't win any title in his career.
DFB Pokal.
He's 63 years old though, but I ain't coach all the coaches for Germany.
It doesn't mean. There's always a start date.
Okay. So now coach, if you go fit beat Jurgen Klopp. Hello. Are you there? When would they talk this thing how the thing be? When they talk and well. Say Rafiu. Not be Rafiu day for this. Yesterday I draw the draw.
Yes. 1-1.
Hello.
Hello.
Rafiu known as supporters club. Hello.
This is John from my papa.
Oh, John, go on.
So when they make mistake for this comparison, man. When I want compare when I want to talk of the past, make when I talk of the past. And when I want to talk of the present.
There's nothing like the past. There's nothing like that.
Wait.
Nothing like that.
Wait. Not be say you go say Man U is greater than when a team we never win league for the past 8 years. We don't know where they carry league go. And when you say Man U was good, okay, they are living in the past. Don't say Man U is greater.
Football is nothing without the past.
There is history now. You need history to plot the course of the future.
Football is nothing with the past. Man U is greater than Chelsea. You don't have to argue it.
No.
You can't say. See, bros, what's your name?
Man U was
Let's be serious, please. Let's be serious.
Now they are no longer good.
Let's
they are no longer good.
see.
You are still using East for them.
You say what?
You are still using East. Man U is great. Man U is great.
Man U is greater than Chelsea.
Is this a joke?
Are you talking of? We're not talking of history.
You cannot take football history away. Man U is greater than Chelsea. Man U is richer than Chelsea, greater than Chelsea. Man U pass Chelsea for everything. For football.
Not East. You use words.
No, not like words. Present day Man U is still greater than Chelsea. Yes. Forget to say what they do with the Joko.
Forget Bantao.
How is Chelsea greater than Man U? How?
Currently speaking.
What do you mean currently? What is currently?
For the past 10 years, Chelsea has been way.
That's not how you achieve football greatness. See, if Man U comes out, no. Let's be serious. Chelsea is not greater than Man U.
Let's be serious. Please, let's be serious. Let's forget all these things.
If you come now and say in today's Premier League, Chelsea is ahead of Man U, we'll even argue. Last season, not be Man U finished second for Premier League. Let's even leave all of that. Bring out all the achievements of Chelsea, past and present, and even future. You know, rich Man U. Chelsea fans, you can go and argue with Arsenal.
No, they can't.
Okay. No, they argue now because Arsenal will tell you they have 13 titles and they have the most FA Cups. Chelsea will not tell them that they have Champions League.
Yeah.
Not even when you get where Man U not get to. Man U get money past you, get bigger stadium, they don't produce world-class players. Any Chelsea player don't win Ballon d'Or.
No.
Not even this small one they on the shout say Jorginho. Well, but now I don't they tackle the Jorginho.
Even Mendy, that should have won best keeper.
Hello, good afternoon, Tony.
Good afternoon. Chelsea fans man at the Umbulo.
Hello, yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, this is Biodun on the line.
Biodun, go on.
Tosin, good afternoon as well.
Good afternoon.
You see, the problem of Chelsea fans, I don't really understand. You check it from every angle, every aspect of football. In fact, they are nowhere to Man U. I don't know that problem. Is this because because of the little achievement they've been achieving? Even the stadium they are using, they are tenants. If the municipal, the district head increase the rent today, they will start taking them out to staff up. They are tenants. Compared to Man U, I don't know. You have said it all. They are not comparable at all. I don't know. Maybe because of that thing they normally take and the name of the club. I don't know. Maybe that's the one that normally make them be aggressive like that. Anyway, I want to tell you lie with you. You see, we Nigerian fans, we have a way. Like a new coach coming, Raphael or whatever.
Rafiu.
You remember this man, Raphael Cameron, the American musician. Rafiu Kamaru.
I don't like what you are doing. Stop it. It's not fair.
Rafiu Kamaru.
No, don't do it.
Even Rashford. If Rashford is playing, whenever Rashford scores, you know what my fans say? Rashidi don't score.
Don't do it.
This coach that is coming, yes, if they can give him the support they gave to Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, I think he will try. But does not mean because he trained coach like Thomas Tuchel and the rest of other pass through him, we make him excel or do better than them in the Premiership. Yes, that one cannot be a criteria at all. To me, my own opinion, because Luis Van Gaal, Mourinho passed through him, Pep Guardiola passed through him, but can Luis Van Gaal stand Pep and Mourinho? No. So let us see. Let him start eating the ground running first. Then we can be able to assess him. Well done, guys. You are doing a good job. Don't let these Chelsea people give you. Don't stop arguing with them. Just let them say whatever they want to say.
Okay, thank you very much. For emphasis, I hope this is the last time we will say it. People will not bring it up again. The only club in England that can conveniently argue with Manchester United in terms of success is Liverpool. It's a balanced argument. Liverpool go like this, Man U go like this. In fact, you can argue that they have the same number, or maybe the difference is just one or two.
One. One title.
Those are the two clubs that can conveniently argue. Chelsea, please don't argue with Liverpool fans and don't argue with Man U fans. They're personal. And don't argue with Arsenal fans too. You pass them.
See, that's what we're saying. You're the one that are causing all these things.
No, you know why? You know why? Arsenal are local champion. When it comes to local football, then pass Chelsea. But when you now add international football, and you know how much Arsenal wants the Champions League, you know how much Arsenal wants to play in the Champions League. They've not been able to play there. So that's where the argument, that's where you can separate the argument. No doubt, when it comes to domestic success, Arsenal is more, has more domestic. But then look at how Arsenal have been testing for Champions League. How many years now? Like 4 years now, or 5 years now.
4 years is the last.
And there are no guarantees. And Arsenal never win the Champions League. If Arsenal win one Champions League, the narrative will change a little. But Chelsea have 2. Europa League, they have 2. Where Arsenal one go, now be that. They never go there. And Arsenal, see, that's the only if you bring the Man United and Liverpool argument, anywhere where Man U enter, Liverpool don't enter. But Chelsea fans can still remind Arsenal fans that fine, you have FA Cups, you have Premier Leagues, do you have European titles? The Arsenal fan will keep quiet. You cannot have that kind of conversation between Man U and Liverpool. They not go quiet. The only team when Man U they take hold Liverpool before. Now 1989 and win league last too. But all of that has changed.
Yeah.
They don't win.
2020.
Liverpool were the leading club before until Sir Alex Ferguson won 13 Premier League titles. They can overtake them. Now the way they go now, before they win another Premier League title, maybe Liverpool go down win like 2 or 3. The conversation will change again. Know your football. Know your clubs. Domestically, Arsenal pass Chelsea. But Chelsea cannot talk. Arsenal cannot talk about European success because they don't have it. That's where Chelsea win the argument. If say Arsenal get one Champions League and one Europa now, they have more titles. Because you were invincible now. Chelsea stop them. The year Arsenal perhaps would have won the Champions League, now Chelsea stop them. They are invisible team. You don't forget.
Yeah, we're in bridge.
Now then stop your invisible team. Quarter-final. That year, Porto win them. 0700000088. Know your football. Know your clubs. Hello.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
FD are great.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Wow, football fan, Chelsea fan, that you fear God though. They compare themselves now and they carry shoulder high with Mayo. Hey.
What's your name? What's your name?
My name is John, Anthony, sorry.
Okay, John.
Is it not Jorginho? They say Jorginho Ballador. Jorginho must win Ballador.
It's Jorginho, Naim.
Today now, Mendy, Abel Sokwa, it's not a small boy. Sokwa was in Ballador, best goalkeeper. Hey, Chelsea fan, they don't even know where to go. If I have to talk about 2 English teams, it's Liverpool and Man U. You have said it all, Tony. When Liverpool and Man U are talking, Chelsea should keep quiet. Chelsea fans should keep quiet. They can only drag with Everton, Tottenham.
No, all those are not reach Chelsea. All those are not reach.
No, they reach part. Which is the Chelsea come out? Is it not era of zero? Which year Chelsea? Who knows Chelsea before? Chelsea can draw shoulder with even Man City pass them. Is it because they have not won the Champions League? Chelsea, they cannot compare themselves with Man City. Talk about you. In fact, the Chelsea fan, they should keep quiet, please. Thank you, Tony.
Okay. Of course, Chelsea, when you look at overall success in terms of titles, Chelsea are the 4th successful club side in England. But for Arsenal, no European dominance or success. So Chelsea win the argument there because Arsenal want to dominate Europe. But sadly, they've not been able to do that in recent times. Let's take a few more of your calls. It is still Football Live right here on Sports Radio. Hello.
Hello?
Good afternoon.
Hello?
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
What's your name?
Mr. Studio from Nehru.
Go on.
Now, I'm a Chelsea fan.
Okay.
What I want to talk is, you supposed to forgive Chelsea fans.
Okay.
Especially this young generation. I'm telling you, this young generation don't know record concerning Man U. Go and ask young generation whether they know a player called Vanitra or Andy Cole or all these big players. There's a comment you made.
Go on.
You asked whether any Chelsea fan, Chelsea club are provided football of the year. Listen to me. I'm trying to advise Chelsea people. If you want to argue with the Man City or Arsenal or other clubs. Even man of that, there's a club in the league that was actually a club like Aston Villa with the Leeds United and others.
Okay.
So I'm trying to tell you, advise Chelsea fans. Finally, we are changing your topic. We say you are going to talk about Man U. Yeah, the topic is about to Chelsea Man U. You are saying you are going to talk about Man U. Yeah, change the topic.
It's still Man U now. We see they talk Man U. Are you making a case for Man U fans? Wanna just understand?
I thought you say you are going to talk about Man U.
Okay, just listen up now. We're going to give you the voice of Rafiu Ragnick talking ahead of this game against Crystal Palace. Let's listen to him.
I mean, obviously, I've watched the latest games. I watched not so the games against Watford and against Chelsea, and on TV when I didn't know that there would be contact in the next days. I also watched out of interest the games against Liverpool and against Manchester City. So I'm pretty well aware and acquainted with what's happening here in the club and in the Premiership. Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious that the team have abundant talent, young talented players, but also enough experienced players in the squad. But I mean, the major target for me in the next couple of weeks is just to bring more balance into the team. We conceded 2 goals. We needed 3 goals in the end to win the game. And if you look at the total goals, number of goals conceded, it's almost two on average per game, and this is just too much. So this is my approach to help the team to get more balance, to get more control on the game. This game, I mean, it was exciting for the fans, but even for myself as the future coach, those are not the kind of games that you need every day, because in football, for me, it's to minimize the coincidence factor and to have control and gain control on the game. And this is in football what it's about. And this is my approach. I will try to help these outstanding, talented players to try and get and keep the way away from their own goal.
Just heard the voice of the interim manager, the interim coach of Manchester United, Ralph Ragnick, says Manchester United concedes too many goals. So first off, he wants to stop it. They concede too many goals. They beat Arsenal, but they conceded 2. He said, no, that's not my team. We want more control. So if you're a Manchester United fan and you're listening very, very closely, it simply means that the defending has to be better, will be better. So let's even put it on the table. From his position now, from what he's saying, he wants them to defend better, control the game better. Which players do you think will be affected here? Harry Maguire has to step up.
He has to step down. I will not stop. It's very interesting, Radio Zanko, because last season I came on here and talked about how Harry Maguire was Man United's worst defender, and everyone went and said, "What do you mean? Our captain, our this, our that." And I remember saying it effectively then, that if Man United want to be serious contenders in the Premier League and they wanted to sustain the title challenge, Harry Maguire is not the centre back for you. Man United have the 5th worst defense in the league.
How many have they conceded?
25. 24 goals, I beg your pardon.
Man, you have scored 24 and conceded 24.
That's the 5th worst in the league.
So they are scoring as much as they are conceding.
Yes.
And this man says he wants to correct it.
Yes, and remember when
they have a goals difference of 0.
Yes, remember when Thomas Tuchel came in at Chelsea, he said the same thing. We are going to make this team very difficult to beat. And if the coach is coming in and saying that, it's a warning sign to those guys who are there. Remember, Antonio Rudiger was out of the reckoning when he came into the club, Thomas Tuchel. He brought Rudiger back into the reckoning when Frank Lampard was not using him. If you look at a situation like that and you say Eric Bailly is sitting on the bench, and Eric Bailly questioned why Harry Maguire, who was not 100% fit and was not even giving his best at the club, was playing under Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, then it tells you something. Ralph Rangnick will look around and say, you know what, let's tweak things a bit. I will continue to maintain that Victor Lindelof is Man United's best defender. He will remain Man United's best centre-back. He is because you see it when he plays with Sweden, and you see it when he brings the form to the football club. And when he's allowed to be the defensive leader, you see the way he commands the defense. It's not a coincidence that when he and Bailly played together against Chelsea, they played a 1-1 draw and they played a very good game. That if not for a careless mistake from Aaron Wan-Bissaka, United would have kept a clean sheet. That being said, when you look at it in the grand scheme of things, you say for someone like Harry Maguire, who's becoming, I don't seem to understand where he is with the way he plays in the defense. You don't seem to understand what his role is, what his job is. United can't seem to defend low crosses. United can't seem to defend set pieces. They can't seem to defend corners. They can't seem to defend dangerous balls into the box that go across the floor. So you're asking a lot of questions, and this guy is the captain. There's already the talk of how he slammed Luke Shaw. He's questioned Aaron Wan-Bissaka. He's questioned both of them and their ability to fit into a club like Manchester United. That is also there as well. The two of them perhaps should be concerned. I actually think Luke Shaw might not have so much to be concerned about because he's improved since he made that statement, since Ralph Rangnick made that statement. But Aaron Wan-Bissaka has not improved. So you begin to ask yourself a lot of questions. People talk about the midfield. But we've seen Fred over the last 3 games under Michael Carrick. Yes, it's been mixed feelings in terms of the way he's played the game. Some of the reactions, so much it takes you to this peak and then all of a sudden you are hitting the crest and then you are hitting the troughs, all in the same game. But I think someone like Fred perhaps might have nothing to be concerned about. But one player you should also look at and say, hey, might be looking at himself in the mirror, Nemanja Matic, Paul Pogba. They're looking at themselves and they're thinking, if this guy is saying we need defensive stability, that means that this man wants a bit more from us. He is a man who would like to use his fullbacks, just like you see Klopp and Tuchel do. So you have players like Alex Telles, Diogo Dalot, Luke Shaw coming more into the recording, and that's why I'm afraid for Wan-Bissaka. If those guys are going forward, then you begin to look at the midfield. Who are the players in midfield? Now people are talking about how Chelsea are playing so poorly because there's no Mateo Kovacic and N'Golo Conte, and how much they meet to the midfield. It tells you where the stability that Tuchel gets from those guys. It tells you where the stability comes from, and it tells you also with Liverpool, when people were complaining about Gini Wijnaldum going to PSG, now why did they go? Liverpool didn't seem to have a bit of a balance, and that they are taking their time to get that balance right, especially on the right side of central midfield. So I think when you look at someone like Harry Maguire, Aaron Wan-Bissaka, Paul Pogba, Nemanja Matic, I look at those guys and I'm thinking, you have to look at yourself in the mirror and think, maybe and just maybe I need to step up my game, or maybe if I don't fit in, I get booted out of the football club.
Okay, let's quickly look at the live football. Remember, it's football live on Sunday like this. Football live on Sports Radio, Brila FM, the home of the fans. Remember, it is www.brila.net. We're live on comments and contributions. Anthony Bekederemo alongside Tosin Adeshina. Let's start the journey from Belgium. Live football in Belgium is Beerschot and Antwerp. 14 minutes played. It is goalless. Lille and Plymouth Argyle. 30 minutes played. Plymouth lead 1-0. Elsewhere, it is called goal. It is almost half-time there. 45 minutes played. Let me tell you that in Italy, Fiorentina, with 55 minutes on the clock, they now lead. It was 1-1. They scored first. Bologna equalized, but it is now 2-1 after 55 minutes. Fiorentina 2, Bologna 1. In the Netherlands, 73 minutes on the clock. Warwick, the home side, and Nijmegen, the away side, they are currently playing a 1-1 draw. Let me tell you that in Russia, Khimki and Arsenal Tula 1-1. 86 minutes played. Nil with 9 men. 9 men. Kayserispor beats Antalyaspor 2-0. They scored when it was 11-11, but afterwards they got reduced, and with plenty of time to play, Antalyaspor could not equalize or even get a goal. They scored 2 goals in the space of 17 minutes, and of course Gavronovic got red carded in 34, and on 58 it was Kolovestios who got red carded. So for about 32 minutes playing against 9 men, Antalyaspor could not punish Keserispor. It has finished. And for international friendly matches, El Salvador and Ecuador have finished their own international friendly. That game ended in a 1-1 draw. It is Football Live on Sports Radio. Hello.
Hello, Tony.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Charles.
Charles, go on.
Thank you. Like what the update just said, stability. I said, I could never answer my call. I said, Maguire is too heavy to be a defender. The guy has the physiques to run that way, I'm sure. So that defense, that back line, like what McCarrick had to use him all through, take 90 minutes. He holds that defense very well. What about when you compare Alex Telles, you pair Alex Telles, you pair everybody and Rafa Varane, then on the other side, you use that one because how do you see that defense between?
Well, we see is wanting to have these names on paper, is also wanting to have them click.
Yeah, of course. But what I'm saying is using those guys like that with the kind of word you say, we want stability at that back line. But don't you think that little error? Let me talk about Fred. That little error Fred used to make that cost us that Champions League against watch Fred and Neymar when they got that red card. You know you're on yellow card. Fred easily gets yellow cards. Easily gets yellow cards. That's last season, almost every match, Fred must get a yellow card. Is that not another thing to talk about or concern? So that midfield, that back line, when you talk about the front line is okay. The midfield and that back line, that's the problem is. The man has a lot of work to do. If you want to stabilize that midfield and that back, the two people they have to play. The goalkeeper is okay, the front lines are okay. Thanks, sir.
Okay. It is still your frequency of champion Sports Radio. And we're taking your calls this Sunday. Remember, it is Football Live. Let's go there. Hello. Hello.
Hello, Anthony.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
FJ, I greet you.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Anthony, today you just made my belly sweet too. When you just talk the fact, when you know 30 fans, they bring some kind leg where I don't understand. So say it like this, now you know they get problem. It's because how we Chelsea fans be comparing themselves with Man U in terms of everything. And they give the fact, just like Man U, that we cannot compare ourselves to Real Madrid and Bayern Munich and other clubs that are bigger in terms of achievements. You understand? So maybe if they want to argue, maybe they argue right. Don't say just the very sentiment to say even that if not that if Arsenal have won Champions League, I will still rate them ahead of Chelsea because of that Champions League they don't have. We have more local, just at the top. They have this short piece locally for Premier League and FA Cup and even Carabao Cup, past Chelsea, everything. So now only that Champions League Chelsea just pass them. But Man U pass Chelsea for everything. Champions League or Premier League or FA Cup or Carling Cup. So I don't know why that man is say he's saying a prestige so they go to play for Europa League. You don't know that even Barcelona now they are not happy that they will play in Europa League. They count Europa League, they are happy they don't win trophy. So for this Rafragnik, Anthony, I just don't know. I don't want to rush because not only going to see at the top. There's a bit talk where speech is well articulated, but a performance now would be one. So for me, if all those things when they talk because they're real, the defense they're conceding too many goals, the midfield, all those players they need to step up. If we can really bring all those things when they talk, more see in a reality, we just fucking sick. Anthony, Man U go do better than the way they did before. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Football Live on Sports Radio. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yep, good afternoon.
Yeah, my name is Itoro from Ojosega.
No need for location, just go on.
Yes, I'm really not happy with your comments about Chelsea this afternoon.
Which of the
They
comments?
don't really you know what you're saying that Chelsea cannot compare themselves with Man U or Liverpool. Look, in football, you have your bragging right as per what is happening at the moment. You know, it's not about what happens in the past.
Guy, what's your name again?
Itoro is my name.
Itoro, I already stressed it. Manchester United are a greater club. They are greater than Chelsea. If you don't want to believe it, you don't want to agree. Just, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Not change what you are they talk.
We are not saying that.
I am telling you again that I'm saying that Man U is greater than Chelsea. So what are you saying? If you agree, why are you bringing it up again?
So what we are saying is, when you are winning, you cannot. You don't expect a child who just born yesterday to be having the same achievement.
See, you just agreed with me that Man U is greater than. So why are you bringing it up again? We've moved on now. I don't move on.
No, you've never said so.
I said so. I said so. In fact, see, you know what I like? I like it when people listen to me. I emphasize it. I'm going to say it again. Manchester United are greater than Chelsea in any ramification. They are a greater club. In fact, Man United can even be arguably the greatest club from England. Now, only Liverpool comes close. So, you are looking at the table. That table does not talk about the history of English football or in club football in England. If you say which country is the greatest in football or which country is the greatest in Africa, will you mention Nigeria? These things are measured by their success. Ghana has won more titles than Nigeria. Ghana may have won the Nations Cup last time in 1982, but they have more Nations Cup titles than Nigeria. It's a fact. We have 3. They have 4. Cameroon has 5. Egypt has 7. Or even, they get 7. It's a fact. When it comes to the history of the Nations Cup, which is Africa's #1 tournament, Ghana has more titles than Nigeria. Ghana football may not be good. The last time was in 1982, just after we had won our first one. We see winner for 2013. But that does not change history. France started winning the World Cup in 98. Before they won in 2018. Does that make them more successful than Italy or Germany, who have 4-4? That's what we're saying. Germany have 4. Italy have 4. Brazil have 5. Then Argentina has 2. These things are measured. So because you're a Chelsea fan, and I talk Amu, but some of you will choose not and you agree that Man U is actually greater than Chelsea. So what are you saying? You are looking at the table. Not the table, then they look on your phone now. If you have a phone, just type greatest clubs in England. If any browser go bring Chelsea first, no one go bring Chelsea first. No one.
I think they are top 3.
So you want to tell your Pekin now, you want to educate your child now, you tell your child that Chelsea is actually greater than Man U. Let's be responsible now. And they tell you still no one agree. Hello?
Tony, make you know worry your voice now.
No, I know they like make. When would they play?
Jumbo is my name.
Okay, Jumbo.
Don't change the photos now. Aston Villa with that mate now. Aston Villa don't win 7 competition titles. Aston Villa don't win European Cup for 98. Aston Villa be Chelsea mate. Not say Chelsea win Champions League last time they can too. Aston Villa with their mate too. Tell them Nottingham Forest don't win this European Cup twice. Tell them Chelsea no day for.
Hey, you know, in the case of Aston Villa and Nottingham Forest, they don't fall by the wayside.
Yes.
They are falling by the wayside. The successes they had before, they could not sustain it. Chelsea is better than those clubs.
One European Cup.
Who, Aston Villa?
Yes,
no, Chelsea don't pass those ones. Chelsea don't pass Nottingham Forest, pass Aston Villa. Then pass them.
For top division titles.
The titles, they pass them. How does Aston Villa? They're not in the scheme of things anymore.
No Chelsea they can use you. Now Abramovich and pick them up with money over there and teach them how to win. They want the level of Man U. They won't call top 10 clubs for you. Just not you.
All these things.
We'll call Man U, call it back. Even I accept that as of Chelsea.
Let me tell you
don't call
something.
top 10.
See all these things.
It's like you. Bayern Munich, 2 big. IC Milan, Inter Milan.
Benfica self they are ahead of Chelsea.
I know you will call Rangers.
Which club do you support?
Glasgow Celtic.
Benfica is ahead of them. Ajax is ahead of them. Bayern Munich is ahead of them.
When was the last time Benfica won an European Cup?
Juve is ahead of them. Don't tell top 10 club for Europe.
One of these days we're going to look at the top 10. But in England, in England, in fact, this whole thing started with London. We talked about London. In London, today's Chelsea is the king. That's why, because the former king, or they deposed the former king, they went to sleep. That's not now.
How now?
That's not go sleep now. They don't go sleep.
Arsene Wenger.
They went to sleep.
Sorry, Thierry Henry is the one I blame for all these things.
How? Because he didn't score in the final.
Yes, now score a goal and let everybody have peace. He went to say his leg.
Let's see if we can squeeze in one more call. Hello.
Hello, Anthony.
I greet you.
I greet you, sir.
What's your name?
No, so called I greet LJ.
Good afternoon.
You see, Anthony, you should have caused this thing.
How now? How did I cause?
You know, Morga, if you get Morga, they always tell me,
what?
For we people, they always do this trading or something. Morga will always tell me, they already praise one for it. That is the servant, they praise them. Chasing a servant.
How do you mean?
As you don't praise them, chasing a servant, as you don't praise them small, now their head don't swallow. They won't put their hand where their hand no reach.
How do you mean? Wait, how do you mean?
I already praise one boy, you servant, they already praise them. Leave them, they didn't walk. If you praise them, you go start to misbehave. But you don't know. Chasing a servant, in chasing, before they go even start to the top first. Even that's how they talk, that's not the purchase. First, we don't get started, first, we don't get house. You can't compare with landlord.
Okay.
Because you buy two cars. You buy two cars, your neighbor no get car. But
why your neighbor no get car?
Wait, now your neighbor no get car, but you get house and car, which one they better? No, they do Revolution Plus for us.
No, I just don't understand you. I didn't know that was that's where you're going to.
No, now guys, imagine you don't get house, you get two cars. Same thing like what did they win trophy where they don't get stadium? Why did they even win trophy first? Because they compare with Arsenal. Now you cause all this because sometimes you just call like this. You go they pray case because they know what made their fans battle you. But me, they don't ready for them now. Anytime, any day. I like them, maybe they come out. They pray case, the servant. One carry and compare my
Chelsea and one boy. What did you call them again? One boy.
Is it Igba or one boy?
For United to be one boy.
Okay.
One boy.
So you need to calm down.
Yeah?
You need to calm down.
No, I didn't call them. You can't this way. They even compare now with them. Which
okay, you know what? We're going to clear. Okay, we're going to clear the airwaves at this point in time. Also, thank you very, very much for that contribution. We're taking a breather. We are hooking up with our partners in the UK. It's a continuation of Football Live. In between, I'm going to come back. Check out the exploits of Nigerian players abroad, read your comments on social media, and then rejoin our partners, Matthias and Co. They're going to take us across all the big games. His first game in charge will be right here on Football Live. I'm talking about Ralph Ragnick, if you like, but I call him Rafiu. His first game in charge in the Premier League will be right here, live on Sports Radio. So let's go to the UK, where our partners are on standby. Remember, it is Football Live on Sports Radio. Stay with us. We'll be back shortly.
Around the grounds with exclusive updates, goals as they go in.
It's game on at Selhurst Park.
The best way to follow the top action in the Premier League and Europe's top leagues is right here on Football Live.
Absolutely is. Hello everybody, welcome along once more to another edition of Football Live this Sunday afternoon on Brila FM 88.9 Sports Radio. Well, what's coming up across Europe this afternoon? We're about to tell you now. We have 4 games in the Premier League this afternoon, all being covered right here on Football Live this Sunday afternoon. One of them is Manchester United Crystal Palace, and you have to say it's the pick of the bunch. And it's Willkommen to life in the Premier League for their new boss, Ralph Rangnick, and also for that fact, it's a welcome to him to start his reign as Manchester United boss. Can he start off with a win against Patrick Vieira's Crystal Palace side, who've already won in Manchester this season as well? Elsewhere, we are in North London for Tottenham as Antonio Conte's life is starting to really get going in the Premier League. They take on bottom of the table Norwich. Surely a home banker for Tottenham Hotspur as they continue their upward curve up the table. Elsewhere, we are in Yorkshire as Leeds take on Brentford at Ellen Road. And the fourth and final game this afternoon from the Premier League is Steven Gerrard's Aston Villa as they take on Leicester City, of course, who have Wilfred Ndidi, Kelechi Iheanacho and Ademola Lookman in their ranks. We aren't just about the Premier League on Football Live, as we are in Spain as Rayo Vallecano take on Espanyol, as that is our feature match as the two promoted sides face off in the Spanish top flight. Elsewhere, we are in France to see if Terem Moffi can get Lorient firing in their game against Nantes in the French top flight, who also have a Nigerian in Moses Simon in their team. And we are also in Germany for Stuttgart versus Hertha Berlin to come throughout the show. We've also updates from across the continent and across all the other leagues this Sunday afternoon. Where else would you be than right here on Brila FM 88.9 on Football Live? And also, 20 past the hour, we will be with Tony Beccaderemo and his team in Lagos for what the social media interaction is and how the various Nigerian players are faring across the continent. That's all to come between now and 6 p.m. right here on Football Live this Sunday afternoon with me, Matt Isles. Yeah, hello. Again, welcome along. Yes, we hope today is a real cracker throughout Europe and in our feature matches. We hope to be bringing you plenty of goals throughout the show this afternoon. You may be familiar or even unfamiliar with the goal jingle that we have throughout the afternoon. Should there be a goal, you will hear this noise. We hope indeed that we'll be hearing that plenty throughout the show this afternoon. Let's go then to our Premier League matches. Remember, 3 kick off at 2 p.m. this afternoon UK time, or 3 p.m. Nigerian time. We're on air till 6 o'clock Nigerian time, 5 o'clock UK time from our studio. So let's go first then to Manchester, where it's a new era. The interim manager, Ralph Rangnick, takes charge of his first game against Crystal Palace, and our man at Old Trafford is Paddy Ardale, who can tell us what his first team will be against his first opponent in the Premier League. Paddy.
Good afternoon, Matt. Yeah, Ralph Rangnick taking charge of Manchester United for the first time this afternoon. Red Devils welcoming a travelling Crystal Palace to Old Trafford. The home side entering today off the back of a 3-2 home win over Arsenal on Thursday, while Palace suffered a 1-0 defeat away to Leeds United. Obviously, the man in the headlines in midweek was, of course, Cristiano Ronaldo scoring his 800th and 801st career goals as United came from behind to pick up a huge 3 points against Arsenal, and Michael Carrick delivering another positive result for the Red Devils. Now entering a new era under the German, who's open to staying as head coach beyond the end of the season, but he'll be looking to make it back-to-back wins for United in the Premier League for the first time since the middle of September. It's going to be an interesting fixture though, and probably a difficult one against Crystal Palace. United have lost their past 2 home games against the Eagles, as many as in the previous 22 meetings at Old Trafford, which is a sort of bit of a sign of recent times. For Manchester United, they could fail to beat the Eagles for a third consecutive match for the first time since a run of 4 between 1925 and 1970, their last visit from Crystal Palace. They lost 3-1 last season. Ralph Rangnick has resisted the urge to make sweeping changes by the South London lineup, which the news is just coming in now. He's keeping a very similar team to the side that played Arsenal in midweek. We've got David De Gea in goal, Diogo Dalot, Lindelof, Maguire and Telles across the back four, McTominay and Fred, those 2 central midfielders, Sancho, Bruno Fernandes and Marcus Rashford, and up top leading the line is Cristiano Ronaldo. Patrick Vieira's side looks like this. We've got Vicente Guaita in goal, Klein, Tompkins, Guehi and Mitchell across the back 4, Jeffrey Schlupp, Cheku Kiate and Conor Gallagher in a midfield 3, and once again the line is led by Jordan Ayew, Christian Benteke and Wilfried Zaha. Crystal Palace want to turn their form around. Back-to-back Premier League defeats came after a 7-game unbeaten run under Patrick Vieira. Defeat at Leeds in midweek was their first away from home in the league in 4 matches. So there shouldn't be too disheartened going into a United side that will obviously be adjusting to the new system, the disciplined one, under Ralph Rangnick. Couple other stats for you. Crystal Palace failed to score for the first time in 9 games in midweek against Leeds, so they'll be looking to turn that form around. And United, on the other hand, are vying to win consecutive matches in all competitions for the first time since Cristiano Ronaldo turned to the club. So it should be a really exciting afternoon, a cracker of a fixture, and one you won't want to miss. United Palace.
Absolutely, that gets underway in just under an hour's time. Remember, if you want to get involved on our social media page in particular, here's how to do so.
Don't forget that you can interact with us on Facebook. Follow our Facebook page, Football Live NG. That's Football Live NG. And follow all the big football stories and have your say. Go to facebook.com/Football Live NG. Come in, like our page and join our football family.
Yeah, do join our football family and have your say. Your comments are always vitally important throughout the show, and if you're lucky, you can get them read out by Tony and his team when we cross over to them in just over 10 minutes' time. So that is one of the 3 games that we've gone and given you the team news for. As Manchester United take on Crystal Palace at Old Trafford, will Ralph Rangnick get a first win in charge? We will chat to Billy before now and 2 o'clock for a bit more of a chat about the situation at large at Manchester United. But let's cut across then to the other side of England. They go to North London. Tottenham take on Norwich this afternoon, and our man at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium is John Kane to tell us the all-important team news, John.
Yes, good afternoon, man. Good afternoon, everyone. For here from the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium is Spurs Norwich, which, to be honest with you, the bookies already made Spurs about 1-3 favourites to win this game, and Norwich is 8-1 and is still climbing. It's 4-1 for the draw here. But I think everyone can tell you that it's the Spurs for the 3 points here, and I can't see it any other way at the moment. As for the team news, well, Spurs actually got one change for them, and Emerson Royal, who played at midweek, is replaced by Javid Tanganga, and Emerson Royal is actually on the bench today. It's just possibly favouring Tanganga for this game, being Norwich being the weaker team than it was at midweek. As for Norwich, they made 3 changes from midweek. Cezolis, Rock and Sargent has been dropped out, and Lee, Melo and Ida and Omidodame have been dragged in, and now Norwich are playing with 5 in the back as well today, and obviously they're fearing the likes of the Spurs attack. So Spurs got Lloris on goal, Davis, Dyer and Sanchez in defence, Tanganga, Skip, Højbjerg on regular in the midfield, and Lucas Moura on supporting Harry Kane up front. As for Norwich, it's Krul on goal, Aarons, Gibson, Hanley, Omadubdame, Williams in defence. In midfield is Gilmore, Lees Milo and McLean. Up front is Spooky and Ada. And of course, Harry Kane only scored 1 goal this season in the Premier League, and that was about 2 months ago against Norwich. So what a way to restart scoring again for Spurs here against Norwich. So we're expecting probably goals galore here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, but this is football, you just don't know what.
Yeah, exactly that. Thank you for the time being, John Kane. Yeah, he did say expecting goals galore. To some people, you'd expect goals just for one side rather than both of them, wouldn't you? Tottenham going well under Antonio Conte in the league. He drew his first game against Everton, which we did cover on Football Live, remember. Then he managed to beat Leeds, and then also he managed to get a win in midweek against Brentford. The game last week, remember, against Burnley was postponed, so this is only his 4th game in charge since taking over from Nuno Espirito Santo. Remember, Norwich are struggling in the division, but have gone on a little nice mini revival under Dean Smith, yet to lose himself as the Canaries boss. Hopefully he'll be hoping to keep his unbeaten run going this afternoon. Right, so we've covered 2 of the 3 games kicking off at 2 o'clock. Let's go to the other one then. Let's go to the Yorkshire, where it's Leeds against Brentford. Our man watching this from Ellen Road, and no doubt will be feeling a chill in Yorkshire, will be Ryan Francis. Ryan.
And yes, it is very chilly down here in Yorkshire. But another chill, or something that maybe these fans would be getting a bit of a frosty shoulder about, is the relegation zone. Well, if you're a Leeds United fan, then you will definitely be looking over your shoulder considering this weekend's results so far. And they take on a Brentford side which are high flying so far this season, but have slightly dipped in form over the last couple of weeks. Well, let's just have a quick look at the lineups. Well, there is a Nigerian on the team sheet for today, but he is on the bench, and that is Frank Anyaka for Brentford, and he will be on the bench. And the rumour is that apparently he's lacking match fitness, so that is why he does not have a place in the starting 11. But the teams are, well, for Leeds, it's Melissa in goal, Ailing, Lorente, Cooper, Filippo, Phillips is just the holding defender, and then Rafinha, Forshaw, Dallas and Daniel James are the midfielders, with Roberts up front. And for Brentford, it's Fernandez in goal, Good, Jensen and Pinnock making up the back three, Ralav, Bastis, Norgard, Yanlet and Henry in the midfield, and Mumumbo is up front with Canos today, as Ivan Toney is actually missing from the squad completely. But this should be a very interesting game, especially considering that in the last 15 games between these two clubs, there has only ever been one game that has had more than 2.5 goals. So if you're a betting person, definitely under 2.5 goals. And if you're a betting person, if Leeds have won their games, they win it 1-0. If Brentford win their games, it's 2-0. And if it's a draw between these two sides, it ends 1-1. So there is some very good betting odds there for you guys out there.
For the time being, Ryan Francis, yes, we will have a bit more of a chat between now and 2 o'clock. Remember, kickoff is at 3 o'clock Nigerian time or 2 o'clock UK time. As he mentioned there, Frank Onyeka is on the bench for Brentford, and as Ryan alluded to there, is struggling somewhat with a little bit of match sharpness, but hopefully you do hear him come on this afternoon at Ellen Road. The Leeds side, remember, got a much needed win in midweek against Crystal Palace. Brentford got a win, didn't they, last weekend against Everton, as they piled on the misery on Rafael Benitez side, who play tomorrow, incidentally, against Arsenal in the Premier League, which rounds off the weekend. And what rounds us off later on the Sunday show is Aston from Villa Park. That gets underway 5. We're already aware the time difference 1 hour ahead of us in the UK. In the UK time, it gets underway at 4:30. We'll bring the team news to that within the sort of last half an hour stroke hour of the show. There is another game. There's a game, I should say, in the English Championship to come later on. It's 3:30 or 2:30 UK time. Queen's Park Rangers take on Stoke. That's a big game in the Championship, isn't it? Queen's Park Rangers in the top 6 of the division, looking to close the gap on Fulham, and Bournemouth take on a Stoke City side managed by Michael O'Neill these days. So that gets underway in just over an hour's time. Let's now have a word from our sponsors.
Football Live is powered on Brila FM by Chivita, Hollandia and Cowrywise.
Yeah, so we are getting closer to some of our games kicking off across Europe. One game that it has kicked off that we are covering is the game in Spain between Rayo Vallecano and Espanyol. Our man there watching this one for us is Joe Dory. Good afternoon to you, Joe.
Good afternoon. Yep, so at this point, there's been a penalty claim for handball from Rayo Vallecano about 5 minutes in, but there was no check for it. Yeah, nothing's really happened apart from that. Vallecano have started really positively down the left-hand side with Alvaro Garcia linking up well. And besides that, Espanyol, who have struggled away from home this season, have had a bit of a tough start. And one of the players has gone down with a head injury, Sergi Dada, but he's back up now and playing. So yeah, that's about it with 15 minutes played.
Thank you very much for the time being then, Joe. Yes, it is two sides who came up from the second tier in Spain and are both faring well, both in the top 10 of the division. Vallecano just inside the European places, Espanyol just below it, aren't they? And one below their Catalan rivals Barcelona, who lost yesterday, didn't they, to Real Betis in the Spanish top flight. Real Madrid building a big lead now, aren't they? 8 points clear of Sevilla in the Spanish top flight. Remember, there are a couple of games as well. Elche take on Cadiz, which gets underway at 4:15. Levante against Osasuna kicks off at 6:30 after we go off air tonight. Remember, on air till 6 Nigerian time, 5 p.m. time UK. And then later on as well at the Balaidos, Celta Vigo take on Valencia, which is the fourth and final game from Spain this afternoon. Let's go to France then, where it's two Nigerians facing off against each other. Terem Moffe's Lorient against Moses Simon's Nantes. And the man watching this one for us is John White. John.
Hi, I'm here in France right now, and it's a bit of excitement building around this game. It's been called a relegation 6-pointer as 13th place Nantes take on 16th place Lorient. There's only 9 points between 20th place in Ligue 1 and 12th place in Ligue 1, so it's going to be an important game for the table, and a loss will see Nantes edging closer towards that relegation zone. I'm still waiting on team news, can't find it just yet, but if going off recent forms, I think Moses Simon will start up front for Nantes, the Nigerian international. Very much looking forward to this game here.
Yeah, thank you very much for the time being then, John. Yes, I can confirm that Moses Simon is starting in the game, as is Terem Moffi. So that game gets underway at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Elsewhere, we got Monaco versus Metz, Montpellier, Clermont, and also Reims in action against Angers. There is one game currently. Saint-Etienne really struggling, aren't they, at the moment in the French top flight? They are 4-0 down after an hour against Rennes, the side who Tottenham will be playing in the Europa Conference League in midweek. Martin Terrier has hit a hat-trick with an own goal from the Saint-Etienne defender. Van Machon, I should say, has made it 4-0 to Rennes. Also as well, later on, Nice take on Strasbourg, and we have Bordeaux versus Lyon to come at 8:45 this evening in France. You always get a lot of games in the French top flight on a Sunday afternoon. Let's go then let's have a look at the games in the Premier League from yesterday. My goodness me, Liverpool left it late, didn't they, to beat Wolverhampton Wanderers. Divock Origi, the forgotten man at Anfield, was the winner there that took them top of the table. Earlier on, you did see, remember, that Chelsea were beaten in a 5-goal thriller against West Ham, who continue to be the scalp of the big sides, don't they? They beat Liverpool a few weeks ago. They've beaten Manchester United this calendar year. They've also, in the League Cup, that is, they also managed to beat Manchester City in the same competition. So the big guns don't like to play this side, do they? As they won by 3-2. Remember, Lanzini scored from the penalty spot, one of the 3 goals for West Ham. Jared Bowen as well on the score sheet for the Hammers, as well as Arthur Masuaku's goal, which was a rather cross-come shot, you could say, to some, but it looked like to me that it was a shot as it completely caught out Chelsea shot stopper Edouard Mendy, who was beaten in the goal. Chelsea's goal scorers, incidentally, were Thiago Silva. He opened the scoring, and Mason Mount also scored as Chelsea were 2-1 up in that game, but let the lead slip. Also, we saw Newcastle United get their first win in the Premier League yesterday, much needed in a relegation 6-pointer against Burnley. Callum Wilson with the goal there. Rather controversial goal to some degree. Sean Dyche wasn't happy about how Nick Pope may have been fouled, but Newcastle won't care one bit. They got the benefit of the doubt from the referee as Callum Wilson thundered in a goal that gave Newcastle a much needed win, their first one of the season and their first one under new coach Eddie Howe. And also as well, there was a late draw for Brighton against Southampton. Southampton scored for Armando Broja in the game before Brighton equalised. Neil Maupay scoring in back-to-back away games, and late on as well, that saw Brighton get their 8th draw from their last 10 games. And then also as well, we saw Manchester City wipe the floor with Watford and continue the great form of Bernardo Silva as he hit 2 in the game against Watford. Emmanuel Dennis did play in that game. Right then, Let's go over to Lagos, shall we? For the first time this afternoon, let's go over to Tony Becker-Deremo and his team to tell us what the social media interaction is and how the Nigerian players are faring across the continent and who could be playing for their respective sides this afternoon. Over to you, Tony.
Yeah, thank you very much, Matt Isles. Like you said, I will be going first of all to social media, Sports Radio. Brila FM is our fan page address on Facebook. Once you like the page, you can post comments and contributions. I'm going to start off with Patrick Ife Diba, who says, in the voice of Peter Drury, the Lord is upset. Chelsea got rid of Moses and Abraham and brought in Saul, or he brought in Saul, and the Lord sent David to destroy Chelsea. Obviously talking about what happened last night in London when West Ham beat Chelsea by 3-2. Elsewhere on social media, let's go to St. Stephen Okechukwu, who is saying, okay, thank you very much. Innocent Okwara says, worldwide, Brila FM, the best league on earth. The EPL is gathering momentum. Congratulations to West Ham for a job well done. Lorenzo Gomez says, English clubs with the most trophies. Manchester United with 66 trophies, Liverpool 65, Arsenal 48, Chelsea 32, Manchester City 28, Tottenham Hotspur 26, Aston Villa 25 trophies, Everton 24, Newcastle 14, Nottingham Forest 13 trophies, and it goes on and on and on. Perhaps taking a cue from our earlier discuss where we talked about Chelsea and their trophies. Puerto Peter Maye says he's expecting Aston Villa to draw against Leicester City, and he expects Man United and Tottenham Hotspur to win in their respective fixtures today. Look no further, the action is right here on Brila. Let's of course go elsewhere. Let's look at the exploits of Nigerian players and how they fared so far. Let's start off in Russia, where Kimki fell 2-1 at home to Arsenal Tula. There was a Nigerian involvement. Brian Idowu, Nigeria international, made 7 tackles successfully and made 4 interceptions, but he received his matching orders, received a red card as his side Kimki fell at home 2-1 to Arsenal Tula. Elsewhere in Russia, Sylvester Ibonu is listed as a substitute for Dynamo Moscow. They are playing against Ufa, his former club side. Frank Onyeka is listed in the starting 11 for Brentford, who are playing at Ellen Road. They are playing against Leeds United. And then in Turkey, Kamagumruk have listed the Super Eagles captain Ahmed Musa as one of their substitutes. They're currently playing goalless at Giresunspor. Let's also tell you that in the Ukraine, there's a game between Inhulets and Zohar Luhansk. Inhulets are playing away from home, and they have a Nigerian, Stephen Gope. He's very much in the thick of the action. David Okereke is starting in the Serie A. He starts for Venezia. They're playing against Verona. Tyrone Ebui, also of Nigeria, is listed as a substitute for Venezia. Let's of course tell you that Teremasa Murphy has returned to the starting 11 for Lorient, and they're playing against another Nigerian. They're playing against Nantes, who have Moses Dide Simon in their starting 11. So that's it, Madiles, when you look at the social media comments and you look at the exploit of Nigerian players. Let's take a breather, and when we come back, we certainly will go rejoin Madiles and his team of reporters. They're across Europe reporting the matches. It is Football Live on Sunday. It is right here on Brila.
Football Live. There's nothing like it on weekends.
It's the time of the year. Come, let's chill together. Pop Chivita, make we jolly. All over Naija, anywhere you dey. Share Chivita with your family and friends. Enjoy this Christmas. Let's celebrate with Chivita. Ooh, yeah.
Juice up this season with a special Chivita Christmas packs available in stores near you.
Holla to the season of fun, hope rising, cherish the season, relish the nourishment. Hollandia, celebrate the season's goodness. Hollandia.
Have you picked up your Hollandia Yogurt Christmas pack yet? Get yours today in stores near you.
This is
Nonso for Sports 234 News. I'm reporting from a viewing center where fans are gathering to support their clubs. The atmosphere is tense. The fans are on edge. Let's find out what's on the mind of the fans. What expectations do you have for this match?
We are winning this game.
Are you predicting any saves?
Definitely. My club is known for saving goals.
And how do you celebrate when your team scores
Cowrie-wise saves for me automatically without stress.
There's a new way to meet your savings and investment goals. Build a savings habit every week and every time your team scores, and join thousands of fans in the club savings circle as you save and support each other and your clubs.
Mr. Newscaster, what are you doing?
Downloading the Cowrie-wise app.
Download the Cowrie-wise app on iOS or Android and kick off a new kind of saving. Cowrie-wise. Plan, save, invest.
Committed to taking you closer to the action.
This is
Sports Radio, Brila FM.
You are listening to Football Live with Matt Isles and his team of reporters. Around the grounds with exclusive updates, goals as they go in.
It's game on at Selhurst Park.
The best way to follow the top action in the Premier League and Europe's top leagues is right here on Football Live.
Absolutely is. Thank you very much, Tony Beckerderemo and his team in Lagos. Yeah, you've got a flavour of some of the Nigerian players currently playing, and of course there will be more throughout the afternoon when we get the respective team sheets. They are scattered all over the continent, aren't they, these Nigerian players? From England, where you potentially could be seeing Kelechi Iheanacho, Wilfred Ndidi play for Leicester later on, to even, as Ryan Francis mentioned, Frank Onyeka being on the bench. We will go across to our three reporters covering the various Premier League matches, have a bit more of a chat in depth very, very shortly. Let's get a bit of news coming across the other leagues. In Serie A, a full-time score, Bologna 2, Fiorentina 3. Big question is, how many did Dusan Vlahovic get? Of man who is in great form for Fiorentina. Well, I can tell you, he got one of their 3 goals this afternoon. It was from the penalty spot. The scoring went like this in this 5-goal thriller. Yusuf Malé had given Fiorentina the lead, and Bologna equalised through Gambian Musa Barrow in the game. So it was 1-0 at the break. Christian Biraghi made it 2-1. Vlahovic made it 3-1 with 23 minutes left of the game to go before Scottish left-back Aaron Hickey managed to pull a goal back 7 minutes from time, but it wasn't enough as Fiorentina ran out 3-2 winners at the Stadio Renato Dell'Ara Stadium in Bologna. At 3 o'clock, Spezia take on Sassuolo in the Italian top flight. Spezia, of course, coached by Thiago Motta, aren't they, these days? That gets underway at 3 o'clock Nigerian time, 2 o'clock UK time. We've got Venezia versus Verona as well that kicks off later. Remember, David Okereke is part of the Venezia squad these days and is starting up front alongside the French striker Thomas Henry. No relation to Thierry Henry is the case there. So that is another game that kicks off at 3 o'clock. Sampdoria Lazio is 6 o'clock. That gets underway after we just go off air, and then Juventus take on Genoa later on at 9:15. Well, of course, we will be back next Saturday and Sunday as ever. Here is what's to come for the second weekend shows in December.
We will be back on Brila FM with Football Live next Saturday afternoon from 2 o'clock with Chris Baldwin, your host, and his team of reporters around the grounds. 4 brilliant matches lined up in the Premier League. We'll also be across the Bundesliga, La Liga and Serie A on what promises to be a very exciting afternoon of football for you football fans out there listening on Brila FM. Well, let's have a look at the 4 matches that are taking place in the Premier League. No doubt of the match that really stands out. Steven Gerrard takes Aston Villa back to his old stomping ground. That's right, he returns to Anfield. Liverpool against Aston Villa. is one of the 3 matches kicking off mid-afternoon. The other 2 are both in London. Arsenal taking on Southampton, Chelsea at home to Leeds United. The early kick-off is Manchester City against Wolverhampton Wanderers. We'll be in the Bundesliga for Bayern Munich against Mainz. We'll drop down to the Championship in England. 2 matches involving Nigerian players, West Bromwich Albion against Reading and Huddersfield Town against Coventry City. Both games of importance to the top end of the division, where teams are vying for promotion to the Premier League, of course. In Italy, our featured game with a reporter at the ground will be Fiorentina against Salernitana, whilst in Spain we'll keep a very close eye on Espanyol, who take on Levante. So a very exciting afternoon of football lined up for you next Saturday afternoon with Chris Baldwin and his team of reporters from 2 o'clock here on Brila FM. Be sure to join us on Football Live next Saturday afternoon. It should be a cracker.
It'll be a cracker indeed. Yeah, Chris Baldwin is your man for the show next Saturday. In that game that stands out, Stephen Gerrard going to Anfield, where he is adored as a player, isn't he? Won the Champions League 2005, and, you know, as we know, is a Liverpool god, isn't he, in modern day one anyway, as he's the Aston Villa manager. They'll be featuring later on, remember, when they take on Leicester City. Let's go across then to our Premier League games. We had a brief chat with our 3 reporters. Remember, Paddy Ardale's covering Manchester United versus Crystal Palace. We've got John Kane covering the game between Tottenham and Norwich, and also Ryan Francis is watching Leeds versus Brentford. Let's go to Old Trafford first then with Paddy Ardale. Paddy, let's talk about Ralph Rangnick. He's had a bit of a delayed sort of start to being Manchester United manager due to work permit issues, but he's finally in the dugout for this afternoon's game. What are you expecting from Ralph Rangnick? Do you think you're going to see his style of play come across early on, or is it just very much still trying to get to know the players?
Well, yeah, good afternoon again, Matt. I think Ralph Rangnick's in quite a fortunate position, obviously with the permit issues, that he had this sort of interim stage where he could, you know, experience how the team was performing, and more importantly, watch Michael Carrick have a pretty decent couple of games while looking after that United side following Solskjaer's departure, and I think he'll be quite heartened by the result in midweek against Arsenal. United, they still didn't look, you know, the side that they can be with the sheer quality in that lineup, but he's been able to experience that Old Trafford atmosphere, and in his, you know, he's just had his first programme notes to the fans, and so he's had a really fortunate start in which he can sort of have this sort of, you know, teething stage with United, but, you know, it's still not going to be easy, because it's going to have to be something that United fans will have to be patient on. We've seen it ever so many times with new managers, and, you know, having this stage where they're warming to the side. We saw it with Klopp at Liverpool, for example, and what will be interesting is Palace is not an easy fixture. Obviously they beat City 2-0 away from home at the end of October, which I covered a couple of months back, and obviously they were victorious at Old Trafford in the Premier League last season, recording a 3-1 win, and they haven't actually lost to United since September 2017 at Old Trafford, so it should be a really interesting fixture, and one to observe, because Solskjaer and Rangnick don't have, you know, identical playing styles, and Rangnick's become, you know, he's epitomised a very disciplined playing style at Leipzig, for example. I think I couldn't call it at the moment, Matt. The odds at the moment have United 3-5 to win, Palace 6-1, so obviously they are the favourites, but United are improving. Since Solskjaer's departure, everyone's sort of playing for their place now. There's a sort of urgency in that United team that doesn't rely on the idea of McTominay and Fred starting every game in midfield. You know, they've got such a strong squad, and it will look to utilise that. What is interesting as well is it's a completely unchanged side from the victory in midweek against the Gunners, and I think that epitomises again his sort of mentality. He's spoken and said, you know, we got the win. The players are all fit. Why change that? So I think the Old Trafford fans will be heartened by that mentality, but they won't be, you know, you won't be brimming with confidence, but you'll have a sort of glass half full outlook ahead of this fixture. But yeah, I couldn't call it at the moment. I think you'd like to say that United will win, because, you know, when you've got Cristiano Ronaldo leading your line, you don't really have many excuses. But that being said, Patrick Vieira's side have pulled off a few upsets despite a recent dip in form, so it should be really interesting.
Absolutely. I mean, just briefly talking about Ralph Rangnick, because he has, said he doesn't mind having the job at the moment. He's here for what sounds like at least 2 years. He wants to build the club from top to bottom. What do you think's going to truthfully happen in your eyes? Because, it's a position at the moment he probably doesn't know himself. I mean, if you flash forward 6 months' time, you could win the FA Cup, get top 4. Does he get a longer contract? Does the interim manager then become the boss again, long term, or does he go upstairs and help the guy who's in charge? I mean, it feels like the club's in his hands at the moment, doesn't it? And he's going to be effectively, to some degree, maybe calling the shots, you'd have to say, surely.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's probably what United fans want. You don't really want to be in this sort of limbo stage with new gaffers for too long. You want to sort of get into the groove of things, get a manager that understands the DNA of the football club, understands his players, understands his squad, and then can start producing results. He knows his style of play. He's the godfather of the Gegenpress, or whatever we want to call it. So United fans will want someone who's going to emulate that mentality and the passion that Sir Alex Ferguson had all those years ago, and it's been a sort of rebuilding stage ever since David Moyes took over all those years ago. So yeah, he said he's looking, he wants to stay there beyond the end of this season, but you don't want to you want to sort of exist in the current moment and just focus on getting results, because 7th in the Premier League at the moment. Yes, they've turned it around from the torrid form that they were in under Solskjaer at points. But that being said, it's a really competitive league season. They're only 5 or 6 points off the top 4. They'll probably want to be looking to get Champions League football. I think that's a sort of a big goal for all of the fans. But ideally, you want Rangnick to understand the club and bring his playing style to that squad, which is just so gifted. They really have no excuses, Matt, in my opinion, to explain why they aren't getting results and ultimately why they aren't winning well, they want to be winning silverware. The FA Cup is one that they'll look to. We saw, that's why Arteta's probably kept his job back in, winning the FA Cup in 2020. It's going to be really interesting, and United have had this sort of curse where they haven't really had a manager that has been well recruited and delivered since Sir Alex Ferguson. Also interesting is Rangnick with Leipzig, he assembled the Bundesliga's youngest team. His transfer strategy is focused on the up and coming, so he's got a really gifted squad, but he's not going to be short of options. And he's proven himself in the Bundesliga, so it will be a really interesting test. It's far too early to call, but it's such an exciting era for United fans. But what they don't want is a repeat of managers of old. Obviously Mourinho and Van Gaal got them silverware despite not having the fortunes that United have become renowned for having in the last decade or two. I think ideally he'll want to be staying on for a bit longer, but right now he's just got to focus on turning the form around, keeping the form going that Carrick managed to sort of salvage, shoring up that team, having a starting 11 and a matchday squad that he knows can deliver results.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Paddy Arduye will be going across to you throughout the show as he's going to bring you updates of Manchester United versus Crystal Palace. And speaking about Ralph Rangnick, you've had Jurgen Klopp, you've had Julian Nagelsmann, Thomas Tuchel reportedly be influenced under his management. As Paddy rightly alluded to, he is called the godfather of Gegenpress. Bit of a scoreline in Scotland, not a surprise here that Celtic are winning, and they're winning by 3-0 against Dundee United. They keep the pressure on Rangers at the top of the Scottish Premier League. Tom Rogic, David Turnbull, and a goal from Liam Scales have put Celtic 3-0 up in their game. They are absolutely flying at the moment under Ange Postecoglou in the lead. In the league, I should say, and they are 4 points behind Rangers, incidentally, in the table. Well, if you want to have if you want to get our Facebook address and you want to have your say on any football matters, here is how to do so.
Don't forget that you can interact with us on Facebook. Follow our Facebook page, Football Live NG. That's Football Live NG. And follow all the big football stories and have your say. Go to facebook.com/Football Live NG. Come in, like our page and join our football family.
Yeah, do join our football family. Keep the conversation flowing. Tony Becca-Derema and his team in Lagos did read out some of your tweets that you were sending in. There was a lot of comment about Chelsea, wasn't it, after their performance yesterday? A little bit of a wobble under Thomas Tuchel. Maybe their title credentials have been questioned somewhat following their defeat yesterday. Let's go across then to North London. John Kane's watching Tottenham versus Norwich. He brought you the team news of that game. John, let's talk about Tottenham. First of all, Antonio Conte did say that this Tottenham job is the biggest one he's ever had in his career. He's come in at Juventus, had to rebuild, do a great job. Came in at Chelsea, rebuilt, did a good job to some degree. Same went into Milan. Everywhere he's gone, he's rebuilt, done the job with an endless pot, you could say, to some degree before leaving. It feels like at Tottenham that he's going to have to take a long time to get it to how he wants, isn't it?
Very much so. I think he realised how big of the task is, especially in the game against Mora in the Conference League, European Conference League, and he saw the defensive errors. I mean, I really could not but say that come the summer or even the winter transfer that we will see people like Davinson Sanchez playing for Tottenham Hotspur. He's been absolute liability. That's the nicest way I can say about him. He hasn't been good enough for Spurs even beforehand, and the defence at Tottenham is a cracking defence, cracking that in a good way. He's just cracking, and he knows that he needs to do something to make that defence and the midfield ability of it a bit stronger than it was before. And in Mora, it's just proved that. Yes, they're beating Brentford, yes, they're beating Leeds, and they drew it away from Everton, but it's all part of the building process as far as Conte is concerned. I think going forward, he's got an issue. I don't think he's got an issue at all. He brought in Mora, he's been playing all the time alongside Son and Harry Kane, and all three of them being absolutely fantastic to watch. It's been absolutely thrilling from the Spurs fans' perspective. But the problem is in the back more than actually going forward, and that is something he's really, really looking at. We heard about a few big names being mentioned coming in. Steven De Vrij from Inter Milan. He's a big name. Apparently, he might be even willing to come to Spurs in December, so on January, I beg pardon. So we shall wait and see. And it's something definitely that proves my point that there's something probably in the back for Tottenham.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, John. I mean, he's not afraid to wield the axe, is he, Antonio Conte? I mean, the good example is when he was at Inter Milan, he got rid of their star striker Mauro Icardi and brought Lukaku in, and to be fair, that was a stroke of genius, wasn't it? Because Lukaku's goal-scoring record was phenomenal. I mean, you know, the big question for Tottenham fans, I guess, is, you know, he's got that three of Mora, Son and Kane. We're yet to see the best of Harry Kane. I think it's one Premier League goal he scored this season, which came against Newcastle United. You know, the big thing for Tottenham fans is he's got to try and get the best out of this group of players, surely. You know, that three in particular, because if they get going, they're phenomenal, aren't they?
Oh, very much so. On paper, that team looks really, really good, doesn't it? Especially going forward. Harry Kane, I mean, if he doesn't start rolling his sleeves up a bit, I mean, we saw him scoring so many goals for England in the last couple of weeks, and he's been scoring outside the Premier League, but in the Premier League game he's only got that one, which for Conte's level of expectations is not really, you know. Vlahovic has been repeated more often lately. Could be another player coming into Spurs, but if you bring in Vlahovic, that would put a question mark on Harry Kane. If he's not producing the goals, like you said, Antonio Conte is not scared, and he won't be frightened to say to open the door to Kane and say, look, you're not good enough for me, I'll bring someone else. But 2 years ago, Kane was mentioned to Conte, and he said he is one of the best strikers in the world. So we should wait and see what happens in January. Is Vlahovic will be coming in, or will be keeping, or with Conte will be sticking with Harry Kane up front?
Very interesting to see how that develops with January just round the corner. Thank you for the time being, John Kane. Yeah, he's in position. His game gets underway in call of an hour's time as Tottenham take on Norwich. Struggling, aren't they, in the Premier League? But as I mentioned, unbeaten under Dean Smith so far in the top flight since he arrived, replacing Daniel Farke, who was sacked. He's been unbeaten in 3 matches, and of course the game before that, Farke ended his reign with a win away at Brentford. As we now receive a word from our sponsors.
Football Live is powered on Brila FM by Chivita, Hollandia and Cowrywise.
Yeah, we are getting closer and closer to the action getting underway on Football Live, and we've got a feature match from France. Lorient against Nantes. Terem Moffi starting for Lorient against Moses Simons. Nantes, who is also playing in that game. So stay tuned for the updates for that throughout the show. We've got 3 Premier League games kicking off at 2 o'clock. We've gone extensively into detail and conversation with Paddy Ardale and John Kane. Let's have a chat then with Ryan Francis, who's watching Leeds versus Brentford. This one feels potentially, Ryan, like it's maybe a bit too close to call, and maybe for you watching inside the stadium, could be quite an interesting watch and quite a classic.
It definitely could. I mean, if you look at the league table, both of these teams are, well, I mean, Brentford not as much, but Leeds are definitely flirting with danger. But actually, if Leeds can pull off a win here against Brentford, they could jump the team they're playing today and get back up into 12th or 11th place. If Brentford can beat Leeds here, then they could jump Crystal Palace, depending on how Crystal Palace do against Manchester United. So both teams have something to play for here. But as I said earlier, this game doesn't tend to produce too many goals, with one of the last 15 having over 2.5 goals. But this fixture does have a reputation for producing yellow and red cards. In the last 15 games, there has been a total of 37 cards being issued between these two teams. So it could be very feisty here.
Yeah, it could be indeed. I mean, you know, you look at Leeds United, they scored a penalty in the last minute, didn't they, on Tuesday to beat Crystal Palace. They've struggled somewhat this season under Marcelo Bielsa. Do you worry, if you're a Leeds United fan, about the fact that maybe they might be having a case of second season syndrome, perhaps?
I mean, I think it's a little bit too early to hit the panic button yet, but if we get through the January transfer window and not too much changed in the way of the bringing players in and the way of the results are going against Leeds, then we could be looking at possibly Leeds being in that relegation dogfight come May. Brentford, I feel like they had a great start to the season, but are starting to now show what life in the Premier League is actually like for a team that's been promoted from the Championship. But I don't think it's anything to worry about. I think that Thomas Frank and his side can turn this around, and I mean, what a team to turn it around against a Leeds team that are struggling to find their form at the moment.
Absolutely. I mean, you speak about Brentford, they are 12th in the table, 6 points above 18th place. Burnley and Newcastle and Norwich are all on the same points in that bottom 3. I mean, the honeymoon period may be over after such a bright start, but, you know, if you asked any Brentford fan, Ryan, after you know, quite comfortable mid-table, they would have definitely slapped your hand off in their first Premier League campaign, wouldn't they?
Oh, definitely, 100%. And I mean, you look at the teams that are around them that are also sitting on 16 points. I mean, Crystal Palace, they're quite well. Aston Villa doing quite well under Steven Gerrard. Southampton, I mean, they've done quite well as well. So, you know, the teams that are playing around Brentford is nothing. But something that would worry Brentford is that if you look at the last 5 games in terms of form, well, Leeds are sitting 6th in the form table, around with the likes of Chelsea, Arsenal and, again, Crystal Palace. So, those 5 games, they have started to find their something what Brentford should just slightly be wary of.
Absolutely. It does promise to be an interesting encounter. Always is when Leeds seem to play, don't they? Ryan Francis watching that one. 10 minutes or just under to go, or just over, I should say, until kick-off gets underway there, as well as Manchester United, Crystal Palace, and Tottenham versus Norwich. Aston Villa, Leicester to come at 5:30 Nigerian time, 4:30 UK time. So we'll bring the team news to that when we get it. Just the latest from the Netherlands. AZ Alkmaar 0, Sparta Rotterdam 0. Maduka Okoye these days does play for Sparta Rotterdam, but he is on his way out of the club, isn't he? He's going to Watford in the January transfer window, but of course he's not been actually used by Sparta Rotterdam today, but his side, or his old side, or current side as you could call it now, are drawn at the moment. The Go Ahead Eagles and FC Twente is 0-0. RKC Waalwijk beat NEC Nijmegen by 2-1. Breen, Erdgaard, and then a goal from Kuipers in the 93rd minute saw the win for Waalwijk, who turned it around to win by 2-1 after falling behind. We'll have a quick advert break, but then when we return, we'll be getting closer and closer to our 4 matches kicking off at 2 o'clock.
This is Nonso for Sports 234 News. I'm reporting from a viewing center where fans are gathering to support their clubs. The atmosphere is tense. The fans are on edge. Let's find out what's on the mind of the fans. What expectations do you have for this match?
We are winning this game.
Are you predicting any saves?
Definitely. My club is known for saving goals.
And how do you...
Cowrie-wise saves for me automatically without stress.
There's a new way to meet your savings and investment goals. Build a savings habit every week and every time your team scores, and join thousands of fans in the club savings circle as you save and support each other and your clubs.
Mr. Newscaster, what are you doing?
Downloading the Cowrie-wise app.
Download the Cowrie-wise app on iOS or Android and kick off a new kind of saving. Cowrie-wise. Plan, save, invest.
Committed to taking you closer to the action.
This is
Sports Radio, Brila FM.
There's the whistle, and we're on the way.
Hi, my name is Okwe from Cowrie-wise. Yeah, it's me. If you're a soccer fan like me, you definitely follow one of the biggest football clubs. And if you are a true fan, you are also a member of the Cowrie-wise Club Saving Circle. A saving circle for fans who love their teams, but love saving even more. This is how it works. Every week, you automatically save an amount. And for every goal your team scores, you also save money. When your club does well, so do you. You get to enjoy the taste of victory and also earn a handsome interest rate on the saved money. My boys never disappoint me. And neither does Cowrie-wise.
Automatically put money in your savings every time your team scores from now till the end of the season, and join thousands of fans as you save and support each other and your clubs. Download the Cowrie-wise app on iOS or Android and kick off a new kind of saving. Cowrie-wise. Plan, save, invest.
You are listening to Football Live.
You are indeed listening to Football Live. We are edging closer and closer to the 3 Premier League matches getting underway, and also our featured match in France, which John White is watching, Lorient versus Nantes, which of course will see Tere Moffi up against Moses Simon, 2 Super Eagles players. Let's go across then to Spain, where it's half-time in our feature match, which got underway at 2 o'clock this afternoon Nigerian time, 1 o'clock UK time. Rayo Vallecano versus Espanyol. It might be 0-0, Joe Dory, but by all accounts you've had quite an interesting watch. Seems to have lost Joe Dory there a little bit, so we'll go back to him very, very shortly. So it is 0-0 there, but he certainly has quite a little bit to talk about there. Remember, later on, Elche v Cadiz is a kick-off at 4:15. 6:30, Levante Osasuna will be getting underway, and then at the Balaidos, Celta Vigo take on Valencia at 9 o'clock. That is Nigerian time. You are 1 UK time. We are on air till 6 p.m. Remember, in Nigeria, 5 o'clock UK time, and we are nearly 1 hour in. Let's go to the Bundesliga then. Our residential expert Billy Andrews is ready and waiting, where the crowds might have decreased due to the restrictions on the COVID pandemic, but certainly you wouldn't expect it to stop the Stuttgart and Hertha Berlin fans from making noise, would you, Billy Andrews?
No, Matt, you definitely wouldn't. There might only be 15,000 here at the Mercedes-Benz Arena, but you wouldn't know it. You'd think it was full capacity of 61,000. And for Stuttgart, Pellegrino Matarazzo makes just one change from last week's 2-1 win against Mainz, with Atakan Karazor always being a doubt after receiving a knock, and he's been replaced by Hamadi Al-Gadioui. I'll give you the full team in a moment, but in contrast at Hertha Berlin, it's been all changed this week, with Pal Dardai getting the sack after a run of bad results. He's been replaced by Turkish manager Tayfun Korkut, who Stuttgart national and managed Stuttgart back in 2018. So it's not a glitz and glamour game in the Bundesliga today, but there's definitely a narrative as Stuttgart come up against a former manager and native of the city. The full lineup for Stuttgart: you've got Alexander Schwolo in goal, for Stuttgart you've got Florian Müller, Covrantinos Mavropanos, Anton and Ito in a back three, Endo, Massimo, Berna Souza, Oriol Mangala and Forster in a midfield five, and up front, as I said, Al-Gadioui replaces Katakan, and he's up front with Omar Marmouche. For Hertha Berlin, Korkut, he names his first side as Hertha Berlin manager: Alexander Schwolo in goal, Pekarik, captain Dedrick Boyata, former Manchester City player, is back after a 3-match suspension. Jordan Tarangiri comes into the defence alongside Marvin Plattenhardt, and there's a midfield four of Derrida, Escobar, Richer and Maloda, and up front it's Belfodil and Stefan Jovetic. If you're a betting man, the bookies have Stuttgart at 6-5 and Hertha Berlin at 23-10. So Stuttgart clear favourites, but this game is 14th against 15th. Both teams on 13 points. Kick-off in just over half an hour.
I mean, we've got plenty to talk about from the Bundesliga, but let's talk about Hertha Berlin, because you talked about they've made a managerial change. Pal Dardai gone again. I mean, he's twice left Hertha Berlin now as the club legend. Quite a good player in his heyday as well, the Hungarian. Tayfun Korkut has come in, quite a well-known name, and as well a former Stuttgart manager, if I'm not wrong as well, Billy Andrews. Are you surprised by the change at all?
I'm not surprised at all, and I don't think anyone in Berlin would be surprised either. You look at the run of results, and I think the final nail in that coffin for the second time for Pal Dardai would have been that defeat to Union Berlin, the changing of the guard in Berlin. Now it was a city of blue, let's be honest, it's now a city of red. Union Berlin firmly taking the current status of best team in the city, and last time they sacked Pal Dardai, they went through, I think it was 8 managers before eventually decided to go back with him, so we'll see how many it takes them this time. But Korkut, he's a good manager, but his last outing in the Bundesliga was a relegation with Hanover. So it'll be interesting to see if he can get this Hertha Berlin team singing from the same hymn sheet, because they spent a lot of money. There's some talented players in there, but it's just not happened for them this season.
Absolutely, and the big news today, of course, was that Jesse Marsch was sacked as RB Leipzig manager. His assistant, Achim Bayerlozer, is going to be taking over in temporary charge. Again, you know, you talked about how Pal Dardai was not a surprise sacking. This feels like one that was inevitably going to happen, wasn't it?
Yeah, this was one that had been brewing for, if you believe the comments from the RB Leipzig CEO, Oliver Mintzlaff, had been brewing for a number of months. There was a 2-1 defeat to Union Berlin, Nigerian Taiwo Awani scoring again, and it was described by Mintzlaff to DAZN as catastrophic, which you never want to hear from your employer. And he's gone, but it's the revelations that's come out that he repeatedly, according to the hierarchy at Leipzig, came to them and said, I don't think I'm the right man. There was unease in the dressing room. Players didn't feel like he was utilising them properly. The only one that will be sad to see him go is Christopher Nkunku, who's having the season of his life. But there's more problems at RB Leipzig than just Jesse Marsch. You know, there was no heir for Timo Werner when he was sold in 2020. They passed on Patrick Schick after a good loan spell at RB Leipzig, and he scored 4 yesterday for Bayer Leverkusen in a 7-1 win over Greuther Fürth. And it baffles me that the way they do business, because you cannot lose Upamecano and Ibrahima Konate, your centre-back pairing. You cannot lose Marcel Sabitzer, and you cannot lose Julian Nagelsmann, all in the same transfer window. So I think it was a poison challenge for anyone, but Jesse Marsch, fair play to him if you believe the stories, knew his shortcomings. But there's no one that I can think of that can get them to finishing second place like they did last year. They've lost 6 games already, and they only lost 7 in the entirety of last season.
Interesting that you say that. Yeah, they've got an interim manager at the moment, as I mentioned, in Akim Bayalazer. But of course, what we do know about RB Leipzig and their connections with Salzburg is that, you know, they do tend to swap managers over or swap people around, and certainly one name that springs to mind is the Salzburg manager Matthias Jaissel. So that could be something that might be brewing, surely, Billy.
Yeah, I think maybe because of the Red Bull connection, Jaissel would be a manager that they'd look to appoint. I think if they're going to go with an interim, someone like Lucien Favre to just sort of steady the ship and get them playing a style of football that I think Leipzig want to play. I think Jesse Marsch was too conservative with how he wanted to play, but he wasn't helped by the players that they lost. And, you know, let's be honest, if you come from RB Salzburg, it's the Austrian Bundesliga, it's not as prolific, it's not as good as the Bundesliga. So maybe there's a rule to be learned for Leipzig that just because it's the same umbrella, you shouldn't always appoint the RB Salzburg manager.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you very much for that one there. Billy Andrews gives his thoughts on Jesse Marsch's sacking. Some good revelations have come out there from the Bullet yesterday. Union Berlin are a team at the moment who seem to be the Grim Reapers for managers, as Paul Dardai was given the sack following a loss in the Berlin derby last week. Leipzig lost yesterday to Union Berlin, as he mentioned there. Let's try again and go over to Spain, shall we, for a half-time report. Our featured game, Rayo Vallecano versus Espanyol, is goalless, but as I understand, Joe Dory, you've seen quite a lot of action.
Yeah, the Estadio de Falecas here in Madrid, it's been really busy so far. I can see why Vallecano have the best home record in La Liga. It's a really hostile atmosphere. They've had lots of chances, lots of free kicks going in. A couple of headers have flown just wide, and there was a chance just before the half-time whistle that just dribbled across the goal mouth and just about missed out. Past the post, the wrong side of the post. We're at half-time here. Espanyol played some nice stuff, but they haven't really threatened too much, and I think, to be honest, the bookies had Vallecano as favourites before the game, and it's clear to see why. Espanyol have not really found their feet in the game, and it's been quite a tasty fixture. The referees had to get involved a lot, so I think this one could go Vallecano's way in the second half, unless Espanyol come out in a different way. But if it's more of the same, I think Vallecano will take the lead in no time, really.
Interesting that you say that. Thank you very much, Joe Doria. Second half will get underway very, very shortly. We've just had the kick-off underway in our 3 Premier League matches. Manchester United, Crystal Palace. Remember Ralph Rangnick's first game in charge there. Leeds versus Brentford and Tottenham versus Norwich also got underway between Lorient and Nantes in our featured match in France. Let's bring you the latest then from Turkey. It is Giresunspor 0, Fatih Karagümrük 1. Ahmed Musa on the bench for the visitors, and his side are leading. Alexander Pesic with the goal there that gives them the lead. It is half-time between Hatayspor and Istanbul Başakşehir, with the visitors leading by 3-0. Daniel Alexic and Stefan Okaka, formerly of Watford, with the goals that have put them 3-0 up at the break against the home team Hatayspor. And a full time from earlier on, Kayserispor 2 and Talyaspor 0. Kayserispor had 2 sent off, but were able to still score twice with goals from Mame Tiam. Mario Gavranovic was sent off for 2 yellow cards, as well as a red card for their player Dimitrios Kolovetsios, the experienced defender, but it didn't matter anyway. Kayserispor won by 2-0. Let's go to John Kane quickly, because there's been a big chance in the game at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. But who, John?
It was for Norwich, believe it or not. 3 minutes gone, still 0-0, but Norwich had a fantastic chance. Now, Harry Kane's with the ball just outside the penalty area. He just bet me for a second, and it's gone. And Norwich managed to intercept that attack, but no, best chance of the game so far. It was a big chance. It was Billy Gilmore from the right-hand side, got inside the penalty area, passed it to Pukki from about 6 yards away from goal, but his shot was straight at Hugo Lloris, and then it was cleared by the defenders. It's a big chance for Norwich, and to be honest with you, for the first 3-4 minutes now, Norwich are the ones are more lively than Spurs, but still 0-0.
0-0, and Norwich might look at this game and sense it's a free hit. They're looking to move off the bottom of the table, but aren't they? Move 1 point clear of the two other sides in the bottom. Remember, Newcastle beating Burnley yesterday has meant all three sides are on 10 points, so it is 0-0 there. Also 0-0 between Manchester United and Crystal Palace, and Leeds versus Brentford. Well, if you want to have your say, post your comments on anything to do with football onto Brila FM's official Facebook page. Here's the all-important address.
Don't forget that you can interact with us on Facebook. Follow our Facebook page, Football Live NG. That's Football Live NG. And follow all the big football stories and have your say. Go to facebook.com/Football Live NG. Come in, like our page and join our football family.
Join our football family member. You're listening to Brila FM 88.9 with me, your host, Matt Isles. A Sunday edition of Football Live once more. We are on air till 6 p.m. Nigerian time, 5 p.m. UK time. Just as so soon as we went to John Kane about a Norwich chance, he's going to tell us one about a Tottenham chance.
Yes, this time Oliver Skipp, he picked up the ball inside his own half and he ran straight towards goal with no interception from anyone whatsoever, and from just outside the penalty area it was a low shot drive and it went again to Tim Krul, the Norwich keeper. So it's been end-to-end stuff here. It's been very entertaining, but still 0-0.
0-0 there. Let's go then to Old Trafford. Ralph Rangnick's first game in charge, isn't it? Lots of excitement about the Germans' reign. Paddy Ardell's watching this for us, and there's, as I understand, been a really good chance in the game.
Yeah, really strong start this United. It was a corner as a result of Marcus Rashford break, James Tompkins sliding in and forcing the corner, and then a really well-rehearsed corner move. Palace have had their qualms against set pieces this season. Bruno Fernandes went short to Marcus Rashford, who gave it back to Fernandes out wide, who then found Alex Telles on the edge of the penalty area with a whipping shot with that left peg of his, and it just inches wide of Guaita's post. But the score is 0-0, all United in these early stages.
Yeah, all United so far, just yet to put the ball in the back of the net. Member at 5:30. Aston Villa take on Leicester in the final half hour of our show. I'll bring the team news to that at around about 4:04 stroke sort of 4:45 Nigerian time. Remember, they are 1 hour ahead of us in our London studios incidentally. We'll be crossing over to Tony Becca-Deremo and his team very, very shortly for another update from Lagos and find out what the social media interaction is. There's been a goal in the game in the French top flight. Monaco 1, Metz 0. Monaco's goal scorer was Sofiane Diop in the game against the Metz side, struggling in the French top flight. Monaco with this win would go into 6th place in the French top flight. Remember, it finished Saint-Etienne 0, Rennes 5. Martin Terrier hit 3 off the 5. An own goal from the Saint-Etienne defender, Van Machon, also contributed to the scoring. And then there would be another goal as well through Nigerian descent player Chimanua Ugochukwu. Easy for me to say. Also adding on the score sheet for Rennes, who ran riot at the Stade Geoffroy Guichard Stadium. Elsewhere, it is 0-0 between Montpellier and Clermont. Reims 0, Angers 0. Let's get an update then from the English Premier League game between Brentford and Leeds. Ryan Francis is watching this for us. We've had chances in the opening 2 games between Manchester United, Crystal Palace and Tottenham versus Norwich. What's this game started like, Ryan, between these two?
And at the moment, both of these teams are just trying to sniff each other out here. The ball has spent majority of the opening 7 minutes or so in the midfield area. The passing has been quite sloppy between both of these sides so far. Not really had any chances. I mean, there was a half chance for Leeds a few moments ago from Daniel James, but he was quite clearly offside. Other than that, it's just been a very slow start to this game here, but let's hope that things will start to pick up very soon.
Yeah, not quite as exciting as the other two games that we've seen, Manchester United, Crystal Palace, Tottenham and Norwich, goalless as it is with the other two games as well. Let's go over then to the game at Old Trafford, where Crystal Palace have had a really good chance, Paddy Ardell.
Well, yeah, this is going to be the theme of today, I think, Matt. We've got two sides. Well, Palace renowned for being so good on the break with that attacking front three with so much pace behind them. And then you've got United, who in these early stages are really showing that Ranić style of football, the high press, the intensity. Even Cristiano Ronaldo, a lot of the attention off the ball will be on him today. He's pressing really hard as well. Him and Scott McTominay double teaming on Tompkins just a few moments ago. But the ball broke away with Ayew, and the ball found its way to Christian Benteke, whose shot was just scuffed a little bit, but it was a one-on-one with David De Gea, but the flag was raised. So really interesting start to this game. It should be really high intensity by the looks of things. 8 minutes gone, it's still 0-0.
Well, we have a goal to bring you. Bang! Finally, one of our feature matches has got a goal. And it's come in one of our featured Premier League games, and it's come at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, and our man who's going to tell us all about it is John Kane.
Yes, it's Tottenham 1, Norwich 0 after 10 minutes here. It's a brilliant play between 1-2 outside the penalty area. Then Moura picked up the ball. He was surrounded by 5 players, managed to find a space, and a fantastic shot from outside the penalty area into the back of the net. Tim Krul got no chance with that. So 10 minutes gone here. It's Tottenham 1, Norwich 0.
Tottenham 1, Norwich 0. Lucas Moura, one of Tottenham's big attacking players, isn't he? On the score sheet, just 12 minutes in the game there. So we finally got a goal in one of our featured matches. Let's get an update then from the game in France. Lorient versus Nantes, which is about 10 minutes old. Terem Moffi, remember, against Moses Simon. Our man watching this one for us is John White. What can you tell us about the early stages of this one?
Well, it's been a bit of a cagey start. Both Nigerian strikers are playing well. Moses Simon is starting up front in a front two, whereas Terem Moffi is starting towards the left wing. Lorient looking to play through Lorient looking to play through Moses Simon. He's just had a couple early chances whipping the ball in from the left. He's just done the same thing now, to say that. But fairly equal so far. I wouldn't put my money on either one just yet, but looks like there's some goals in this one.
Absolutely, still 0-0 there. Will one of the Nigerian players be on the score sheet in the game, the one that we're featuring in the French top flight? Thank you for the sign being John White, also as well in the French top flight. Monaco leading Metz by a goal to 0. Montpellier 0, Clermont 0, Lorient 0, Nantes 0 was our feature match, as I said. Reims 0, Angers 0, Nice Strasbourg to come at 5 o'clock, and also Bordeaux Lyon to come at 7:45. They will play Rangers in midweek in the UEFA Europa League, incidentally, won't they? In Italy, David Okereke's Venezia starting up front for them, 0-0 at the moment against Verona, and it's Spezia 0, Sassuolo 0 as well. Elsewhere, we've got a feature match in Germany to come later on, 2:30 UK time, 3:30 Nigerian time, Stuttgart versus Hertha Berlin, and also we'll keep tabs in the final half of Mönchengladbach's game against Freiburg from the German top flight. Let's go then to Ryan Francis, who's seen the first big opportunity of the game at Ellen Road between Leeds and Brentford.
and I can't believe this score is still 0-0 as Rafinha broke down the right-hand side here, put a wonderful ball along the floor into the box. Dan James, from not even 6 yards out, has managed to put it over the crossbar here and keep it 0-0. I mean, if that doesn't sum up Leeds United's form at the moment, I don't know what would, because it was a wonderful opportunity to give the lead here, but it does remain 0-0 here between Leeds and Brentford. But as I said, chances are going to come, and here was the first one.
First big opportunity as well in that game. Remember, John Kane's brought you the first goal in our featured matches all across Europe this afternoon, with Lucas Moura scoring for Tottenham. The opening goal in their game against Norwich, still 0-0, as Ryan just alluded to there, between Leeds and Crystal Palace. And it's also CR7 time, because he's standing over a free kick, as I understand, Paddy Ardell.
Yeah, and he hits it, and it just grazes the crossbar. A lot of build-up to that one. Referee having to have a word with the Palace wall there, who were edging forward. It was a really good strike, actually, but again, just wasn't coming down quick enough. Guaita not worried, but I think every 75,000 of us in here in Old Trafford knew that it was going to be him going to hit that over Bruno Fernandes. It just wasn't dipping enough, but yeah, all the chances of this game so far going to United. They're playing really high intensity football, and I think the chance will start to come their way very soon if things keep up the way they are. Now they're on the break again now, with Jadon Sancho on the left hand side looking for Cristiano Ronaldo. Just bear with me 1 second. Yeah, playing really well on this left flank. Tellez, Sancho and Ronaldo sort of roaming in this sort of number 9 position. Nothing comes of that breakaway, but yeah, all United so far, and a really excited atmosphere here in Old Trafford. 0-0 still.
Still 0-0 there, but we have got another goal in our featured game in Spain. Well, Joe Dorey was telling us how we saw in that first half a lot of chances for Rayo Vallecano and Espanyol, the game that he's watching. Rayo Vallecano, remember, the best home record in Spain against Espanyol. Has it gone with the hosts, or has it gone with the visitors, Joe?
Yeah, we got a goal here for Vallecano. The hosts are taking the lead. I thought they might. It's an own goal, actually. It's come off Cabrera, the defender for Espanyol. It was a long Cano's defence, and Alvaro Garcia just drove down the wing. Sort of cut the ball back, and it just straight went into Cabrera's leg, and there was nothing he could do. The keeper was beaten. It was way too close for him to react, and it's 1-0 to Vallecano, and the hosts have got the lead, and from here they don't tend to mess things up. They've been really strong at home this season, so 1-0 to Vallecano so far.
To Vallecano, as it stands, they'll go into 6th place in La Liga tonight. Espanyol will stay just in the top half of the table in 9th place. Remember, Elche Cadiz gets underway in just under an hour's time. Levante Osasuna kicks off at 6:30. Celta Vigo Valencia kicks off at 9 o'clock. We can bring you more of the action before we get a word from our sponsors.
Football Live is powered on Brila FM by Chivita, Hollandia and Cowboys.
Nothing has happened in the space of that 10-20 second sort of little ad break that you heard just there. Let's go over to Tottenham then, because there was a key player for Tottenham on the ground, John Kane. Hopefully this player in question is okay.
Yes, he's fine now. It was a counter-attack for Spurs with Harry Kane, and then he was chased up really badly by Pukki, and Pukki was a really sliding challenge from the back, and he was injured for a couple of minutes, but now Harry Kane is fine and well. But Pukki got a yellow card, and a minute later Reguilon got a yellow card as well for a tackle on Norwich. It's not really that physical game, to be honest, but both players did deserve the yellow card. Also, about a minute ago or so, we saw an absolute howler from Hugo Lloris playing from the back from Tottenham. Then he kicked the ball to the defender, but he's gone straight to one of the Norwich players, but luckily Norwich could not do anything about it as far as Spurs is concerned. So it's 18 minutes gone here. It's still Tottenham 1, Norwich 0.
Still 1-0 to Tottenham. Remember, Lucas Moura scoring the goal in that game that has given them the lead. A little bit of a word from Russia there. Remember, Sylvester Igbun plays his football these days for Dynamo Moscow. Second half just got underway, and his side lead by a goal to 0, but they're facing 9 men as Ufa have had 2 players sent off. Vyacheslav Krotsov was the first player sent off for a straight red card, and then they've also had another player sent off in Kakintora, who was sent off. So you'd expect Dynamo Moscow now to seal the job. Remember, Kim Ki lost earlier on to Arsenal Tulla by 2-1. Brian Idou was playing for Kim Ki in the game and was actually, unfortunately for him, sent packing, because he was given a second yellow card in the 90th minute. A bad day for him and a bad day for his team. Let's go then to Ellen Road, where there's been an injury to a player in the game between Leeds and Brentford, Ryan Francis.
And it's Liam Cooper, the Leeds captain, that has hobbled off and has had to be replaced by Jack Harrison, which means that there's been a formation change. Leeds have gone from a 4-1-4-1 to now playing a 4-4-2 formation, and Stuart Dallas has gone up front with Tyler Roberts here to lead the Leeds attack. So this could be quite an interesting change here, because this means that Leeds are now going to be playing with a bit more of an attacking mentality. But as things stand, it's still 0-0 here between these two sides.
Actually, you could say to some degree, have a recognised forward on the pitch. Tyler Roberts has played there for Leeds, but he is more of a winger, isn't he? More of an attacking midfielder. So they're going to have to rely on Rafinha and Daniel James to really do the business this afternoon for Leeds, as Liam Cooper, the captain, has been replaced with another attacking option in Jack Harrison coming on. Goalless there. Tottenham lead Norwich by 1-0. It was Manchester United 0, Crystal Palace 0, and what is Ralph Rangnick's first game in charge at Old Trafford. Remember earlier on his old team, RB Leipzig, they sacked Jesse Marsch earlier, with Akim Bayalozer being appointed as the interim manager. Let's go over then to Lagos, shall we? For the second time this afternoon, let's go over to Tony Becker-Doremo and his team to find out what the social media interaction is and how the Nigerian players are faring. Hopefully, Tony can bring us some more good news about the Nigerian players, because Brian Adou's second yellow card certainly wouldn't have made things a lot better, that's for sure.
You're most definitely, Matt Isles. Thank you very, very much. Let's start off with Nigerian players. Like you rightly mentioned, Brian Idou of Nigeria made 7 tackles successfully and 4 interceptions in that game. But a second yellow card ensured that he went into the bathroom early, into the dressing room early. He received his marching orders in the tail end of the game, as his team Kim Ki fell to a 2-1 loss at home to Arsenal Tulla. Let me tell you that it's all over for David Okereke in Italy. He started for Venezia, and they're leading 1-0 against Verona, but the Nigerian has been withdrawn by his coach. That game, of course, is 18 minutes old. Okereke was withdrawn. We suspect that he suffered an injury in that game. Elsewhere, Sylvester Igbonu is observing proceedings. He remains a substitute for Dynamo Moscow. They are playing against Ufa in Russia. Ufa, incidentally, is a former club side of the Nigerian. Frank Onyeka is in action for Brentford. They are playing against Leeds United. It's goalless in that part of town. And the captain of the Super Eagles is still a substitute for Kama Gumruk. And they are playing at Geserin Spor. That's in the Turkish league. Let's tell you that one man has played 77 minutes for his side in Ukraine. He plays for Inhulets. His name is Stephen Gope. He's a Nigerian. He had 1 shot on target in the 77 minutes that he lasted in that game. David Okereke, of course, is no longer in action for Venezia, but his compatriot Tyrone Ebue is listed as a substitute. In France, Terem Murphy of Nigeria is facing Moses Dadi Simon. There is in action for Lorient. Moses Dadi Simon plays for Nantes. That's how it is. Of course, Venezia have now made it 2-0 against Verona. So good one there, you want to say, for the Nigerian imports. That's how it is when you look at the Nigerian players at this point in time. Let's quickly look at some of the comments we have on Facebook. Plenty of comments on the Chelsea situation. Let's hear this one. This is coming from Mazi Nabuike Nwome. Says Chelsea fans are making excuses. West Ham beat them and they were beaten. Let me go to Adewale Yusuf, who says that there's nothing to worry about. A team that has close to 7 injured players and is still holding firm. I believe Chelsea, and I believe this bad moment would pass. Gabriel Inao is saying that Thomas Tuchel is simply a bad loser. He's making excuses. They lost. lack of concentration cost them 3 points against Manchester United, and now a lack of concentration has cost them another 3 points against West Ham United. So other teams are coming to the football field to sell bean cakes. Thomas Tuchel should go and sit down somewhere. Let me go to Maldini Dennis Ifanyi, who says any team that plays physical football and presses hard until 90 minutes passes will be able to beat Chelsea anytime, any day. Chelsea will bounce back. The words of Adegoke Anthony. Jorginho needs to sit up and he should stop making all these silly errors. First goal was a gift. Same with the Manchester United game. Jorginho needs to stop sharing presents. It's not even Christmas. Let me go to Usiomo Peter, who says they don't catch Thomas Tuchel. Now style. Now small, they will take catch him style. And this one comes from Agbamada Nada. Says Chelsea played well with quality to have won against Man United. He goes on and on and on. I think there's no cause for alarm. They will bounce back. That's it from the social media pages and indeed from the world of Nigerian players. We're going for a break. When we come back, we'll rejoin Matt Isles for a continuation of a Football Live. Stay with us. This is Sports Radio.
Football Live. There's nothing like it on weekends.
All out to the season of fun. Horizon, cherish the season, relish the nourishment. Hollandia, celebrate the season's goodness.
Have you picked up your Hollandia Yogurt Christmas pack yet? Get yours today in stores near you.
It's the time of the year, come let's chill together. Pop Chivita make we jolly. All over Naija, anywhere you day. Share Chivita with your family and friends. Enjoy this Christmas. Let's celebrate with Chivita. Ooh, yeah.
Juice up this season with the special Chivita Christmas packs available in stores near you.
There's the whistle, and we're on the way.
Hi, my name is Okwe from Cowrie Wise. Yeah, it's me. If you're a soccer fan like me, you definitely follow one of the biggest football clubs. And if you are a true fan, you are also a member of the Cowrie Wise Club Saving Circle. A saving circle for fans who love their teams, but love saving even more. This is how it works. Every week, you automatically save an amount. And for every goal your team scores, you also save money. When your club does well, so do you. You get to enjoy the taste of victory and also earn a handsome interest rate on the saved money. My boys never disappoint me. And neither does Cowrie Wise.
Automatically put money in your savings every time your team scores from now till the end of the season and join thousands of fans as you save and support each other and your clubs. Download the Cowrie Wise app on iOS or Android and kick off a new kind of saving. Cowrie Wise. Plan, save, invest.
Committed to taking you closer to the action.
This is
Sports Radio, Brila FM.
Are listening to Football Live with Matt Isles and his team of reporters. Around the grounds with exclusive updates, goals as they go in.
It's game on at Selhurst Park.
The best way to follow the top action in the Premier League and Europe's top leagues is right here on Football Live.
Bet it is, yeah, you're listening with me, your host Matt Isles. We are nearly 90 minutes in to the show. Of course, we are on air till 6 p.m. UK time. You're listening to Brila FM 88.9 Sports Radio. Football Live this Sunday afternoon. Let's go over to Paddy Ardell then, where it's been a whole host of chances for Manchester United, hasn't it, Paddy?
Oh, Manchester United really starting to turn the screw now. Old Trafford is ever so excited, and as is Ralph Rangnick applauding from the sidelines. He looks pretty pleased. Palace completely sandwiched in their own half, struggling to get out, chance after chance after chance, and most of them falling to that man, the Portuguese footballing legend Cristiano Ronaldo. He's had a shot from the edge of the area which went straight at Guaita, and a few minutes earlier was released by an absolutely ingenious pass by his Portuguese counterpart Bruno Fernandes, but he couldn't quite get the ball down, and Marc Guehi managed to get back and block the shot. Fred also had a chance from the edge of the area which was destined for the top corner before being blocked by James Tompkins. United also, worthy of note, have changed to a 4-2-2-2 formation. Now Rashford joining Cristiano Ronaldo up top, and another chance falls to Cristiano Ronaldo, but he can't get it out of his feet. Palace really scrambling. This time it's Conor Gallagher back in his own 6-yard box to block Cristiano Ronaldo's effort, but really starting to turn the screw now, United. 4-2-2-2 formation. Rashford now joining United up top, with Bruno and Sancho able to get a bit wider outside of Fred and McTominay. They've got another chance here. McTominay shoots from the edge of the area. Palace bodies, yellow shirts flying all over the gaff. But United still yet to get the breakthrough, but the way it's going, it looks like it will be the Red Devils, if any side is going to score. But the deadlock's still yet to be broken. It's 0-0, but very, very heartening scenes here for the Old Trafford faithful. 0-0.
It's unlike Cristiano Ronaldo not to put the ball in the back of the net, is it? Whilst it's 0-0 there, it's not 0-0 in the game between Leeds and Brentford. Who has got the all-important first goal? Ryan Francis.
And it's Leeds that have took the lead here, and since that has come onto the pitch, Leeds have been completely different. It was Calvin Phillips that won the ball in the middle of the field, played a quick pass out to the right-hand side to Bruno. Quick crossing, and it was Tyler Roberts to put Leeds 1-1 here. And as I said, Leeds have been in a good club since that substitution time. Brentford have got back to the corridor now to try and get themselves back into this game. It's Leeds 1, Brentford 0.
Absolutely indeed. So Leeds 1, Brentford 0, Manchester United 0, Crystal Palace 0, Tottenham 1, Norwich 0. And of course we will be telling you what's to come on next week's show on Saturday with Chris Baldwin in the chair. My goodness me, there is a massive game in the Premier League to come.
We will be back on Brila FM with Football Live next Saturday afternoon from 2 o'clock with rounds. 4 brilliant matches lined up in the Premier League. Will also be across the Bundesliga, La Liga and Serie A on what promises to be a very exciting afternoon of football for you football fans out there listening on Brila FM. Well, let's have a look at the 4 matches that are taking place in the Premier League. No doubt of the match that really stands out. Steven Gerrard takes Aston Villa back to his old stomping ground. That's right, he returns to Anfield. Liverpool against Aston Villa is one of the 3 matches kicking off mid-afternoon. The other 2 are both in London. Arsenal taking on Southampton, Chelsea at home to Leeds United. The early kick-off is Manchester City against Wolverhampton Wanderers. We'll be in the Bundesliga for Bayern Munich against Mainz. We'll drop down to the Championship in England. 2 matches involving Nigerian players. West Bromwich Albion against Reading and Huddersfield Town against Coventry City. Both games of importance to the top end of the division where teams are vying for promotion to the Premier League, of course. In Italy, our featured game with a reporter at the ground will be Fiorentina against Salernitana, whilst in Spain we'll keep a very close eye on Espanyol, who take on Levante. So a very exciting afternoon of football lined up for you next Saturday afternoon with Chris Baldwin and his team of reporters from 2 o'clock here on Brila FM. Be sure to join us on Football Live. Noon, it should be a cracker.
A cracker indeed, yes. Steven Gerrard going back to Anfield, the club that made his name in the football world as a professional player. He'll take his Aston Villa side there, who are going to be featuring later on in the show, aren't they, when they take on Leicester City. That kicks off at 5:30. We spoke to Ryan Francis about how Leeds went 1-0 up against Brentford. Let's go over to North London then. Tottenham leading against Norwich, but bit of bad news for Tottenham fans, John Kane.
It is indeed. About a few minutes ago, Sergio Reguilon sustained an injury, so he has to be substituted, and now Ryan Sessegnon, the youngster, ex-Fulham player, is on the pitch. He actually had a good game so far, the last 5 minutes or so. He was involved in a couple of chances for Spurs, Ryan Sessegnon, but now it's all Norwich. We've just had 2 corners for Norwich from the right-hand side, and they're really trying to pile the pressure a bit on Spurs, but Spurs so far have held in firm. We also saw a good chance for Harry Kane a couple of minutes ago. Heung-min Son from the edge of the penalty area. Lovely managed to pick up Harry Kane from 7 yards, but Kane just shoots it away from goal. He's really struggling to find his second goal in the Premier League this season, and now we're in December. So Conte will be asked his questions. If Kane doesn't score today, where to go there from there? But still Tottenham 1, Norwich 0.
It's still 1-0 to Tottenham. It's still 1-0 to Leeds, Ryan Francis, but my goodness me, it could have been 2.
It could have been 2, and Tyler Roberts could have had 2. This time, from the left-hand side, Dan James put in a wonderful cross, not a single Brentford player in sight, and Tyler Roberts, I don't know why, but has managed to hit it on the volley, and it's gone out the stadium. He had time to bring it down. Fernandes, the goalkeeper, wasn't anywhere close to him, but he's ballooned it well over the crossbar, and that is a big let-off there for Brentford. So it remains 1-0 to Leeds here between these two sides.
Still 1-0 to Leeds. Salsa missing that great chance with Tyler Roberts. Let's move away from England then. Let's go over to the game in France. John White is watching Lorient versus Nantes. Terem Moffi against Moses Simon, isn't it? Moffi for Lorient, Simon for Nantes. But as of yet, John White, both are yet to really make an impact on this game on the score sheet.
Yeah, it's a case of more of the same before. It's a cagey affair. Both teams trying to play out from the back and play some football rather than take a direct route. But it's Nantes who's had an advantage. They had a big penalty shot, but it was originally given by the referee. But there is VAR in play here in France, and it was overruled. And given a yellow card for dive was the forward Koulibaly. But yeah, more of the same. If I had to give the edge to anyone right now, I would give it to Nantes and Moses Simon, who is playing well from the left-hand side. As I said before, he's whipping the ball in from the left, but it remains 0-0 over here.
Still 0-0 there, but it's 1-0 between Monaco and Metz. Sofiane Diop's early goal has given them the lead in the Principality, and it's Montpellier 1, Clermont 0. As Montpellier have taken the lead through Sepe Elie Wahi, the young forward, scoring against Clermont. Ream down to 10 men against Angers in that game, which is goalless. And the Kosovan midfielder, Valon Berisha, is given his marching orders and is sent off for a second yellow card. Earlier on today, Rennes won 5-0 against Saint Etienne. Martin Terrier hit a hat-trick, and then Chumanywa Ugochukwu then made it 5-0. There was an own goal in there as well from Yvan Machon for Saint Etienne as their struggles continue in the French top flight. Let's go back then to North London. Big chance again for Spurs, John Kane.
Oh, it was a big chance. It was a dangerous free kick outside the penalty area. Heung-min Son plays it forward towards the 6-yard box, and Tim Krul and two of his defenders just miss the ball completely, and they're gone towards Ben Davies. I think Ben Davies wasn't expecting that. I think he expected Tim Krul to pick the ball up a bit, but he as well missed that ball and gone for a goal kick. But that was a big chance, and even Antonio Conte have his hands over his head. But we've got about 9 minutes to go here. Also, we've got 3 yellow cards. Now, Kenny McLean has joined the list. We've got 3 players on yellow cards, but Reguilon, the Spurs player, is the one who's been substituted, so we've got 2 on the pitch. But still Tottenham 1, Norwich 0.
Still 1-0 there, still 1-0 between Leeds and between Leeds and Brentford. It's still Manchester United 0, Crystal Palace 0. As we'll get an update from Paddy in just a second. Let's go over to Spain then. Of course, Rayo Vallecano still lead against Espanyol with just over 10 minutes to go. Joe Dorey, do Espanyol look like they're going to come back into this game at all?
Well, I was just before he got subbed on. Radamel Falcao has come on for Rayo Vallecano now, and I think that might kill the game off because any chance he gets, he should take. Obviously, the veteran striker. Espanyol are starting to go into the game a bit more, but realistically, I mean, they're being hit on the counter, and all it's going to take is one pass. Vallecano, have been offside a couple of times. Espanyol quite exposed to the back as they're throwing everything at it now. But I really do think that Vallecano should see this through. With the home crowd behind them. But yeah, they've also made a couple of changes, Espanyol. Sergi Dada, who's the number 10 for them, has had to come off. He suffered a head injury earlier and he played on with a bandage, but yeah, he's come off earlier than usual, so they might struggle to create some chances. So I think this should go to Rayo Vallecano here.
1-0 still to Vallecano, keeping hold of that best home record that Joe Dorey mentioned earlier on. Elche Cadiz gets underway in just over half an hour's time. Levante Osasuna gets underway at 6:30 after we go off air, and Celta Vigo take on Valencia at 9 o'clock. Remember, on air till 6 o'clock this evening, incidentally. A bit of word in Italy, remember, we did say that David Okereke had gone off for his side Venezia. Well, they don't need him on the pitch because they're 3-0 up against Verona. Ceccaroni, Chiringoy and Henri have scored the 3 goals for Venezia. They scored 3 in 16 minutes and have put them 3 goals up in the game. Let's go over to Manchester then with Paddy Ardo. Cristiano Ronaldo, unsurprisingly, is snatching at his chances. He's not got his shooting boots on. What's the game been like since we last spoke, Paddy? Have Paddy's got into it a little bit more now?
Completely one-way traffic at the moment, Matt. It's really exciting for these United fans because this is the United they know and love. We've just seen pictured Wayne Rooney looking on from the stands, United legend, and there's just a little bit of sort of buzz in the place that United, if they keep playing at this tempo and they keep throwing everything at Palace as they are doing, Palace are playing such a high line that they're going to get done at some point. The ball over to Marcus Rashford is proving really dangerous. This high line the Palace are playing, it's just proving too much for them because United are too quick going forward. Constant pressure camped in the Eagles' half. This is more like the United that the fans know and love. Still 0-0. 37 minutes played, a few minutes left in this first 45, but you have to say, as a neutral, the chance is going to come, and ideally the goal will come too. It's 0-0, but the way things are going, United looking far better team, dominating possession and dominating the chances.
So they still can't put that ball in the back of the net, so it's goalless there. It is 1-0 between Tottenham and Norwich. Remember, Lucas Moura scored there, but my goodness me, John Kane, Tottenham could have a cricket score at the end of this first half. Surely, the amount of chances they've missed.
Oh, very much so, and we just had a big chance for Harry Kane. You would have bet your money on he would have scored that one. It was Spurs on a counter-attack. Heung-min Son managed to find Harry Kane again. He passed it forward for about 30 yards. Tim Krul has gone away off his line. He chipped it over him, and he just inches away from goal. On a normal day, when we talk about Harry Kane, he would have put him in the back of the net, but he's really can't get them goals that he's really striving at the moment. It was the biggest chance at the moment for Spurs trying to double the lead, but no, it's still Tottenham 1, Norwich 0, 5 minutes to go.
It is 1-0 lead against Brentford, the hosts in front. 1-0 between Tottenham and Norwich, and 0-0 between Manchester United and Crystal Palace. Remember, Aston Villa and Leicester is to come at 5:30 Nigerian time, 4:30 UK time. If you want to get involved on the social media interaction and have your say on our official Facebook page, here's how to do so.
Don't forget that you can interact with us on Facebook. Follow our Facebook page, Football Live NG. That's Football Live NG. And follow all the big football stories and have your say. Go to facebook.com/Football Live NG. Come in, like our page and join our football family.
Football family and have your say. The comments are very good so far. Keep them coming. And Tony will read them out in Lagos with his team when we cross over to them for a third time in the show at around about 20 past. So we've got around about sort of 40 minutes before we go over there again. Let's cross over to the Bundesliga for the first time today. Stuttgart Hertha Berlin is our first game. Remember, Hertha Berlin have got a new gaffer in charge in Tayfun Korkut. How's it started in his reign there?
I think he'll be relatively happy, Matt, with how it started in the opening 10 minutes. They've had 2 shots, one off target from Plattenhardt and one on target from Belfodil. Not really testing Florian Müller, but they've controlled games. They've controlled the game in the opening 10 minutes, I must say, better than they have in most of the games I've seen them play this season, especially in that last game against Union Berlin. So there's nothing goal-wise to report, but they look compact, they look in control, and they look like a team that have some idea of what they're doing. Hertha Berlin, they're keeping Stuttgart quiet, but like I said, there is only 10 minutes gone in this game. It's 0-0.
0-0 there. Remember the big news out of the Bundesliga today. Jesse Marsch was relieved of his duties by RB Leipzig. Of course, a club that has been quite prominent in the last few days, given, of course, that Ralf Rangnick made pretty much his name being in charge of Leipzig. And, of course, the Red Bull footballing operation. They're on the search for a new manager. Achim Bayer-Lazer is the current interim manager. Jesse Marsch is assistant once upon a time at RB Leipzig. Let's go over then to Ellen Road, where Leeds had all the chances, but Ryan Francis, Brentford have had a really good opportunity to score.
And it was Ethan Pinnock, the Brentford defender, from a corner with a wonderful header, but it was just scooped off the line there by the Leeds midfielder Shaw there to keep the score at 1-0 to Leeds. But that's the first chance that Brentford have had in this game, and it has taken nearly 40 minutes here to get that chance. So let's hope that now that one's come, the floodgates can open. But as things stand, it's still Leeds 1, Brentford 0.
Yeah, it is. Leeds 1, Brentford 0. A score update from the game in the Championship. 14 minutes played. Queen's Park Rangers 0, Stoke 1. Tyrese Campbell scored for the visitors. Of course, his dad is former Arsenal, Nottingham Forest and Everton striker Kevin, isn't it? He's just come back from a serious injury himself as Tyrese Campbell. He's put the ball in the back of the net for that one. As Stoke just outside the playoffs, leader side just in it in Queen's Park Rangers down in West London. So it is 1-0 there. Other lines to bring. Let's look across Europe then for some of the latest scores. It finished in the Belgian Pro League. Gemmenel Beerschot 0, Antwerp 1. Al Hassan Yusuf, big player for Antwerp, isn't he? He played 90 minutes in the midfield for the visitors as they recorded a 1-0 win. Roger Nijngelen with the only goal in that game as they recorded a victory. Anderlecht Zulte Waregem kicks off in 15 minutes time. Vincent Kompany in charge these days of Anderlecht. And he'll be hoping that his team can get a victory against Zulte Waregem. Elsewhere, Standard Liège take on Charleroi at 5:30 UK time or 6:30 time Nigeria, and KV Mechelen take on Genk at 9 o'clock. Paul Onuachu could be starting for Genk, the Super Eagles striker, as we now receive a word from our sponsors.
Football Live is powered on Brila FM by Chivita, Hollandia and Cowrywise.
Talking about some of the latest scores. Let's look at the games across the board then. It is in our three featured matches in the Premier League. Leeds 1, Brentford 0, Manchester United 0, Crystal Palace 0, Tottenham 1, Norwich 0. The closing stages of that first half there. Our other featured matches, it is currently Lorient 0, Nantes 0. The battle between Ted Moffi and Moses Simon there. Closing stages of that one. Half time, Monaco 2, Metz 0. Sofiane Diop had put them 1-0 up, but they've doubled their money and doubled the lead. Kevin Volland from the penalty spot has made it 2-0 for Monaco. Montpellier lead Clermont by 1-0 with a goal in the 28th minute from their young forward Sepe Elie Wahi has given them the lead in that one. And Reims 0, Angers 0. Valon Berisha sent off for 2 yellow cards in that game. Nice Strasbourg kicks off at 5 o'clock, and Bordeaux take on Lyon at 8:45 this evening. In the Bundesliga, our feature match, Stuttgart 0, Hertha Berlin 0. Later on, Mönchengladbach take on SC Freiburg in the German top flight. But as the closing stage of the first half in the Premier League games, Norwich have nearly gone into the break 1-1, haven't they, John Kane?
Oh, very much so. It was a lovely play for Norwich from the right-hand side. Crossed it to Brandon Williams for about 12 yards. He was completely unmarked, but his shot just gone way over the bar. And he could have made Spurs pay for the missed chances they had so far in the first half. But we've got about a minute and a half left of injury time out of the 3. It's still Tottenham 1, Norwich 0. But Norwich are not out of it yet unless Spurs can actually translate them chances into goals.
Yeah, absolutely. So still 1-0 there, but Norwich, it might be sounding like for the last part of the first half and for the second half, won't be lying down at all. Remember yesterday in the Premier League, there were wins for Liverpool and Newcastle by the odd goal against Wolves and Burnley. respectively. There was a draw between Southampton and Brighton. Manchester City recorded a win over Watford, and Chelsea lost for just the second time this season in the top flight as Thomas Tuchel's side went down to West Ham United, who followed up the win against Liverpool a few weeks ago by beating Chelsea. Let's go then to the Bundesliga. Goal in our feature match between Stuttgart and Hertha Berlin. Is it the first goal of the Typhoon Korkut era, or is it one to continue the woes for Hertha Berlin, Billy Andrews?
Well, it's one to continue the woes for Hertha Berlin, and Tofan Korkut will be absolutely seething with how this goal came about. I said they controlled the game pretty well, and they were actually pressing for a goal themselves before Stefan Jovetic lost the ball. And where was the Hertha Berlin defence? They were all in the Stuttgart half. It was one long ball played through to Omar Marmoush, who run the full half of Hertha Berlin's half of the pitch and slotted between the legs of Alexander Schroeder. It's a head-in-hands moment for Tofan Korkut, and Hertha Berlin have once again pressed the self-destruct button in a game that they were pretty comfortable in up until then. It's 1-0 to the home side, Stuttgart.
Yeah, 1-0 there to Stuttgart, so not the start as it looks for Typhoon Korkut that he would be hoping for. Half-time in the game between Spurs and Norwich. We'll have a half-time chat with John Kane in around about sort of 5 minutes' time. Lucas Moura's goal, the difference at the break. A man who Nuno Espirito Santo couldn't quite get the best out of, but Antonio Conte might be looking to change that, and so far so good as Spurs are leading and continuing that unbeaten run in the Premier League under the Italians' leadership. The half-times will be coming in very, very shortly in the other Premier League games between Manchester United, Crystal Palace and Leeds versus Brentford. Half-time in our feature match in France, Lorient 0, Nantes 0. We'll also be having a chat with John White at the break, and also nearly closing on a full-time between Rayo Vallecano and Espanyol in the Spanish top flight. We'll get a full-time report from Joe Dorey very, very soon. Well, we will have a quick advert break, but then when we return, we'll be getting the half-time reports of the 3 Premier League matches, and we'll also be going across to France to see how Terem Moffi's got on against Moses Simon in our feature match between Lorient and Nantes. Don't go away.
This is Nonso for Sports 234 News. I'm reporting from a viewing center where fans are gathering to support their clubs. The atmosphere is tense. The fans are on edge. Let's find out what's on the mind of the fans. What expectations do you have for this match?
We are winning this game.
Are you predicting any saves?
Definitely. My club is known for saving goals.
And how do you celebrate when your team scores a goal?
Cowrie-wise saves for me automatically without stress.
There's a new way to meet your savings and investment goals. Build a savings habit every week and every time your team scores, and join thousands of fans in the club savings circle as you save and support each other and your clubs.
Mr. Newscaster, what are you doing?
Downloading the Cowrie-wise app.
Download the Cowrie-wise app on iOS or Android and kick off a new kind of saving. Cowrie-wise. Plan, save, invest.
Committed to taking you closer to the action.
This is
Sports Radio, Brila FM.
There's the whistle, and we're on the way.
Hi, my name is Ope from Cowrie-wise. Yeah, it's me. If you're a soccer fan like me, you definitely follow one of the biggest football clubs. And if you are a true fan, you are also a member of the Cowrie-wise Club Saving Circle. A saving circle for fans who love their teams, but love saving even more. This is how it works. Every week, you automatically save an amount. And for every goal your team scores, you also save money. When your club does well, so do you. You get to enjoy the taste of victory and also earn a handsome interest rate on the saved money. My boys never disappoint me. And neither does Cowrie-wise.
Automatically put money in your savings every time your team scores from now till the end of the season, and join thousands of fans as you save and support each other and your clubs. Download the Cowrie-wise app on iOS or Android and kick off a new kind of saving. Cowrie-wise. Plan, save, invest.
You are listening to Football Live.
indeed listening to Football Live this Sunday afternoon with me, your host Matt Isles on 88.9 Sports Radio. Well, the 3 Premier League matches that we covered are all in to a half-time break. We've seen 2 goals in the 3 matches. The only one we haven't seen any goals in yet is Manchester United Crystal Palace. But where we're going to go to first is Tottenham against Norwich. It is Tottenham 1, Norwich 0 at the break. And John Kane, it was a stunning goal from Lucas Moura that really broke the ice on this game, wasn't it?
Very much so. It was a beautiful, beautiful goal for Spurs. It was a 1-2 between Son and Lucas Moura. And then Lucas Moura managed to step on one player and then managed to go around another. And he was still surrounded by 4 or 5 players, but none of them were trying to do anything about it. And his shot from outside the penalty area, beautiful shot, Tim Krul could do nothing about. But it doesn't mean that Norwich didn't have any chances. Norwich had their chance literally in the 3rd minute, where it was a cross from a right-hand side from Adam Eder to Pukki, and Pukki shot from about 7 yards, just gone straight at Hugo Lloris. Now a bit of a fantastic start for Norwich, but the chances afterwards kept flooding for Spurs. And notably, the one for Harry Kane, literally in the last couple of minutes of the first half. Heung-min Son managed to find Harry Kane on the counter-attack. Kane one-on-one with Tim Krul from about 35 yards. Seeing Tim Krul is out of his possession, chipped it over, but he literally inches wide from the goal. It's Tottenham 1, Norwich 0, but I'll tell you what, at this stage, Norwich might actually, Tottenham in fact, might pay the price of missing all these chances in the first half, and I think they need to score more goals just to make sure Norwich don't come back into the game, because seeing in the first half, they have got the ability and there have been a bit of improvement under Dean Smith in the last couple of games.
Absolutely right indeed. We'll talk a little bit more in depth with John between now and the start of the second half, because there's been a goal in the game in our feature match in Germany between Stuttgart and Hertha Berlin. Now this is crucial because Stuttgart were 1-0 up. Is it 2-0 or have Hertha Berlin equalised, Billy Andrews?
No, it's 2-0 to the home side Stuttgart, Matt, and it was so easy for them. It's a goal for Philip Forster, the number 10, and it was so easy for him. He picks up the ball and the defence of Hertha Berlin just back up and let him shift onto his favourite left foot before he fires an inch perfect shot into the bottom right hand corner. 2 Alexander Schwolos couldn't have kept it out. In a game that they were controlling Hertha Berlin, they're now at 6s and 7s. They can't keep the ball. This is a crash course in how to manage Hertha Berlin for Torfan Korkut. He will now know after this the amount of work he has to do as Omar Marmoush cuts on his left and it's fired straight at Schwolo. They are massively on top in this game now, Stuttgart, and to be honest, if Hertha Berlin don't sort their ideas out, this could be anything. It's 2-0 to Stuttgart.
Yeah, so 2-0 there. You'd have to say that might be all but over in that game, and we've still got another half left to play yet. So Stuttgart 2-0 up, as Billy Andrews mentioned there. Remember, Mönchengladbach-Freiburg is the second game of the day. We're not covering it. The only one we're covering from the Bundesliga is this one here, Stuttgart versus Hertha Berlin. So you've heard about Tottenham and Norwich, the first 45 minutes in North London. The only other game in the Premier that's seen a goal was Leeds versus Brentford, and it's a rare goal as well. Ryan Francis, for Tyler Roberts to separate the two sides.
Yes, and going into this game, well, Leeds fans were worried that Patrick Bamford being on the bench was going to continue this awful form, but it's actually been quite a good half from the Leeds starting 11 so far, as they've had some very good opportunities, and Tyler Roberts on the 27th minute gave Leeds this 1-0 lead that they've carried into half-time. Brentford, on the other hand, haven't created too many great chances. They had one half chance from Ethan Pinnock just a few minutes before half-time, but towards the end of the half, Brentford were starting to get back into this game, so let's hope that Brentford can start the second half just like they've ended the first. But as things stand here, it's still Leeds 1, Brentford 0.
Still 1-0 there, and we will have a bit more of a conversation about the game that Ryan Francis is in between now and the start of it. Let's go over to Paddy Ardill then. Ralph Rangnick's first 45 minutes as Manchester United interim manager have come and gone, and he must be tearing his hair out, the fact that United have been so wasteful in front of goal, Paddy.
it could be seen like that, but in my opinion, so far so good for this United side. If Palace were to have scored, I still think a lot of the United fans would have applauded this team off the pitch. It's been a great 45 minutes in terms of intensity and playing positive football. That's been lacking for so long in this United setup. Yes, it's not been ideal in front of goal because they have had chance after chance after chance, and it is so rare that you see Cristiano Ronaldo get that many chances in front of goal and to not come away with his just reward. But as it stands, he hasn't been able to beat Vicente Guaita in the Crystal Palace net. Crystal Palace hanging on by tender hooks. However, they'll be more than happy to go into the break 0-0, given how little of the ball they've seen and how they haven't really been in this fixture. If United do continue this press, which has been evident, we've spoken about it a lot before the game, if they continue that press, they continue this high intensity, then who knows, maybe the game will open up and that Palace breakaway, courtesy of Gallagher, Ayew, Zaha and Benteke that we have seen work in their favour this season, that could come into effect, into fruition. But I just do think Ranić will take a lot of positives from that first half. It was sort of epitomised by the chance we had in the 44th minute, just before the half-time whistle blew, where it was a beautiful flowing move, interplay between Tomine, Alex Telles, and then eventually it was Alex Telles on his left boot. All he had to do was hit the target and a whisker wide. With regards to the stats, they say it all, 12 shots to Palace's 5, nearly 70% of the possession going the way of the home side, the Red Devils, and 7 corners to Palace's 1. So they are in total control in every aspect of the game, bar the scoreline. It's 0-0, but a lot to take away and a lot to be positive about for the Red Devils fans.
Absolutely, we will have a bit more of a chat to you, Paddy, just before the second half gets underway, which is nearly in a couple of minutes' time, isn't it? So 0-0 there, Leeds 1, Brentford 0, Tottenham 1, Norwich 0. Remember, Leicester Aston Villa is the fourth and final game to come later on, the sort of big part of the first half updates throughout the final half hour on the show on Brila FM, and we're on air till 6 o'clock. Incidentally, Nigerian time, or 5 o'clock UK time, so another 2 hours left to go. In the African Confederations Cup, Enyimba are currently beating Al Ittihad by 1-0, so a bit of a line from the Nigerian club football scene. So good to hear that they are in front in their game. Across then to front feature match, Lorient Bill Moffey versus Moses Simon, but John White so far been quite disappointing by all accounts.
Yeah, for most of the 40 minutes it had been a deadlock, both teams struggling to make a real impression on the game. As I said earlier, the main chance being a disallowed penalty for FC Nantes from Koulibaly. But in the last 5 minutes it looked like Lorient were trying to stake the claim on the game, and that did culminate in a huge chance for Terry Moffey. A brilliant ball played through to him by the midfielder, and a left-footed shot that was only just saved by the keeper, pushed past the post. But as it stands, still 0-0. But if the end of the first half is anything to go by, I'm hoping to see Lorient come out in the second half all guns blazing. Despite being the lower down the table, they look to win this match.
Thank you very much for the time being. Yep, John White reporting there. Lorient 0, Nantes 0. Monaco 2, Metz 0. Sofiane Diop and Volland with both the goals there. Montpellier 1, Clermont 0. Sepe Elye-Wahi with the goal there, and it's Reims 0, Angers 0. Reims down to 10 men. Vardon Berisha sent off. Terrier hit a hat-trick. Chimwanya Ugochukwu and an own goal from Yvonne Machon saw Rennes run out 5-0 winners at the Steffrey Stadium. Full time then in one of our featured matches, the first one of the day between Rayo Vallecano and Espanyol, and Rayo Vallecano's great home form continues, Joe Dorey. Well, we will cross.
Yeah. So here
Joe Dorey is there to apologise. Yeah, far away there. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Carry on.
Hi, yeah, so after we last spoke, Espanyol had really started throwing it, everything they had at Rayo Vallecano. The defence started to show a bit of weakness, but they managed to see it through in the end, I think largely due to the crowd. and they made quite a few substitutions, sort of wound Espanyol up a bit, and there was a lot of things flaring up in the final minutes there. There was a red card for an Espanyol player on the bench. The manager got involved as well, and Tekar, who was a substitute for Vallecano, easily could have been sent off too. He sort of went for a headbutt on one of their players, but the referee missed it. But yeah, so there was a slow end to the game in the added on 7 minutes. But overall, I think Vallecano did deserve the win. As I was saying to you, they were a lot stronger. They counter-attacked well when they needed to, but they were good in possession and they had a lot more of the chances. Espanyol still struggling away from home, but they could take positives from recent results. But 1-0 full-time. Vallecano will come away with 3 points and extend their great record at home.
Yeah, thank you very much for that one. Yeah, Joe Dora, as he mentioned there, great record at home. They go to 6th now in the La Liga table. Espanyol in the top 10 still, just on the periphery of the European places. Elche Cadiz gets underway in just about 10 minutes' time. Levante Osasuna is a 6th. And Celta Vigo Valencia is a 9 o'clock kickoff. Let's go across to England then. Let's have a bit more of a chat with our reporters watching their various games. Let's go to John Kane first. Antonio Conte walked into a Tottenham dressing room that's creating not really a lot in a lot of the games, John Kane, but you have to say, in the sort of first few matches he's had, by goodness me, they're creating a lot more.
Oh, very much so. They need more from their players, especially the players going forward. They just kicked off the second half here, and it'll be interesting to see what Antonio Conte will say to his players. There's more or less you need to try to get more out of Harry Kane going forward, especially with the chances that he missed. They're playing well. It's just being at 1-0 for Spurs is not good enough for Spurs, and definitely will not be enough for Conte, because he want to secure the game way before the 90 minutes. And of course the 3 points is absolutely crucial, because that would take them to 5th with 25 points, 2 points above Arsenal, so on the same level of games. So from a Spurs fans perspective, it's fantastic to go back above their London rivals, but at the end of the day it's still not enough. 1-0. We've seen Norwich have their own chances as well, and like I said to you earlier, Dean Smith has put a bit of an improvement to this Norwich team. They're playing away from home, but they're not, it's not all over yet for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Second half just underway, around about 90 seconds of it gone. So it is still Tottenham 1, Norwich 0. Second half's underway between Leeds and Brentford, Man United and Crystal Palace. Let's go to Ryan Francis first of all. Just a little bit more of a chat from the first half that he just saw. Were Leeds really impressive, or do you think that Brentford have got to give a little bit more?
I think that I think it was more the factors that Brentford weren't at the races that made Leeds look that little bit more impressive. I mean, Leeds were getting the shots away when they made their substitution and brought Jack Harrison on for the injured Liam Cooper. But after about 10 minutes... about 10 minutes after the Tyler Roberts goal went in, Brentford started to get a foothold in the game. But I mean, there's not a lot of time for them to turn that around. I mean, we've just kicked off in the second half and Brentford have already had half opportunity there. A shot from around about 20 yards out there from Sergi Canos that had gone straight into the hands of Melser. But maybe Brentford needs to just, I don't know, change it up. Instead of coming down the left and right hand sides, maybe going a bit more central and bringing Christian Norgard into the game a bit more, because in that first half he only had a total of 3 touches in that first half, which is not really something you want to see from your central midfielder. But with around about a minute and a half gone of this second half so far, it's Leeds that are winning 1-0 still.
Still 1-0 there, but it's not 1-0 in the game in the Bundesliga between Stuttgart and Hertha Berlin. We've already seen 2 goals go in the way of Stuttgart. Have Hertha Berlin pull one back, or is Tayfun Korkut really scratching his head thinking, what on earth have I got myself in for, Billy Andrews?
Well, they've pulled one back, but I do believe it's just been disallowed for offside. How bad can your luck be? It was a beautiful goal from Ishak Belfodil. He cut in on his right foot and curled a beautiful shot into the bottom right past Florian Müller. Tayfun Korkut is screaming in the face of the fourth official here. If he doesn't be careful, he'll end up being sent into the stands. I think it was given, from what I can see, it was given offside because Stefan Jovetic was stood in the eye line of Florian Müller. it's one of those ones where I don't think Muller would have kept it out even if he had a clear view. It was such a pinpoint effort. But they thought they had one back, but VAR, that cruel mistress of football, has taken it away. It remains 2-0 to Stuttgart.
Your luck is out at the moment, isn't it? If you're an Hertha Berlin fan, Crawley had one taken away by all accounts. They're going to try and find another route back to goal. That would have been a real lift should they got that in, but with 9 minutes of the first half left to play, they still remain 2 goals down. Let's go to Paddy Ardell then. Let's have a chat about that first half that he did see and get an update from the second half. Paddy, is Ralph Rangnick's style starting to come into play, or is this still a little bit, what he's inheriting, sorry?
Well, I'll let this stat do the talking for you, Matt, and for all of you guys listening at home. Manchester United have had 13 total attempts in the first half against Palace here this afternoon, and that's just as many as in their last 2 Premier League games under Solskjaer combined. So they've got this newfound level of intensity, whether it's a mental thing or whether it's something Rangnick's imposed in his one training session he's had with the squad. I don't know, but the fans won't complain. Yes, they haven't got the goal to show for it thus far, but the likes of Marcus Rashford have been really stretching the Palace defence and allowing a lot of space for the United midfield and wingers and fullbacks to get in behind and start to find space and find chances. It's reminiscent of how Liverpool have played over the last few seasons, actually, stretching a team for 90 minutes. Now the question is, can they do that? Yes, they've done all right for the first 45. Can they do it for the full 90 minutes? And that will remain to be seen. All things considered, I think Rangnick will be really content. Yes, they haven't got the goal to show for it, but they're playing the football that a side that's wanting to push for Champions League places. They're playing the football that they should be playing at this level. The first half's got underway, and straight away they're right in at the Crystal Palace. Fernandes being found in behind on the byline early on. But still 45 minutes to play, still a lot to prove. But even if the game finished 0-0 and this was the football they were playing, a lot of positives for United to take away, but they will push for the win, and I think they'll give it a good go.
Absolutely, 0-0 there. It's about 5 minutes old in the second half as well. Tottenham against Norwich and Leeds versus Brentford. 1-0 Leeds against Brentford, 1-0 Norwich versus Nottingham. 1-0 Tottenham versus Norwich. Got a bit tongue-tied there, didn't I? Got a bit carried away. And it's 0-0 between Manchester United and Crystal Palace. We'll be crossing over to Tony and his team once more in around 10 minutes' time. If you want to know the address for our Facebook page to have your say, here is the all-important address.
Don't forget that you can interact with us on Facebook. Follow our Facebook page, Football Live NG. That's Football Live NG. And follow all the big football stories and have your say. Go to facebook.com/Football Live NG. Come in, like our page, and join our football family.
Enjoying our football family. Your comments have been very, very good so far, and of course whilst we do go over to Tony and his team, they tell you about all the Nigerian players that are playing all across the continent this afternoon, where we see later on Samuel Kalu be involved for Bordeaux against Lyon. That game kicks off at 8:45 in the French top flight. Also Josh Maja could be on versus Nantes. Moffey had one good chance in the game. Moses Simon hasn't quite yet been able to have the chances that he would like. John White is watching this game for us in the French top flight. Anything to report of note for this second half, John?
Well, the second half began the same way the first half ended. It is FC Lorient trying to get a goal in this game. Nothing too much happened yet. I've just had a blocked cross from the right back of FC Lorient, and they've got a corner now, but it's definitely leaning towards them, but it remains 0-0.
Yeah, so 0-0 there. There are a couple of other matches in the French top flight going on at this moment in time. Monaco lead Metz by 2-0. Sofiane Diop and Kevin Volland from the penalty spot had given Monaco that 2-goal deficit. It is Montpellier 1, Clermont 0, Reims 0, Angers 1 now. Reims, of course, down to 10 men. Varon Berish is sent off for 2 yellow cards, but Angers have scored. Sofiane Bouffal from the penalty spot has given the visitors the lead there. And a full-time result from earlier on. Saint-Etienne 0, Rennes 5. Martin Terrier with a hat-trick. Chimawanya Ukachukwu, and an own goal from Yvonne Machon saw Rennes run riot at the Stade Geoffrey Guichard. We do have a goal between Stuttgart and Hertha Berlin. It has happened all this afternoon. Hertha Berlin have had the ball in the back of the net, which got ruled out, but this time, Billy Andrews, it isn't ruled out, and it is game on, isn't it?
Well, at the Mercedes-Benz Arena, VAR won't be ruling this one out. And take a bow, Stevan Jovetic. I heard you talk earlier about Dusan Vlahovic at Fiorentina. This is the Stefan Jovetic that we all saw at Fiorentina. He picks up the ball about 20 yards out, shifts it onto his right, and he bends an absolute top right-hand corner. Didn't even move. That is 2-1. They've got one back just before half-time. It's game on. It's Stuttgart 2, Hertha Berlin 1.
First goal of the Typhoon Korkut Rain. The first one was ruled out, wasn't it, with that man who scored it, Stefan Jovetic, reportedly in an offside position, but a man who has made goal scoring at some clubs look very, very easy, has managed to score here for Hertha Berlin, so it is 2-1 in that game. And line out of the African Confederations Cup, and Yimba now 2-0 up against Al Ittihad. Big result there for the side in the Nigerian Premier League, so really good stuff from them. Elsewhere in Europe, AZ Alkmaar 3, Sparta Rotterdam 1 is a latest score. Jesper Karlsson with 2 of the goals, and Vangelidis Pavlidis for AZ, but before that Adil Ouassar had given Sparta Rotterdam the lead in that one, and it's also Go Ahead Eagles 1, Ese Itsekiri 2. Inigo Cordoba gave Go Ahead Eagles the lead. Ricky van Wolfswinkel had made it 1-1, and then 7 minutes to go until the end of the game. Ramiz Zarouki, the 23-year-old Algerian midfielder, has given Twente the lead. Feyenoord take on Fortuna Sittard in just over half an hour's time. Cyril Dessers, the man on loan from Genk, is part of the Feyenoord team these days, and he's on the bench for the game at De Kuip against Fortuna Sittard. Earlier on as well, it finished Waalwijk 2, NEC Nijmegen 1. There was a goal in the game inside the opening 15 minutes. Jordi Bruin had scored for NEC Nijmegen before Waalwijk turned it around with a goal from Jens Erdgaard, and then they managed to win it late on in the dying embers of the game with a goal from Roy Kuipers, the 21-year-old forward, giving the win for Waalwijk. Has been a goal, though, in the Premier League in the game between Leeds and Brentford. Now, this is a very, very big goal. Is it 1-1 or is it 2-0 to lead? Ryan Francis.
And it is 1-1. And as I said at the start of this half, Sergi Canos has been absolutely electric for Brentford. Well, starting off at least 10 minutes into the second half, and Sergi Canos has assisted the goal for Shandon Baptiste to make it 1-1 here between Leeds and Brentford. And Leeds, who started the second half absolutely awful, they cannot keep the ball, they keep giving it away, and Brentford have made them pay. So it's currently Leeds 1, Brentford 1, and it is game on.
It is game on indeed, and a rare goal for Grenadian Shandon Baptiste as well. So it's 1-1 there. 1-0 Tottenham Norwich, Manchester United 0, Crystal Palace 0. We'll continue Football Live after a word from our sponsors.
Football Live is powered on Brila FM by Chivita, Hollandia and Cowrywise.
Yeah, you're listening to Brila FM 88.9. Football Live this Sunday afternoon with me, your host, Matt Isles. We've already had goals in the Premier League games between Leeds and Brentford and Tottenham and Norwich. What about Manchester United Crystal Palace, Paddy? We're nearly an hour gone. Still no goals yet, though, but any sign of anyone scoring to really break the deadlock?
Not in the last 10 minutes or so. It's actually got quite scrappy. I think that's one of the drawbacks of the high press that we've seen recently in the Premier League. Alex Tellez lunging in on Jordan Ayew, while Christian Benteke receives treatment for a similar foul, and then Fred absolutely clatters Jordan Ayew on the edge of the area. A Conor Gallagher free kick was whipped in for a rare chance for the Eagles, but Cheku Kouyaté at the far post can't keep his header down. Yeah, not a lot to report in the last 10 minutes, but it's just now getting both teams throwing a little bit more at each other, and tired legs may be starting to set in a few of the 22 men on this pitch, and we're seeing a few sort of trailing legs and a few lackluster challenges on the sidelines, but still half an hour to play. United still very much on top, but the game opening up a smidge, still 0-0.
Still 0-0 there. Remember, Aston Villa Leicester is the fourth and final game on Football Live this Sunday afternoon from the top flight in England. We'll give you the team news there in around about sort of 20-25 minutes time as Stephen Gerrard comes up against his old Liverpool boss in Brendan Rodgers. Leon Bailey and Bertrand Traore are going to be missing out for Aston Villa. For Leicester, James Justin, Wesley Fofana, Ricardo Pereira still missing. Yuri Tielemans is a big doubt as well ahead of the game, as is Danny Ings and Trezeguet for Aston Villa and Leicester respectively. Half-time in the Championship between Queen's Park Rangers and Stoke. QPR 0, Stoke 1. Tyrese Campbell's goal inside the opening 15 minutes has given the Potters the lead in West London. Also a line in France. Lorient 0, Nantes 0 is our feature match there. Monaco 3 now, Metz 0. Monaco really enjoying life in the second half, or enjoying life this afternoon, as Gelson Martins has scored in that one to make it 3-0. Montpellier 1, Clermont 0, Reims 1, Angers 1. Reims down to 10 men, remember. Valon Berisha sent off. Sofiane Boufal scoring 4 minutes into the second half from the spot. 10 minutes later, Hugo Ekitike has made it 1-1. Let's go over to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, where Norwich really are giving Tottenham something to think about, aren't they, John Kane?
Oh, very much so. We just had Norwich probably best chance, and only Adam Eder knows how he could not score. It's a lovely play from Brandon Williams from the left-hand side. Managed to overrun Javid Tanganga, got inside the penalty area, passed it to Pukki in fact, and Pukki found Adam Eder inside the 6-yard box. Only have to beat Hugo Lloris, an empty goal, and he slots it wide. How that did not go in, only he knows how. There's a chance, and there's another chance as well for Norwich. They keep trying the best at the moment. There's been half chances, but that is the chance and a half, and it should have been 1-1. But still, luckily for Spurs, it's still 1-0, half an hour to go.
And luckily, still 1-0. Adam Eder is still waiting for that Premier League goal, isn't he? It's the Norwich, an Irish striker, and he was close by all accounts to adding to it. Let's head over to Lagos again, shall we? You know what time it is? 20 past the hour. It means we'll go over to Tony Becker-Deremo and his team to find out what the social media interaction is and how the Nigerian players are currently getting on and who to look out for in the games all across Europe this afternoon. Over to you, Tony.
Thank you very much once again, Matt Isles. It is still Football Live on Sports Radio, Brila FM. Let's start from the CAF Confederations Cup, where Victor Umbauma and Sadiq Abubakar have given Enyimba what is a 2-0 advantage. It is currently half-time and they're playing against Ali Ittihad of Libya. Of course, we gave you earlier on that Brian Idowu of the Super Eagles made 7 tackles, successful tackles, and 4 interceptions, where he received his matching orders in the dying moments of his side's 2-1 home loss. He plays for Kimki, and they were beaten this afternoon by Arsenal Tula. That's in the Russian Premier League. And still in Russia, Sylvester Igbonu, like we told you before, is still a substitute for Dynamo Moscow, who are playing against Ufa. Frank Onyeka is in the thick of action for Brentford and Leeds. Brentford have just pulled level against Leeds. It's 1-1 at Ellen Road. Ahmed Musa was introduced in the 71st minute for Kama Gumruk in their 3-1 loss at Geserinspor. Bright Osayi Samuel is starting for Fenerbahce, and Fenerbahce are playing against Rizespor. That's in the Turkish Super League. Elsewhere in football, Stephen Gope has featured 77 minutes for Inhulets at Zoya Luhansk. That's in the Ukrainian league. He had 1 shot on target all through the match. David Okereke went off injured after only 8 minutes for Venezia against Verona. Tyrone Ebue is listed as a substitute in that game. Elsewhere in the world of Nigerian players, Teremas Murphy is in action for Lorient. Lorient are playing against Nantes, who also have a Nigerian. He's Moses Daddy Simon. He's very much in the thick of the action. And Cyril Dessus is listed as a substitute for Feyenoord Rotterdam. They are playing against Fortuna Sittard. That's in Holland. the Eredivisie. Remember, we're still taking your comments as well on Facebook. Sports Radio Brila FM is the fan page address, and just like how it was 1 hour ago, there's still plenty of talk relating to what happened to the top table, the top of the table yesterday, as Chelsea lost some ground and were deposed, and they were moved to third spot. This is coming from Rich Rain Musique. Says Chelsea had the match in control yesterday. Individual errors, I think, cost them the match. Jorginho really needs to sit up, and I think Mendy might just be letting the praises he's received of late get into his head. All in all, it's an eye-opener for Chelsea. They need to focus more. Clinton Okpara says the loss yesterday came as a shock to me. I couldn't even stand up from my seat because of the loss. It was so heartbreaking for me. I almost cried. But that being said, I still love the way Chelsea play football. I think Thomas Tuchel is the real deal, and he would have this team bounce back in no time. Joel Ganiu Arayu says, I always tell those who care to listen to me that Mendy under pressure is a very terrible goalkeeper. It's now very clear for everyone to see. Yesterday is a typical example. Walter Chibuzo says that they are currently experiencing a dip in form. It has been evident in their games against Man United and Watford before yesterday's loss to the Hammers. Tuchel should work on his midfield and get the best out of the available midfielders, otherwise they would suffer more. Dolapo Abdul Latif is also joining us on Facebook. He says Chelsea lacked concentration. Even Mendy lacked the concentration, and it was a bad one, but I think they would bounce back in no time. Lawson Jobam says you win plenty and lose a few. Don't lose focus. The end justifies the means. I still think that Chelsea will retain the Champions League and go on to win the English Premier League. Let me take one more. Ayomide says he who calls that yesterday's Chelsea match a tactical error does not know football. The tactics were spot on. Chelsea just did not win. West Ham were a tad lucky. That's how it is from the world of Nigerian players, and indeed the comments from social media. We're going to pay some bills, and when we come back, we'll rejoin Matthias for a continuation of Football Live. Stay with us. It is still Sports Radio Brila FM.
Football Live. There's nothing like it on weekends.
It's the time of the year. Come, let's chill together. Pop Chivita, make we jolly. All over Nigeria, anywhere you day. Share Chivita with your family and friends. Enjoy this Christmas. Let's celebrate with Chivita. Oh yeah.
Juice up this season with the special Chivita Christmas packs available in stores near you.
All out to the season of fun. Horizon, cherish the season, relish the nourishment. Hollandia, celebrate the season's goodness. Hollandia.
Have you picked up your Hollandia Yogurt Christmas pack yet? Get yours today in stores near you.
This is Nonso for Sports 234 News. I'm reporting from a viewing center where fans are gathering to support their clubs. The atmosphere is tense. The fans are on edge. Let's find out what's on the mind of the fans. What expectations do you have for this match?
We are winning this game.
Are you predicting any saves?
Definitely. My club is known for saving goals.
And how do you celebrate when your team scores
Cowrie-wise saves for me automatically without stress.
There's a new way to meet your savings and investment goals. Build a savings habit every week and every time your team scores, and join thousands of fans in the club savings circle as you save and support each other and your clubs.
Mr. Newscaster, what are you doing?
Downloading the Cowrie-wise app.
Download the Cowrie-wise app on iOS or Android and kick off a new kind of saving. Cowrie-wise. Plan, save, invest.
Committed to taking you closer to the action.
This is
Sports Radio, Brila FM.
are listening to Football Live with Matt Isles and his team of reporters. Around the grounds with exclusive updates, goals as they go in.
It's game on at Selhurst Park.
The best way to follow the top action in the Premier League and Europe's top leagues is right here on Football Live.
Again, Tony and his team in Lagos. Yes, there has been goals flying in the Premier League when we were away and in Lagos with those updates from Tony about the Nigerian players and what the social media comments and interaction was. Right, we've got 2 goals in the Premier. Let's first go to North London as Tottenham Hotspur take on Norwich. There's been a goal there. Remember, Tottenham did go 1 goal up, courtesy of a Lucas Moura stunning goal. Norwich have had their chances, but have they equalised, John Kane?
No, it's actually Tottenham 2, Norwich 0. It was a corner from the right-hand side, played for Heung-min Son inside the penalty area, flicked by Ben Davies, and it fell for Davinson Sanchez inside the 6-yard box, who hoofs it into the back of the net. And now Davinson Sanchez equals Harry Kane's goal tally in the Premier League by a goal each, believe it or not. And now we're in December as well, so 20 minutes to go. Tottenham 2, Norwich 0, and Norwich toss getting harder and harder.
Been a newly promoted side 2-0 on Thursday, didn't they, when they beat Brentford at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Same scoreline, only different team in Norwich as Antonio Conte's unbeaten run in the Premier League is going to go on. However, there's been a 3rd goal in the game at Leeds and Brentford. It was 1-0 between Leeds and Brentford. Someone has gone 2-1 in front. Who is that someone? Ryan Francis.
And it is Brentford that have taken the lead here, and Leeds' wasted opportunities in the first half have now been punished, as it was Sergio Canos that got the 2nd goal for Brentford. But actually this was literally not even 60 seconds after he originally had a goal disallowed for offside, so he'll be happy to be on the score sheet. Also, substitution's just been made. Baptiste has just gone off, the goal scorer of Brentford's first goal, and he has been replaced by Super Eagles player Frank Onyeka, who is now on the pitch for Brentford. And also for Leeds, Patrick Bamford has come on for Firpo, so Leeds have now gone with Bamford and Bamford up top, who will also be assisted by Tyler Roberts. But as things stand, Leeds are Leeds 1, Brentford 2.
Just going to stay above the drop zone, aren't they? Leeds United 16th, 5 points clear of Burnley, Norwich and Newcastle. Who are still behind in their game against Tottenham Hotspur. The only game at the moment that is yet to see a goal in the 2 o'clock games from the Premier League is Manchester United Crystal Palace. Any sign of one, Paddy Ardil?
Not yet. The closest we've come in the 25 minutes that have been played in this second half was just a few minutes ago. Alex Telles, the left-footed fullback, went for goal from quite a tight angle from the free kick. Caught Guaita off guard and just skimmed the crossbar. Definitely the closest we've come in the second half to a goal. A couple changes have been made by Ranić. He's brought Mason Greenwood into the game on for Jadon Sancho, who's looked a lot better. Sancho's been pretty poor this season, I'd say, all things considered, for United. And also of note is the reception that Donny van der Beek received when he started warming up on the touchline for United. A very warm reception from the United fans, and maybe he'll get a little more game time under Ranić than he did under Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. As it stands, United still pressing hard. Palace remaining pretty resolute, but still something maybe in this game in the last 20 minutes. But for now, the deadlock's still yet to be broken, and it's 0-0 with 70 minutes on the clock.
It is 0-0 there. Tottenham 2-0 up against Norwich. You'd have to say that Tottenham won't blow this lead now, but it is still all to play for between Leeds and Brentford with the last 15 minutes of that game left to go. Well, next weekend, Chris Baldwin is the host on Saturday. Here's what's to come in the show.
We will be back on Brila FM with Football Live next Saturday afternoon from 2 o'clock with Chris Baldwin, your host, and his team of reporters around the grounds. 4 brilliant matches lined up in the Premier League. We'll also be across the Bundesliga, La Liga and Serie A on what promises to be a very exciting afternoon of football for you football fans out there listening on Brila FM. Well, let's have a look at the 4 matches. 4 matches that are going to be played in the Premier League. We'll start with 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 the Premier Le taking place in the Premier League. No doubt of the match that really stands out. Steven Gerrard takes Aston Villa back to his old stomping ground. That's right, he returns to Anfield. Liverpool against Aston Villa is one of the 3 matches kicking off mid-afternoon. The other 2 are both in London. Arsenal taking on Southampton, Chelsea at home to Leeds United. The early kick-off is Manchester City against Wolverhampton Wanderers. We'll be in the Bundesliga for Bayern Munich against Mainz. We'll drop down to the Championship in England. 2 matches involving Nigerian players, West Bromwich Albion against Reading and Huddersfield Town against Coventry City. Both games of importance to the top end of the division, where teams are vying for promotion to the Premier League, of course. In Italy, our featured game with a reporter at the ground will be Fiorentina against Salernitana, whilst in Spain we'll keep a very close eye on Espanyol, who take on Levante. So a very exciting afternoon of football lined up for you next Saturday afternoon with Chris Baldwin and his team of reporters from 2 o'clock here on Brila FM. Be sure to join us on Football Live next Saturday afternoon. It should be a cracker.
Yeah, cracker indeed. Really looking forward to it. Listen to Brila FM this Sunday afternoon, Football Live with me, your host, Matt Osman. But on air till 6 p.m. Nigerian time, 5 p.m. UK time, wherever you are listening to. Thank you along for tuning in. Thank you for your comments so far. Please keep them coming. And hopefully in the last bulletin, when we go over to Tony and his team at 20 past the hour, we will have those comments that you have put into our Facebook page read out. Let's go over to John White then, who's watching the game in France. Lorient versus Nantes. Terem Moffi against Moses Simon, but still no goals.
Well, how has there not been a goal in this game? And there's only one team it's going to come for, and that's FC Lorient. There's been 3 huge chances, and I think Terem Moffi won't be happy with his fellow striker for one of them. Played in beautifully by the midfielder. He's one-on-one with the keeper. All he has to do is square it to him, but he shoots wide and right and over the bar. Won't be happy here, but I'll be amazed if this game ends 0-0, and certainly FC Lorient will be extremely disappointed if they don't manage to get a win out of this. But it's still currently FC Lorient 0, FC Nantes 0.
Yeah, that's our feature match from France. The other games we seem to have picked the wrong one, don't we? Because they've all got goals in. It is Monaco 3, Metz 0. Diop, Volland and Martins on the score sheet for Monaco as they're really compounding the misery on Metz. It is Montpellier 1, Clermont 0. Still has been the case since the 38th minute with a goal there from Wahi, and it's Reims 1, Angers 2. Valon Berisha was sent off for Reims in the 35th minute for 2 yellow cards. Sofiane Boufal, 4 minutes into the second half, made it 1-0 from the penalty spot for Angers. Hugo Ekitike then made it 1-1 from the penalty spot for Reims. And then Angelo Fulgini's been linked with a move to England, hasn't he? The Angers striker made it 2-1 for the visitors. Let's go over to Paddy Ardale. What a massive chance in the game at Old Trafford as well.
Yeah, and it's a United fan's worst nightmare as a rare corner for the Eagles is swung in by Conor Gallagher, and James Tompkins arrives at the far post, does ever so well to leap above, I think, Harry Maguire it is, and he manages to head it towards the far post. A striker's dream as Jordan Ayew gets his foot on it and can only turn it past David De Gea's far post. Probably the biggest chance of this game. Palace should be ahead. Vieira he's fuming on the touchline. He's side-footing across goal and wide, a huge miss by all accounts, and would have been just trademark Crystal Palace not being on top of a game and then just, taking something from it in the second half. But real frustration starting to show in the last 10 minutes or so at Old Trafford here. Palace making it ever so difficult for Manchester United, whose press is just proving to be just jarring and frustrating. Palace doing really well to sort of make things as cagey as they can. Still 0-0, but Palace should be ahead.
Yeah, Palace should be ahead in that game, so it is still 0-0 there. There has, though, a goal in the game between Tottenham and Norwich. It was 2-0 to Tottenham. Is it 3-0 to Tottenham, John Kane?
It is indeed, and this time it's Heung-min Son who picked up the ball inside of the penalty area for about 10 yards. Lovely passes between Højbjerg and Real Sissignon. Fell to Heung-min Son, 10 yards, back in the net, game over. It's Tottenham 3, Norwich 0, and 12 minutes to go.
Yeah, it is 3-0 now to Tottenham. Lucas Moura with the opener. The second added by Davinson Sanchez, and then the third added by Heung-min Son. Key player for Tottenham, has been throughout the last couple of years and is going to be important for Antonio Conte. He's on the verge of his biggest win in his Tottenham tenure so far. Big goal, though, in the game at Old Trafford between Manchester United and Crystal Palace. What a huge goal this is, and the roof is raised at Old Trafford. Paddy O'Neill.
Just when you thought it couldn't happen, United looked like they were down and out of this fixture. And who is it? It's Fred with an absolute wonder strike from 20-25 yards. Working really hard on the right flank was Cristiano Ronaldo, who found Mason Greenwood in the penalty box. Mason Greenwood wasn't really going anywhere, and he dropped the ball a little bit deeper to Fred, who was on the edge of the D, and Fred just with the side of his boot wraps his boot around it, and the ball is always turning away from Vicente Guaita into the top left-hand corner. It's an absolute stunner, and what a way to open Ralph Rangnick's account in Manchester. Manchester United 1, Crystal Palace 0, and they've got the lead at long last.
Yeah, you took the words right out my mouth. Fred is the goal scorer at Old Trafford, and they've had their chances. Crystal Palace have had their moments as well, but the deadlock finally broken, which means all the three games that kicked off at 2 o'clock in the Premier League have seen goals. It is Leeds 1, Brentford 2. We'll go to Ryan Francis in just a sec for an update there. Manchester United 1, Crystal Palace 0, which you just heard from with Paddy O'Neill. Fred the goal there, and it's Tottenham 3, Norwich 0. Lucas Sanchez and Heung-min Son with the goals there that are going to push Tottenham up the table and continue their unbeaten start in the league under Antonio Conte. Let's go over then to Ryan Francis. 10 minutes to go of Leeds versus Brentford. Are Leeds showing signs of coming back into it at all?
No, in fact, it's actually Brentford are looking like they're having signs of going 3-1 up here, as there's been 2 yellow cards since you last came to me. One for Jack Harrison and the other one for Matthias Klitsch, as Leeds are just trying to stop Brentford from having an absolute onslaught, and Rico Henry has just picked up a yellow card there for stopping a Leeds counter-attack. But no, Brentford seem to be in control of this game, and we've got around about 10 minutes left, and I'll be honest, if Leeds come away from this game with a 2-1 defeat, they'll be very happy with this, because Brentford have really turned it on in the second half. I don't know what Thomas Frank did at half-time, but he has turned the fortunes round for his team and have shown why they are sitting in mid-table. But for the Leeds fans, unfortunately, I just don't think that they're going to pick up 3 points today. And there is a possibility that maybe Marco Bielsa's job could be on the line in the coming weeks. I know that was a few rumours being knocked around Yorkshire, but maybe the truth could be coming very soon. Who knows? But as things stand, it's Leeds 1, Brentford 2.
Yeah, Leeds looking like they're going to be slumping to another defeat. Brentford, though, making it 2 wins out of 2 after that shaky little spell they had under Thomas Frank. They've turned it around, haven't they? Tyler Roberts gave Leeds the lead in the game at Ellen Road, but the visitors struck back. Shandon Baptiste and then Sergi Canos made it 2-1. It's Man United 1, Crystal Palace 0, Tottenham 3, Norwich 0. Aston Villa Leicester is to come. We'll give the team news out in around about 10 minutes' time, in fact, with the game that kicks off in just under an hour's time. Let's go over to Germany then, the Bundesliga. Billy Andrews has watched quite a cracker so far between Stuttgart and Hertha Berlin. It's 2-1 6 minutes into the second half, but it was a first half, Billy, that was quite entertaining, as the Bundesliga always seems to be at the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right. It was a 3-goal thriller in the first half, and it probably could have been more. Hertha Berlin, started the better side, and they had 10 minutes of complete control over the game before, well, much like Hertha Berlin this season, they pressed that self-destruct button, and Omar Marmoush, clean through on goal, had the space of the city of Stuttgart and scored to make it 1-0. 4 minutes later, Philip Forster with a beautifully bent left-footed shot into the bottom right-hand corner to make it 2-0. We thought they got back into it after about half an hour, but they had a goal ruled out for offside before Stevan Jovetic, well, he blew Philip Forster's goal out of the water for a potential goal of the month candidate with a beautiful right-footed curler into the top right-hand corner. Florian Müller in the goal for Stuttgart didn't even move. The second half, it's kind of found a rhythm at the moment. A lot of play in the middle of the park, a lot of scrappy fouls and no bookings so far. There has been a substitution at half-time with Roberto Massimo coming off and Alexis Tabidi coming on for Stuttgart. But it's found a rhythm now, and to be honest, Hertha Berlin have got to win the ball back and put some possession together like they did at the end of that second half if they're going to find anything from this game. It remains 2-1.
Does remain 2-1. Also, we're going to go to France because there's been a goal in our feature match between Lorient and Nantes. It's taken the last 5 minutes for this game to get a goal, but we do have one to shout about. Terem Moffi up against Moses Simon, but which one of their teams is taking the lead, John White?
Well, it's Moses Simon's team that's taken the lead completely against the run of play. Has to be said, Lorient are going to be completely disappointed with the result if it stays like this. It starts from an overhit cross from Pedro Quillavea on the left-hand side, which is collected by Osman Bukhari, puts it into the middle for William Capriani, turns the defender and shoots hard and low into the left side of the box. As I said, if the scoreline stays like this, Nantes will see themselves 5 points clear of the relegation zone. So it's a big game if it stays like this. But as I'm watching the game now, if Lorient absolutely commit everyone forward to try and get at least a draw out of this game, it's Nantes 1, Lorient 0.
Yeah, Moses Simon substituted. Villain Kiprien with the goal there. That's given Nantes the lead. Monaco 3, Metz 0. Montpellier 1, Clermont 0. Reims 1, Angers 2 is the latest in France. Remember, if you want to have your say on our official Facebook page, here is how to do so.
Don't forget that you can interact with us on Facebook. Follow our Facebook page, Football Live NG. That's Football Live NG. And follow all the big football stories and have your say. Go to facebook.com/Football Live NG. Come in, like our page and join our football family.
Join our football family, have your say. Your comments have been fantastic so far. Please do keep them coming between now and 6 o'clock when we go off air. Listen to Brila FM Sunday afternoon, Football Live with me, your host, Matt Isles. Let's go to the Premier League then, because there's been quite a few little talking points. First of all, let's go to Leeds Brentford, where VAR's had to intervene, Ryan Francis.
And it could have been Brentford with the third goal, but VAR have said no, it was just offside. It was Christian Norgard that had the shot from a Pontus Janssen header from a corner, but it was judged to be just offside, and Leeds are very, very lucky to escape there, because that could have put the game beyond doubt with just under 5 minutes left plus stoppage time. Brentford are still leading here 2-1, but it could be 3 or 4. Leeds are really in trouble.
Yeah, Leeds are really in trouble indeed, and Brentford really not making life easy for Bielsa and co in Yorkshire, are they? Let's go over to John Kane then. Tottenham versus Norwich, and Norwich really just sums up their day. They just missed a big, big chance, haven't they?
They do, and when I explain to you how that miss went, you'll be laughing after that. It was a lovely play by Pukki from the right-hand side, managed to get inside the penalty area, then he found the substitute Kieran Dowell just on the edge of the 6-yard box, managed to find him, and Kieran Dowell's right leg shot has hit his left leg, and instead of hitting the net, and that would have been a goal. It would have been a goal, and only he knows how he managed to, from all the space around him, to pick the ball to his right leg and it bounced back. It's still Tottenham 3, Norwich 0.
Tottenham 3, Norwich 0. That was quite comical, just hearing that about Kieran Dowell and that miss. We're going to have a quick word from our sponsors.
Football Live is powered on Brila FM by Chivita, Hollandia and Cowrywise.
Yeah, so we are into the closing stages of the 3 Premier League games. Remember, there is one more to come. Aston Villa versus Leicester at Villa Park. The team news is in. Aston Villa line up then with Emi Martinez in goal, Matty Cash, Esri Konsa, Tyrone Mings and Ashley Young as the defence. Douglas Luiz, Marvellous Nakamba and John McGinn, the 3 in midfield. Jacob Ramsey, Ollie Watkins and Emi Buendia are the 3 up front for Aston Villa this afternoon. For Leicester, it's Schmeichel in goal, Castagna, Evans, Soyuncu and Luke Thomas, the back four. Dewsbury Hall's a surprise inclusion. Wilfred Ndidi, the Super Eagles, is in there. Ademola Lookman as well, who's declared to play for Nigeria, starting on the right wing. Madison and Barnes, the other attackers, and Patson Daka, the Zambian, is up front this afternoon for Leicester City, with Kelechi Iheanacho on the bench. They've got a big game in Europe next week, haven't they? Have Leicester. They go to Napoli and Victor Osimhen's team as they look to try and seal qualification through to the Europa League knockout stages. Beyond this calendar year, still 1-0 between Queen's Park Rangers and Stoke in the Championship. Tyrese Campbell with the only goal in that game that has given Stoke the lead there, as they lead a side who are just sitting above them in the Championship top 6. One game we brought you earlier on today. It finished Rayo Vallecano 1, Espanyol 0. An own goal from Leandro Cabrera, the Uruguayan defender, sealed the points for Rayo Vallecano, who are going very, very well under Andoni Iriola. The former Athletic Bilbao defender. They lead by 1. They finished that game with a 1-0 win as they boost their European hopes. The other game going on in Spain is Elche 1, Cadiz 0. Elche leading that game. Fidel scoring from the penalty spot. And Cadiz have also had a penalty, but they've missed it. Alex Fernandez missing that one. So it's around about sort of 35 minutes into that game. Incidentally, couple of other scorelines in Turkey. Fatih Karagümrük were 1-0 up against Giresunspor, but they've ended up losing the game by 3-1. Alexander Pesic had given Fatih Karagümrük the lead. Giresunspor then equalised in the 69th minute with a goal from Ibrahima Balde, the 31-year-old forward, and then they managed to get another 2 goals. Suleimane Dukara scoring twice. The former Leeds man scoring his second of them from the penalty spot. And it also finished Hatayspor 0, Istanbul Başakşehir 3, with Daniel Alexic scoring 2 penalties and Stefano Okaka adding a third in that one. And it also finished Kayserispor 2, Antalyaspor 0. Kolovetsios and Gavranovic were both sent off for 2 yellow cards for Kayserispor after they'd managed to go 2-0 up with Mame Tiam scoring both the goals in the first half, one from the penalty spot and the other in open play. Fenerbahce take on Çaykur Rizespor in around about 10 minutes time. Bright Osayi Samuel starts on the bench for starts for Fenerbahce, I should say, in their game at the in the Turkish top flight against Çaykur Rizespor. That one from the Ülker Stadyumu in Istanbul, who a couple of weeks ago beat Galatasaray, didn't they, in the Turkish Eternal Derby, the biggest game in Turkish football. Elsewhere in the African Confederations Cup, and Yimba still lead by 2-0 against Al Ittihad of Libya. In that one, so well done to them as it stands for them, holding on to a 2-0 lead. We are into the closing stages of the games in the Premier League and our feature match in France. We will get the full-time reports, and hopefully between now and the end of the advert breaks, maybe some more goals and some more drama. Don't go away.
This is Nonso for Sports 234 News. I'm reporting from a viewing center where fans are gathering to support their clubs. The atmosphere is tense. The fans are on edge. Let's find out what's on the mind of the fans. What expectations do you have for this match?
We are winning this game.
Are you predicting any saves?
Definitely. My club is known for saving goals.
And how do you celebrate when your team scores a...
Cowrie-wise saves for me automatically without stress.
There's a new way to meet your savings and investment goals. Build a savings habit every week and every time your team scores, and join thousands of fans in the club savings circle as you save and support each other and your clubs.
Mr. Newscaster, what are you doing?
Downloading the Cowrie-wise app.
Download the Cowrie-wise app on iOS or Android and kick off a new kind of saving. Cowrie-wise. Plan, save, invest.
Committed to taking you closer to the action.
This is
Sports Radio, Brila FM.
There's the whistle, and we're on the way.
Hi, My name is Okwe from Cowrie Wise. Yeah, it's me. If you are a soccer fan like me, you definitely follow one of the biggest football clubs. And if you are a true fan, you are also a member of the Cowrie Wise Club Saving Circle. A saving circle for fans who love their teams, but love saving even more. This is how it works. Every week, you automatically save an amount. And for every goal your team scores, you also save money. When your club does well, so do you. You get to enjoy the taste of victory and also earn a handsome interest rate on the saved money. My boys never disappoint me. And neither does Cowrie Wise.
Automatically put money in your savings every time your team scores from now till the end of the season and join thousands of fans as you save and support each other and your clubs. Download the Cowrie Wise app on iOS or Android and kick off a new kind of saving. Cowrie Wise. Plan, save, invest.
You are listening to Football Live.
Are indeed listening to Football Live with me, your host, Matt Oz, on this Sunday afternoon. We are just over an hour to go left of the show. And the full times are starting to come in across the Premier League. Let's go over to John Kane first, where Tottenham Hotspur continue to fly high in the Premier League under Antonio Conte.
They have indeed, and the Spurs fans were cheering for Antonio Conte's name. I think they're already in love with him and trying to transform that team. They finished Tottenham 3, Norwich 0, and Tottenham started scoring in the 10th minute with a beautiful shot from Lucas Moura from outside the penalty area. Tim Krul got no chance with that. But in the second half, carried on as well with a goal, this time in the 66th minute from Davinson Sanchez. A call hand side flicked by Davies into Davinson Sanchez from inside the 6-yard box. Only have to hoof it into the back of the net. And Heung-min Son finished the scoring for Spurs in the 77th minute from 10 yards, picking up the ball from Højbjerg and from Ryan Sessegnon, and from 10 yards into the back of the net. It's a good day for Spurs and 3 points, and it puts them above Arsenal with the same level of games, but it's not good for Norwich, and Norwich needs to do much, much more. But as of the other games seen from Liverpool, Watford losing yesterday and Leeds losing as it stands, then Norwich can actually have a bit of a hope that trying to catch up with them teams and get outside the running. Today's game, it finished Tottenham 3, Norwich 0.
Tottenham 3, Norwich 0. Norwich have tasted them for the first time under Dean Smith, but Antonio Conte's unbeaten run still goes on. But we have a goal at Ellen Road, would you believe? Leeds versus Brentford. This is important. Is it one that has deflated the Leeds fans, or is it absolutely sent them crazy, Ryan Francis?
And it's Leeds that have equalised here, and it's none other than Patrick Bamford who's got on the score sheet. It was Luke Ayling with the crossing. It was quite deep, but Patrick Bamford found the bottom left-hand corner with his header and has saved Marco Bielsa's side. And they've managed to come away with a point here because the referee, David Coote, has just blown the final whistle. So it's finished here. Leeds 2, Brentford 2.
Oh, Brentford agonisingly so close to getting a win and taking it back to London with him. It would have been a great long journey home, but it's going to feel such a deflating mood with Patrick Bamford equalising, back in the team and back scoring. How Leeds needed that, as they've moved 1 point extra clear ahead of Burnley, Newcastle and Norwich in that bottom three. They stay 14th, Brentford stay in 11th. We'll chat to Ryan Francis, get his full-time report on what was a pulsating game in Yorkshire. Always is for Leeds United. I did say that at the top of the show, and I prayed, didn't I? I said, just don't have any more goals during the advert breaks, and luckily we got it around about sort of 90 seconds after we came back to the live show, and my goodness me, how we managed to get some late drama at Ellen Road. But we did get some sort of late drama at Old Trafford, albeit very earlier compared to what Ryan Francis saw at Leeds versus Brentford, and it's a winning start for Ralph Rangnick as Manchester United's interim manager.
Yeah, sorry about that, Matt. Yeah, it's a bit of a dream start. Yes, it wasn't entirely convincing at points, and yes, on the scoreline it was just the 1 goal margin, but all things considered, it's 3 points and a winning start and a clean sheet for Ralf Rangnick at the helm for Manchester United. It was, you can't really ask for much more. The first half was a lot more dominant. They're obviously still getting used to that gegenpress style of football that Rangnick has become so well renowned for. The chances were plenty in that first 45. They had about 13, which was more than Solskjaer had in his last 2 games combined. Ronaldo had hosted them, but then the half-time break came and things got a little bit more cagey. Things got a little bit more competitive as Palace started to bite back a little bit. It got a little bit feisty. There were some cards dished out, some injuries towards the end of the fixture. Harry Maguire clashed heads with Odsonne Edouard and ended up bleeding from his head and was strapped up. Christian Benteke had to have treatment at a point. But the main talking point was a goal in the 77th minute, courtesy of Fred. Figure of ridicule quite frequently over the last sort of 3 months or so under Olympian Usheoritse. But it has to be remembered, he starts regularly for Brazil, and he's by no means not a talented footballer. And he showed today that he's capable of producing some special moments in that United shirt. And I think that'll be the theme, one of the takeaway themes from today. For a lot of the United fans, is that we've got such a high calibre squad, such a high calibre starting 11 week in, week out. Can Rangnick unlock the potential of a lot of these players? And with the goal that Fred scored in the 77th minute, that theme might look to be ever so prevalent this season. Fred's goal was a brilliant strike as well. Cristiano Ronaldo jinking and jiving his way into the Crystal Palace penalty area, found Mason Greenwood, who gave it back to Fred on the edge of the area, who with the inside of his boot wrapped his foot around the ball, and it was a beautiful strike. Guaita had no chance. The ball always swerving away from him from the moment it left the Brazilians' boots. Palace had probably the biggest chance of the game just 3 minutes previously when Jordan Ayew tried to turn in a James Tompkins header across goal. He tried to turn it towards David De Gea's far post, just inches wide. For Crystal Palace and Patrick Vieira's men, a little bit concerning now, because that's 3 losses on the bounce. For a side that were, before today, they were only 5 or so points off the top 5. So some maybe worrying signs for the Eagles in South London as they travel back tonight. Obviously, United were the favourites, and all the talking before this game was on Ralf Rangnick and what he could do. And at the end of the day, he's produced a win. Palace again failing to score they've scored now failed to score 2 games in a row, having scored in 9 games on the trot, so maybe that would be something to be looked at as well for Patrick Vieira and his men. But the main talking point, Ralf Rangnick off to a very successful start. They've answered a few questions, not all questions, and there will be things to look at, but promising signs for if you're a fan of the Red Devils. It finishes today, Manchester United 1, Crystal Palace 0.
Does indeed. Ralf Rangnick off to a winning start there. So Manchester United 1, Crystal Palace 0. Crystal Palace again conceding in the last 10 minutes of a Premier League game and away from home as well. Remember, they conceded late on against Leeds, didn't they, with that penalty from Rafinha in the game in midweek, and they conceded in the last 15 minutes with Fred scoring the goal for the Red Devils. So they've won, Tottenham won, but there was no winner between Leeds and Brentford. Brentford, Ryan Francis, were seconds away from winning before Leeds' goal machine, Patrick Bamford, comes back into the team and is back amongst the goals to get a precious point.
And it is always the case with Leeds. The last minute always seems to bring a bit of action, and Patrick Bamford has not failed to deliver on that promise, as Leeds are quite lucky to come away with a point here, because in the second half Brentford were well on top of Leeds, and although the first half was you could say Leeds were dominant in the first half, but maybe it was because Brentford was so poor. But in the second half, Brentford completely turned it around and are definitely unlucky not to come away with all 3 points here. But again, Leeds just live to fight another day. I mean, that still means that Brentford are 11th in the table. Leeds are still 14th in the table. But that point means that Leeds are now 6 points adrift of Burnley, who sit in 18th place. So maybe it's a building block to push themselves back up the table.
The Leeds can certainly use that as a springboard to push on. Thank you very much, Ryan Francis. So the 3 games at 2 o'clock then, just to fully recap. It finished Leeds 2, Brentford 2, as you just heard from Ryan Francis. Finished Manchester United 1, Crystal Palace 0, Tottenham 3, Norwich 0. Don't worry, we're not done in the Premier League just yet. Aston Villa take on Leicester. We'll get the thoughts of John Kane, who's going to be watching his second game of the day very, very shortly. I did reveal the full team news, but he will go through it again with us very, very shortly in around about sort of 5-10 minutes time. Let's go over to France then. Our feature match that we saw, Lorient against Nantes, and it was Terry Moffi against Moses Simon, with Moses Simon's team getting on the winning side in this encounter, John.
Well, yeah, as you say, Moses Simon will definitely be the happier of his compatriots. It finished FC Nantes 1, Lorient 0. It was a game of 2 halves really. The first half, neither team really struggled to make a claim, but in the second, Lorient came out all guns blazing and had about 3 or 4 brilliant chances that they just couldn't convert. And I think that turned into a bit of frustration because they left themselves vulnerable to the counter-attackers at the back, which FC Nantes took full advantage of, scoring the goal around the 85th minute mark. From then on, it was all Lorient once again. They threw everything at them to try and get at least a draw out of this game, but to no avail. As far as the table, that means Nantes are 5 points clear of the relegation zone, and Lorient look like they might be having a bit of a battle down there at the bottom. But yeah, just once again, it's finished FC Nantes 1, Lorient 0.
So Lorient, the losers in that encounter. Also as well in France, it finished Monaco 4, Metz 0. Monaco really enjoying life this afternoon at the Stade Louis II Stadium. Wissam Ben Yedder got the last of the 4, Martins with the 3rd, Volland with the 2nd, Diop with the 1st. It all started in just side the 2nd minute for Monaco as Metz's poor form goes on. Montpellier 1, Clermont 0. Goal from Sepe Elie Wahi was the difference in that game as Montpellier have moved up into 8th, stay in 8th place in the French top flight. It also finished Reims 1, Angers 2. Valon Berisha sent off for Reims in the 38th minute for 2 yellows. There was 2 penalties. Sofiane Boufal first for the visitors, Angers in the 49th minute. 10 minutes later, a penalty from Ekitike saw Reims level, and Angelo Fulgini with 15 minutes to go saw Angers clinch the points there. 5 minutes gone in the game between Nice and Strasbourg in the game in the French top flight. Also finished earlier on before we came on air. Saint-Etienne 0, Rennes 5. Martin Terrier with a hat-trick. Chiomanu Ugochukwu added a goal before an own goal from Yvonne Machon saw Saint-Etienne lose 5-0. Stoke had just put the ball in the back of the net against Queen's Park Rangers, who missed a penalty as well. Tyrese Campbell gave Stoke the lead before Charlie Austin missed what was a very contentious penalty against Stoke before Stoke have managed to go 2-0 up. I believe the goal scorer was Mario Vrancic. They look like they're going to be recording a win there with just over 10 minutes left of the game to go. We're crossing over to Tony Becker-Deremo and his team one final time in a quarter of an hour's time. If you don't know the details already for what our Facebook page is, here is the address and what you need to do.
Don't forget that you can interact with us on Facebook. Follow our Facebook page, Football Live NG. That's Football Live NG. And follow all the big football stories and have your say. Go to facebook.com/Football Live NG. Come in, like our page and join our football family.
Join our football family, come and have yours say. There was lots of comments about Edouard Mendy, a little bit about Chelsea having a bit of a wobble, and Thomas Tuchel a bit of a sore loser as well after that defeat to West Ham yesterday, but he did frankly admit that his team were looking a bit tired, a little bit fatigued. Is this the sign that Chelsea start to fall off a cliff a little bit, or is it just a little blip with Manchester City and Liverpool flying as well after their wins yesterday against Wolves and Watford respectively, both in very different manners, I should add. Let's go over then to the Bundesliga. Let's get an update between Stuttgart and Hertha Berlin, and right on cue there's been a fourth goal in that game at the Mercedes-Benz Arena. Is it 2-0? Is it 3-1 Stuttgart, or Hertha Berlin pulled it back, Billy Andrews?
They've pulled it back, and it's the scrappiest goal that Stevan Jovetic will ever score in his life. There's a ball crossed in from Plattenhardt, it bobbles around the box, and who's there but the veteran Jovetic to poke home through the legs of Florian Müller to make it Stuttgart 2, Hertha Berlin 2. They were down and out 90 minutes into this game at 2-0 down. They got one back through Jovetic before half-time, and with 15 minutes to go, he's got one back to 2-0. He couldn't get a hat-trick to win them the game, could he? It's 2-0 at the Mercedes-Benz Arena.
Don't be surprised if he does that indeed. Typhoon Korkut's team have shown some fight, haven't they? They were 2-0 down, but now they come back to level it at 2-2 with just over 10 minutes to go left in that game. All to play for. Is there going to be a fifth important goal, or will there be a winner? You're about to find out. With us, we've got now and 6 o'clock left on air, so we've got around 50 minutes to be precise left of this Sunday afternoon show with me, your host Matt Oles, listening to it on Brila FM 88.9 Sports Radio. Mönchengladbach Freiburg is a 4:30 kickoff UK time, 5:30 Nigerian time. Remember, Mönchengladbach in 12th place in the division, not quite the start they would have envisaged under Adi Hütter. Freiburg in 6th under Christian Streich, the longest serving coach, I believe, in the Bundesliga to date, incidentally. Let's cut across then to the other game in the Premier League. John Kane is at Villa Park for Aston Villa against Leicester City. I read the team news out earlier on John Kane, and there doesn't seem to be that many surprises apart from who's leading the line for Leicester City as well.
No, very much so. We'll start with Villa first. I mean, Villa, they've been really on good form under Steven Gerrard, their new manager, and 2 wins out of 3, and that one was the one they lost was against Manchester City. So I'm sure that as Villa fans will let him off. But it's been really good performance and improving performance since he's taken over. He's got Martinez in goal, Young, Mings, Constant and Cash in defence. The midfield is Louise, Nakamba, McGinn, Wynn there, and up front is Ollie Watkins. As for Leicester, well, they've got 3 Nigerian players today. 2 are playing and 1 is on the bench, and on the bench is Iheanacho, and he's joined by Jamie Vardy. Jamie Vardy is also on the bench today for Leicester City, but the other 2 players from Nigeria, and Didi, and recently who declared his loyalty to Nigeria is Andrew Lookman. They're both playing. So Leicester got Schmeichel in goal, Castagna, Evans, Sioncho and Thomas in defence. In midfield, Drewsbury, Hall and Didi, and Daka up front, supported by Lookman and Madison and Barnes. And Daka, the 23-year-old Zambian who's replacing Jamie Vardy, I think he's going to have a brilliant future in the Premier League. Yes, he scored 1 and 5 so far in the Premier League, but he scored 5 and 5 for Leicester in Europa, and his record speaks for itself. He scored 27 in 28 goals last season for Salzburg in the Austrian League. Don't underestimate him, because his touches here so far in the Premier League has been brilliant, and I think he's probably the man who will be in the future. We'll see him taking over from Jamie Vardy. He's actually great to watch as well, the Zambian, the 23-year-old man. And but yeah, people think it's a surprise that Jamie Vardy is not playing today. But I think at the end of the day, with the form that Leicester are in and the position they're in the table, they probably need a bit of changing in the squad. And they brought in Daka, and I don't think it's a bad choice, to be honest.
I think you're actually right there. I think maybe Brendan Rodgers has got one on that Europa League game against Napoli. Certainly, without doubt, the toughest game they will have in that group when they go away to the Stadio Diego Armando Maradona on Thursday night. They're going to clinch a place in the Europa League knockout stages. But let's talk about Aston Villa now. Steven Gerrard has had 3 games in charge, 2 wins against Brighton and Crystal Palace. Manchester City, they lost, which they were expected to, but they certainly gave a good account of themselves, didn't they? What have you made of Steven Gerrard so far at Aston Villa?
I think it's been a very good signing, to be honest, for Aston Villa. There seems to be a new life in them, and you can see it on the pitch and the way they've been playing. They're playing really, really good football. And even against Manchester City, the game they've lost, they really gave it the best shot, and they didn't just stood there waiting for Manchester City to come in and attack them. Steven Gerrard, yes, his managerial career was with the Rangers up in Scotland, but I think his time as a player with Liverpool, plus the managerial experience that he gained with Rangers, is been paying dividends at the moment for Villa. 2 wins, 2 needed wins, in fact. And like I said to you earlier, I mean, the game against Manchester City, they gave it all. Yes, they lost, but like you said, everyone was expecting Man City to win that, but it wasn't easy for Man City on the day. And but I think the toughest test for Steven Gerrard is actually him going to Liverpool next week. That'd be quite interesting. Going to your old ground, a club that you played most of your career or your English career in, and you're facing him as manager. It'll be interesting to see what kind of reception you get as well Anfield next week.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the time being, John Kane. Yeah, we'll let you get in your seat and get adjusted. Kick-off is in just under 20 minutes' time for Aston Villa versus Leicester, the 4th and final instalment from the Premier League this Sunday afternoon. But the weekend doesn't stop there, because tomorrow Everton take on Arsenal at Goodison Park. Everton in absolutely shocking form under Rafael Benitez, aren't they? And as John Kane rightly alluded to, Aston Villa have had 2 wins in their 3 games under Steven Gerrard. The first was against Brighton at home, great homecoming. The second one was a tricky assignment at Crystal Palace, where they won by 2-1. Manchester City, they lost in the week, but put up a very good fight against Pep Guardiola's champions. Let's go and check on the other scores across Europe then. Shall we? Let's look in Spain. The feature match we brought to you earlier on finished Rayo Vallecano 1, Espanyol 1. Leonardo Cabrera, the Uruguayan defender's own goal, sealed the points for Rayo Vallecano. They continue their great home form, and they continue their push for European football for next season in the Spanish top flight as they go to 6th. Elche Cadiz is 1-0 at the break. Elche took the lead from the penalty spot with a goal from Fidel, and then Alex Fernandez missed the penalty for Cadiz in the same game as well. Levante Osasuna is a kick-off at 6:30 after we're off air. Celta Vigo and Valencia kicks off at 9 o'clock in the Spanish top flight as well. And just to bring you a line out of Everton, in fact, Marcel Brands, the technical director, formerly with PSV Eindhoven, looks set to be sacked at Everton, so they're going to be making some changes upstairs there, and you can't help but feel that maybe there's a bit of a sour relationship between him and the current manager, Rafael Benitez. He has overseen a lot of transfer activity at Everton over the last few years, but there's confirmation there that Marcel Brands is apparently on the verge of the sack as the technical director at Everton. As we now have a word from our sponsors.
Football Live is powered on Brila FM by Chivita, Hollandia and Cowrywise.
Earlier on in the Scottish Premiership, the challengers to Rangers, Celtic won by 3-0 at Dundee United, and they did it in truth with indefinite ease and with effortless goal. They had 26 attempts over the 90 minutes and 71% possession in the game. Celtic managed to take the lead with Tom Rogic, and David Turnbull scoring the second just before the end of the first half. Liam Scales, the Irish defender, signed in the summer from Irish champion Shamrock, managed to add the third goal as Celtic have now continued to maintain the gap to 4 points in the Scottish Top Flight. Latest score as well, Livingston 0, Hearts 1. The side have been on Thursday. Liam Boyce with the only goal in the Tony Macaroni Arena that has given Hearts the lead there. Final scores in Russia. Sylvester Igbun's Dynamo Moscow were 2-0 winners against Ufa this afternoon. He was an unused sub in the game. Denis Makarov with the first, and then 4 minutes to go until the end of the game. Arsen Zakharyan added a second that saw Dynamo Moscow record a 2-0 win. Ufa had 2 players sent off. Vyacheslav Krotov was sent off and Kakin Tura sent off, both in the first half. That really made life difficult for Ufa over the course of the afternoon. Brian Ado was sent off for Kim Keith, 2 yellow cards in their game against Arsenal Tula. They took the lead, the home team, 9 minutes before the end of the first half, with a goal from Reziowan Mirzov for Kimki, but Tula managed to turn it around. Davicashvili, and then a goal from the Zambian Evans Kangwa saw Arsenal Tula take all 3 points. Also finished Volga Nizhny Novgorod 2, Ruben Kazan 1, Kalinski with 2, but sandwiched in between. Anders Dreyer managed to equalise for Ruben Kazan, and it's currently Sochi 0, Krasnodar 0. Let's go to the Bundesliga then, the latter stages of the game between Stuttgart and Hertha Berlin. Any sign of a winner, Billy Andrews?
Well, Teufen Korka has thrown the kitchen sink at it. He's brought on the Polish striker Krzysztof Piatek as they look to find that third goal. We love a stat on Football Live. Interestingly enough, the last time Hertha Berlin came from 2-0 down to earn a point was in March 2020 with a 2-2 draw against Werder Bremen. It's 2-2 here at the moment with 3 minutes plus added time to go. Omar Marmoush has stood over a wide free kick for Stuttgart. It's whipped in and it's cleared by Kevin Prince Boateng. So 2-2 here, but I wouldn't put it past there being a late winner in this game. It's had everything apart from a red card.
It has indeed. The Bundesliga never disappoints on Football Live, whether it's Saturday or whether it's Sunday, and it hasn't this afternoon, has it, with that 4-goal thriller. Mönchengladbach Freiburg is to come at 5:30. In the Greek Super League, PAOK are currently 2-1 down at the break to Onikos. In the top flight, Anderson City, Nigerian midfielder, booked in the game for PAOK. They are, of course, losing, as I mentioned. They took the lead through a goal through Karol Swiderski, the Polish striker. Jose Canas then equalised. And then from the penalty spot, a lot of penalties today across Europe. Ayas Osman, the Syrian, scoring for Onikos as they lead by 2-1. Ike Athens, Panathinaikos, and Aris Thessaloniki and Asteras Tripoli to come later on, both kicking off at 6:30 after we go off air. In Italy, we had a thriller, didn't we? Venezia. Of course, David Okereke started the game but was substituted inside 7 minutes. They were 3-0 up against Verona. Ceccaroni, Chiringo and Henry had scored in the first 28 minutes. Then Henry scored an own goal, so it's 3-1 to Verona. It's very hard to keep track of, so I'll try as much best as I can. Ceccaroni was then sent off for handling. Gianluca Caprari then made it 3-2. Then Giovanni Simeone, son of Diego, made it 3-3, and then the man who got the equaliser scored again for Verona 5 minutes from time. That saw Venezia on the wrong end of a comeback as they lost by 4-3. For Spezia 2, Sassuolo 2 as well in the Italian top flight. Remanai at Spezia 1 goal up. They made 2-0 with Chiasi. They're making it 2-0. Giacomo Raspadori hit twice in the second half that saw Sassuolo come back to draw 2-2. It finished Bologna 2, Fiorentina 3. As Zahavic was one of the 3 goal scorers for Fiorentina. For the final time this afternoon then, we're going to go over to Lagos and to Tony Becker-Deremo and his team to tell you what the latest social media interaction is and how the Nigerian players are faring across the continent. Over to you, Tony.
Yeah, thank you very much, Matt Isles. Thank you very much once again. It is time for us to check out the exploits of Nigerian players, and then go check out your posts and your messages on our Facebook fan page. On the home front, talking about Nigerian players, let's start from the CAF Confederations Cup, where Eyimba, we're into stoppage time in that game, and Victor Umbauma and Sadiq Abubakar remain the goal scorers for Eyimba. Eyimba still lead with a few minutes to go. Eyimba lead Al Ittihad of Libya in Aba, Nigeria by 2-0. In the other fixture involving a Nigerian team in the CAF Confederations Cup, it is Al Masry of Egypt 1. 20 minutes seen in that game, Rivers United with no goals. We can tell you that Cyril Dessers is still observing proceedings. He's a substitute for Feyenoord. They're playing against Fortuna Sittard, that's in the top flight in Holland. Teremas Murphy played a total of 82 minutes for Lorient, but they lost. Lorient lost 1-0 to Nantes, who had Moses Daddy Simon also playing for about 81 minutes. So Teremas Murphy 82 minutes, Moses Daddy Simon 81 minutes. David Okereke, of course, went off injured. We hope that he's all right, or he's not out for a long time. For Venezia, they played against Verona. Tyrone Eboué was there as a substitute. Steven Kope in Ukraine featured for 77 minutes. He played for Inuits as they played against Zoya Luhansk. They lost that game by a lone goal. Bright Osayi Samuel is in action for Fenerbahce, who are playing against Rizespor in Turkey. Elsewhere, Super Eagles captain Ahmed Musa came on after 71 minutes and his side lost 3-1. Kamal Gumruk were defeated by Gerinspor. That's also in Turkey. We can tell you that Wilfred Ndidi and Nigerian-born Ademola Lookman are both starting for Leicester City, who play very shortly at Aston Villa. Kelechi Promise Eheanacho will start from the bench. Frank Onyeka played for 69 minutes for Brentford, and they managed a 2-2 draw against Leeds United in the Premier League. Sylvester Igbonu has played for only 3 minutes. He played for Dynamo Moscow in their 2-0 win over Ufa. Brian Idowu of the Super Eagles was also in action in Russia. He played for about 90 minutes before he got sent off following a second yellow card. His team, Kimki, lost 2-1 to Arsenal Tula. Brian Idowu made 7 tackles in that game, successful tackles, and he also made 4 interceptions. Let's quickly cross over to Facebook, where we have your comments. Sports Radio, Brila FM, remember, is the fan page address, and there's tons of comments. Of course, the new era has started at Manchester United, and a lot of people are happy Man United won a game. Some are also talking about the former Manchester United gaffer, David Moyes. Will West Ham win something at the end of the current campaign? We'll have your comments here, and we're going to read them very, very shortly. Let's start off with this one. Your name is Abraham Ayefu says Arsenal should be prepared because the way West Ham are, they look like they want to go very, very far. I don't see them winning anything, by the way. Royston Joseph says it is not impossible. The way David Moyes is going with West Ham, it looks like he means business. He may win something, may also finish in the top 4, other things being equal. NWC Ugu is also here, says that David Moyes will win something this season, but it looks like you're being sarcastic. Says they will win the UCL, the EPL, the FA Cup, even the World Cup. Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to Uchena. Dino says it is too early to say if West Ham will win something, but they had a fantastic win over Everton yesterday. That's where they want to be. Festus Madabuachi says Man United. Okay, he says they cost the loss of Chelsea. That draw destabilized Chelsea, and that's why West Ham were able to do it. Let's quickly go for another break, a commercial break. When we come back, of course, we'll rejoin Matt Isles and team for the remainder of Football Live. Stay with us. We'll be back shortly.
Football Live. There's nothing like it on weekends.
It's the time of the year. Come, let's chill together. Pop Chivita, make we jolly. Ooh, yeah. All over Nigeria, anywhere you there. Share Chivita with your family and friends. Enjoy this Christmas. Let's celebrate with Chivita. Ooh, yeah.
Juice up this season with the special Chivita Christmas packs available in stores near you.
Holla to the season of fun. Hope rising, cherish the season, relish the nourishment. Hollandia, celebrate the season's goodness. Hollandia.
Have you picked up your Hollandia Yogurt Christmas pack yet? Get yours today in stores near you.
This is Nonso for Sports 234 News. I'm reporting from a viewing center where fans are gathering to support their clubs. The atmosphere is tense. The fans are on edge. Let's find out what's on the mind of the fans. What expectations do you have for this match?
We are winning this game.
Are you predicting any saves?
Definitely. My club is known for saving goals.
And how do you celebrate when your team scores a...
Cowrie-wise saves for me automatically without stress.
There's a new way to meet your savings and investment goals. Build a savings habit every week and every time your team scores, and join thousands of fans in the club savings circle as you save and support each other and your clubs.
Mr. Newscaster, what are you doing?
Downloading the Cowrie-wise app.
Download the Cowrie-wise app on iOS or Android and kick off a new kind of saving. Cowrie-wise. Plan, save, invest.
Committed to taking you closer to the action.
This is
Sports Radio, Brila FM.
You are listening to Football Live with Matt Isles and his team of reporters. Around the grounds with exclusive updates, goals as they go in.
It's game on at Selhurst Park.
The best way to follow the top action in the Premier League and Europe's top leagues is right here on Football Live.
Thank you very much again, Tony Beckerderemo and his team in Lagos. Fine bulletin and updates on the Nigerian players all across the continent and what the social media interaction is. Thank you all so much for all your comments. Sorry we couldn't get them read out this Sunday afternoon, but if you keep going and keep on with all your comments every Sunday and every Saturday, we do promise to get them read out as much as we can. Full-time though in the Bundesliga, real thriller at the Mercedes-Benz Arena, where it looked like it was going to be a shocking start to life as Hertha Berlin coach for Tayfun Korkut until Stefan Jovetic decided to take matters into his own hands, Billy Andrews.
Yeah, that's right. It finished 2-2 in the Mercedes-Benz Arena. They controlled the game for the opening 15 minutes before. They were on the attack, but losing the ball, and the defenders were inside the Stuttgart half, and Omar Marmoush had the freedom of the city of Stuttgart to run into and slid the ball between the legs of Florian Müller. It got even worse as Philip Forster bent a beautiful left-footed shot into the bottom right-hand corner beyond the outstretched Alexander Scholo. 19 minutes gone, 2-0 to Stuttgart, and Tayfun Korkut was thinking, well, maybe I've got a massive job on my hands. 5 minutes before the half ended though, Stefan Jovetic scored his own screamer 20 yards out, shifting the ball onto his right foot and bending a peach of a goal into the top right beyond a static Florian Müller. The second half was pretty boring as halves of football go in the Bundesliga, but with 15 minutes to go, a cross from Plattenhardt touched forward to Stefan Jovetic and he prodded home from about 2 yards out between the legs of Florian Müller. It finished 2-2 and they weathered a peppering from Stuttgart at the end, but they held out to keep it at 2-2. They both share a point, so it finished 2-2, and I'll be honest, if you're a Hertha Berlin fan, you'd probably take that after being 2-0 down inside 20 minutes. Stuttgart fans and Stuttgart players will feel a little bit bitter after that one. They should have had more than 2 goals, but sometimes that's football. 2-2.
Yeah, 2-2 finish there. Thank you very much, Billy Andrews. Yeah, cracker from the Bundesliga, wasn't it? Another game to kick off later on. Mönchengladbach against Freiburg. Well, what's to come on Saturday? Well, it's all the big leagues in action. Of course, the Premier League will take centre stage as ever. Chris Baldwin is your man, and here's what's to come next Saturday.
We will be back on Brila FM with Football Live next Saturday afternoon from 2 o'clock with Chris Baldwin, your host, and his team of reporters around the grounds. 4 brilliant matches lined up in the Premier League. We'll also be across the Bundesliga, La Liga and Serie A on what promises to be a very exciting afternoon of football for you football fans out there listening on Brila FM. Well, let's have a look at the 4 matches that are taking place in the Premier League. No doubt of the match that really stands out. Steven Gerrard takes Aston Villa back to his old stomping ground. That's right, he returns to Anfield. Liverpool against Aston Villa is one of the 3 matches kicking off mid-afternoon. The other 2 are both in London. Arsenal taking on Southampton, Chelsea at home to Leeds United. The early kick-off is Manchester City against Wolverhampton Wanderers. We'll be in the Bundesliga for Bayern Munich against Mainz. We'll drop down to the Championship in England. 2 matches involving Nigerian players, West Bromwich Albion against Reading and Huddersfield Town against Coventry City. Both games of importance to the top end of the division where teams are vying for promotion to the Premier League, of course. In Italy, our featured game with a reporter at the ground will be Fiorentina against Salernitana, whilst in Spain we'll keep a very close eye on Espanyol, who take on Levante. So a very exciting afternoon of football lined up for you next Saturday afternoon with Chris Baldwin and his team of reporters from 2 o'clock here on Brila FM. Be sure to join us on Football Live next Saturday afternoon. It should be a cracker.
Be a cracker indeed. Really am looking forward to that, like so many others as well. I think I echo those thoughts, no doubt. Remember, speaking of Aston Villa, their game has just kicked off against Leicester. We'll get an early update from John Kane very, very shortly. And in the Bundesliga already, inside 60 seconds, Freiburg have taken the lead. Maximilian Eggestein has just scored for the visitors at Borussia Park, as Adi Hutter's side have gone a goal down there. As I mentioned about that Bologna-Fiorentina game, big talk about Dusan Vlahovic. Apparently filling the void at Tottenham Hotspur. He scored one of the goals, didn't he, in their 3-2 win against Bologna. Male and Beraghi with the others for Fiorentina, who took the lead at 1-0. It was then 1-0 with Musabaro equalising for those Bologna. Beraghi made it 2-1. Vlahovic 3-1. And then Aaron Hickey, the Scottish left-back, scoring 7 minutes from time to set up a nervy finish, but it wasn't to be, as it was a win for Fiorentina. Lazio Sampdoria gets underway in just under half an hour's time. Ciro Immobile, formidable striker with Lazio across Serie A. He scored so many goals throughout the years. Comes up against Fabio Quagliarella, a long-time striker in the Italian game. And there's going to be an interesting battle in that one in Sardinia. Later on, Juventus take on Genoa in the Italian top flight there. In the Netherlands, Fortuna Sittard away to Feyenoord. It is Feyenoord 2, Fortuna Sittard 0. Here's the latest score there. Second half has just got underway. Gus Til and Brian Linson with both the goals there. They seem to be finding the back of the net pretty easily, them two, don't they? They'll be in Europa Conference League action next week. It's a 3-horse race, to say the least, in the Dutch top flight. Ajax top 36, Feyenoord 35, PSV 34 in third. So really is going to be a real tight race between now and the end of the season in May in the Netherlands, of course. It is now starting to see no spectators due to tightened coronavirus restrictions. In Norway, a couple of Nigerian players playing at the moment. Bodo Glimt, the champions, lead Brann by a goal to 0. An early goal from the defender Breda Mo has given the Champions League Kjetil Knutsen's side lead. They got Victor Boniface on the bench, Nigerian descent for the host this afternoon. Molde 0, Lindstrom 1. They've got 2 Nigerians in their team, and they are leading the visitors as well. They have Ifo Ugbu, Ifeanyi Matthew playing this afternoon for the visitors, and they lead in that game thanks to a goal from Gjermund Assen, the 30-year-old midfielder. Sarpsborg 0, Tromsø 1 is the latest score as well. There is a Nigerian player involved this afternoon. Moses Ebie is leading the line for Tromsø, not on the score sheet for his team, who do lead incidentally, and it was a goal from August Mikkelsen, who put the ball in the back of the net. Let's go over then to Villa Park for the first time in the show. John Kane is watching Villa versus Leicester. How's the early stages, John?
Yes, just 4 minutes gone, still 0-0 between Villa and Leicester, but we just had the first main chance for Leicester City. It was a lovely move by Andrew Luckman on the right-hand side and he managed to find Daka, and Daka shot from a bit of an angle a bit, but it was a powerful shot, and he was on target, but it was easily saved by Emilio Martinez, the Aston Villa keeper. Now Villa got a corner from the left-hand side, got across inside the 6-yard box, but it's been saved by Kasper Schmeichel, and Leicester's trying to clear it, but it's gone back to Tyrone Mings on the right-hand side. So still 0-0 here, nearly 5 minutes to go, but both teams really seem to be upping the tempo a bit. Both are really going for it. And just to note, Matt, that exactly 40 seasons ago today, 40 seasons ago, Aston Villa were European champions when they managed to beat Bayern Munich by 1-0 in a famous win at Rotterdam. And sadly to say, that probably show my age, I remember that game very well, and it was a very exciting game back in the early 80s. So it's not precious Steven Gerrard.
Oh, absolutely, and that is a very, very good thing that you say, because a lot of people, certainly of my generation, will probably forget that Aston Villa won the European Cup, didn't they? 1982, as they mention, as Peter Witt scored that famous goal against Bayern Munich that saw them win what was arguably Aston Villa's finest hour. And there's a touching moment as well around Villa Park as the game is stopped in the 6th minute to remember Arthur Labinho Hughes, who died in the most horrific of circumstances. It's been a massive story across the UK, how he suffered torture from his stepmom and dad for a number of months, and unfortunately passed away. And football grounds up and down the country have been remembering the smile of his that has just been beaming around the grounds all across the country as Aston Villa pay its respects to the young 6-year-old fan who died, hence why they are clapping in the 6th minute.
Absolutely, Matt. It's a beautiful gesture, considering that the fan was a Birmingham fan, the young kid, and there's no rivalry in football when it comes to humanity, doesn't it? There's no rivalry at all.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, very, very nice tribute. When football really does come together for moments like this, it really is a sight to behold. Thank you for the time being, John Kane. So we've played nearly 8 minutes of that one at Villa Park. Aston Villa 0, Leicester 0. Leicester on a bit of a wobble at the moment. Wilfred Ndidi is playing. Ademola Lookman also in the team as well. Kelechi Iheanacho on the bench. As I mentioned before, they've got an absolute huge game in Europe, haven't they, to come next week when they go to Napoli in the UEFA Europa League. Latest scores across the board then. Let's go to Spain. Elche still lead Cadiz by 1-0. They scored from the penalty spot in that game. That Elche Fidel inside the first 15 minutes gave them the lead there. Alex Fernandez missed a penalty 10 minutes later for Cadiz as they still remain a goal down. Earlier on, Joe Dorey brought you Rayo Vallecano's win over Espanyol. It was an own goal from Leonardo Cabrera that saw Elche win that particular game. Earlier on today as well in England, we saw Leeds draw 2-2 with Brentford. They left it late to equalise. Leeds took the lead in the game with Tyler Roberts before Shandon Baptiste equalised, and then Brentford managed to go 2-1 in front with a goal from Sergi Canos, and then Leeds managed to equalise in the dying seconds that sent Ellen Road into absolute raptures. Patrick Bamford with the goal there that made it 2-2, and that's how it stayed in that one in Yorkshire. Manchester United began life under Ralph Rangnick with a 1-0 win as they managed to secure the win with 15 minutes left to play. Fred with the goal in the game as he was able to score against Crystal Palace, who suffered their 3rd straight loss in the Premier League, and start off Ralph Rangnick's tenure in good fashion. And it finished Tottenham 3, Norwich 0. Lucas Moura, Davinson Sanchez and Heung-min Son the goal scorers as Tottenham recorded another win under Antonio Conte in what was their 2nd one in just a matter of a few days. And obviously the latest score at the moment is Aston Villa 0, Leicester City 0. And in the Championship it finished. It's QPR 0, Stoke City 2. Stoke took the lead. Tyrese Campbell, son of former Everton and Arsenal striker Kevin Campbell. One that probably a lot of the older listeners might remember. Certainly John Kane, a reporter at Aston Villa, will certainly remember that name, as Tyrese Campbell scored in the 14th minute. Charlie Austin missed a penalty for Queen's Park Rangers in the game. And then just 15 minutes later, after that penalty miss, Mario Vrancic scored to see Stoke record a victory against Queen's Park Rangers, and with it see Stoke climb into the top 6, one place below Queen's Park Rangers. The Bundesliga we brought to you earlier on, it finished Stuttgart 2, Hertha Berlin 2. Stuttgart were 2-0 up in the game, remember. They managed to go 2 up with goals from Omar Marmoush and Forster in the game before Jovetic scored twice to allow Tayfun Korkut to have a point in his first game in charge. And the latest score is Mönchengladbach 0, Freiburg 2. What a dream start it is for them. Maximilian Eggestein with the first, and then a second was added just a couple of minutes later from Kevin Schade, that has seen Freiburg go 2-0 up and continue their good push into the season. And also it is in the Greek Super League, Onikos 3, PAOK 2. Anderson Isiti, a Nigerian player, is playing for PAOK. He's been booked in the game and been substituted in the second half of his replacement. Mirk has just scored as well. They took the lead with Karol Swiderski, Kanas, Iosman and Lenis had put Onikos 3-1 up before Mirk has scored to pull the deficit back in their favour. Let's go back then to Villa Park. Let's go back to John Kane, where Leicester have had a really good opportunity, and Tyrone Mings has nearly made a real hapless error as well.
Yeah, very much so. The error was it was a hustle from Daka, and Daka so far for the first 10 minutes or so he showed how a menace he can be on defenders. It was a ball gone forward to Leicester City and managed to control by Tyrone Mings, but Tyrone Mings chesting it forward, and Daka was right behind him, and he did touch the ball, and his shot directed wide could have gone goal bound, but luckily for Mings and for Villa it wasn't to be. So Leicester being more team who seems like got a bit of better ideas so far in the first 10 minutes. It's a bit more organised. Villa, they're happy controlling the ball, but they're not really creating much, or seems to have no game plan as such. But it's still early days, and it's still 12 minutes gone. So, and it's a big Midland derby. Both teams are known to each other. It's a derby for both from around the Birmingham area, just for the Nigerian fans to know that. So it's never easy to play that sort of games when there's derby games like that, especially when all the concentration is on that game as we speak. As mentioned, all the Premier League games being finished early on.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the time being, John Kane. So Patson Daka nearly scoring for Leicester in the game at Villa Park. And as John has rightly pointed out, Midlands derby is the side who hail from the west take on the side who hail from the east. And as I say that, Leicester have just taken the lead, would you believe? We'll go over to John Kane, who will tell us all about that goal very, very shortly. We don't want to ruin the surprise. We have got you on tender hooks. I can imagine the people listening in at home, wherever you are. Of course, there'll be quite a few Nigerian supporters hoping that Leicester can win the game. If it is them taking the lead with Wilfred Ndidi in the lineup, Ademola Lookman as well, and Kelechi Iheanacho on the bench as well. So they lead there, but we ain't going to ruin it just yet. Who has scored? We will now go over to John Kane. He's going to tell us all about who scored for Leicester City, who've taken the lead.
Yes, I did mention that Leicester City seemed to be more direct and had a bit more game plan. It was a lovely play from Daka just outside the penalty area. He managed to get away from the Villa player, and he found Harvey Bounds on the left-hand side. He's gone forward and calm as he could, right-footed from an angle from the left-hand side into the back of the net on the left-hand side of Emilio Martinez. It's Aston Villa 0, Leicester 1, and I was saying it was coming, didn't I, early on, but I think it has all proved me right. They seemed a bit more direct than Villa for the first 10 minutes. It's Villa 0, Leicester 1.
Yeah, sweeping counter-attack from Leicester has given them the lead. I think we've got to give you Mystic Jonks. He did call it, didn't he? He did see that one in his crystal ball, the fact that Leicester City would take the lead, and Harvey Barnes is the man to get it as Aston Villa fallen behind at home again under Steven Gerrard for the second game running. We're heading into the final 15 minutes of our show, and we're going to have a word from our sponsors before we continue the action on Football Live.
Football Live is powered on Brila FM by Chivita, Hollandia and Cowrywise.
Yeah, we are. Well, the game in Germany, Mönchengladbach-Freiburg, has already seen 3 goals, and it's 3-0 to Freiburg. Philipp Leinhardt, the Austrian defender, has added a third. This is a torrid afternoon ahead for Adi Hütter and Borussia Mönchengladbach. Eggestein Schade had made it 2-0 inside 6 minutes, but now Lienhardt has added it. It went to VAR, and the referee, Robert Hartmann, has concluded that the goal stands, so they lead by 3-0. Earlier on in France, our featured game, it was the battle of the 2 Super Eagles players. Terre Moffi's Lorient took on Moses Simon's Nantes in the French top flight, and it was Moses Simon's Nantes who recorded the win. They won it late on with Willan Kyprien scoring the vital late goal that saw Nantes continue their push away from the drop zone as they won by 1-0. The French league has also seen a lot of goals throughout the afternoon. Before we came on air, it finished Saint-Etienne 0, Rennes 5 in the game. Martin Terrier hit a hat-trick, as well as an own goal from Yvonne Machon, as well as a goal from a Nigerian player who's got some Nigerian descent in his name, in Chimawanyu Ugochukwu, or Chimuanya, I should say. I got that right, third time eventually, as he added the fifth as Rennes won 5-0. Also finished Monaco 4, Metz 0. Diop, Volland and Martins and Ben Yedder had scored the goals there. Let's go over to John Kane, because there has been a goal in the game at Villa Park between Aston Villa and Leicester City. Is it 1-1 or is it 2-0 to Leicester City, John Kane?
It is 1-1, but I think VAR is getting involved just to check something about it. I'm not sure what exactly, because I can't find anything at the moment, but it was a lovely cross, direct free kick from the left-hand side from Douglas Luiz. It got cleared, then it gone to Buenda, and Buenda, from right in front of the goal for about 10 yards, headed it straight into the net. It's Aston Villa 1, Leicester 1, and still checking for offside, so the check is still going as we speak, but I think it's probably going to be counted, because I'm looking at the replay. It does look like I can't see anyone is offside. So in fact, yes, the goal has been given. It's Villa 1, Leicester 1.
Yeah, 1-0 there. Emi Buendia responds. They weren't behind for long, were they, Aston Villa? Harvey Barnes' opening goal cancelled out via Emi Buendia's equaliser. The former Norwich City man signed as a replacement for Jack Grealish. He needed a goal, and he's got one, the Argentinian. So it's 1-0 there, all to play for as we get into the final 10-plus minutes on this Football Live Sunday edition with me, your host, Matt Isles. You're listening on 88.9. Brila FM Sports Radio. Continuing the sort of latest scores in, or the full-time scores in France. Finished Montpellier 1, Clermont 0. A goal in the game from Wahi sealed the win for Montpellier there. Reims 1, Angers 2. There was 2 penalties before that. Valon Berisha was sent off. Buffal scored the first of the 2 spot kicks. And then the Reims striker, Ugo Ekitike, scored 10 minutes later, just before the hour mark, and then Angers made it 2-1 with a goal through Fulgini, who's been linked with a move to English clubs, isn't he, the defender, as it finished 2-1 there. Latest score at half-time, it is Nice 0, Strasbourg 1, Ludovic Ejorque with the goal there at the Allianz Riviera in Nice, a beautiful part of the world as well. And if Nice were to lose, they would drop and stay in 4th place, but if they were to win, they would go up into third and above Marseille. Well, we will continue the latter part of Football Live. We're going to take a quick advert break. When we return, hopefully we'll get some more news and some more goals at Villa Park.
This is Nonso for Sports 234 News. I'm reporting from a viewing center where fans are gathering to support their clubs. The atmosphere is tense. The fans are on edge. Let's find out what's on the mind of the fans. What expectations do you have for this match?
We are winning this game.
Are you predicting any saves?
Definitely. My club is known for saving goals.
And how do you celebrate when your team scores
Cowrie-wise saves for me automatically without stress.
There's a new way to meet your savings and investment goals. Build a savings habit every week and every time your team scores, and join thousands of fans in the club savings circle as you save and support each other and your clubs.
Mr. Newscaster, what are you doing?
Downloading the Cowrie-wise app.
Download the Cowrie-wise app on iOS or Android and kick off a new kind of saving. Cowrie-wise. Plan, save, invest.
Committed to taking you closer to the action.
This is
Sports Radio, Brila FM.
There's the whistle, and we're on the way.
Hi, my name is Okwe from Cowrie-wise. Yeah, it's me. If you're a soccer fan like me, you definitely follow one of the biggest football clubs. And if you are a true fan, you are also a member of the Cowrie-wise Club Saving Circle. A saving circle for fans who love their teams, but love saving even more. This is how it works. Every week, you automatically save an amount. And for every goal your team scores, you also save money. When your club does well, so do you. You get to enjoy the taste of victory and also earn a handsome interest rate on the saved money. My boys never disappoint me. And neither does Cowrie-wise.
Automatically put money in your savings every time your team scores from now till the end of the season, and join thousands of fans as you save and support each other and your clubs. Download the Cowrie-wise app on iOS or Android and kick off a new kind of saving. Cowrie-wise. Plan, save, invest.
You are listening to Football Live.
Are indeed listening to Football Live with me, Matt Isles, on this Sunday afternoon. Football Live. Well, it has been very action-packed, in particular in the Premier League. The 3 games at 2 o'clock. It finished Tottenham 3, Norwich 0, Manchester United 1, Crystal Palace 0, Leeds 2, Brentford 2. We also brought to you earlier on as well, Lorient 0, Nantes 1 in France. Also, the game in Spain was 1-0. Rayo Vallecano 1, Espanyol 0, and it also was Stuttgart 2, Hertha Berlin 2. 4 countries we've covered today. No 0-0s and plenty of goals as well. That is what we like on Football Live on both the Saturday and Sunday shows. Let's go across though to John Kane, where Leicester City have had a really good chance to regain the lead.
Oh, that was a beautiful chance for Leicester, and only Dewsbury Hall knows how he missed it. It's a lovely cross from the left-hand side from Harvey Barnes, and it went inch perfect in the head of Dewsbury Hall for about 7-8 yards, and he could have easily put it in the back of the net, but his header just went just wide for a goal kick. It's 23 minutes gone here, still Villa 1, Leicester 1. I think this game's got more goals in it.
Yeah, absolutely. What have you made of Patson Daka up front? Because you said he's a player that you quite like watching. His goal record for Salzburg over the last couple of years has been very, very good, isn't it? In the Europa League, he's found life as a Leicester player. Fantastic, isn't it? I mean, he got that hat-trick, didn't he, against Spartak Moscow, and has scored another couple of other goals as well. How have you found him in this game? I mean, he had that good chance, didn't he, from that Tyrone Mings era, but apart from that, it does, feel like he's been quite quiet so far.
He's a bit quiet, but at the end of the day, he's actually still giving hassle for the defenders around him, and that's what Jamie Vardy does as well, if you know. And I think it's going to be like for like, replacing him long term. I think if they keep Daka with Leicester for the next few years, it'd be a fantastic replacement for Leicester. Like I said, his goal scoring record speaks for itself over the last 2 seasons. Yes, it must be the Austrian league, but at the end of the day, he has proved it in Europa League, and also he's got 1 in 5 goals so far in the Premier League. But he does prove absolutely, literally, he's really good at controlling the ball, coming deep, and he's very good in causing havoc and hassle all these defenders ahead of him. So I think that player got a really, really good future ahead of him if he stays at Leicester.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got to contend with Jamie Vardy and Kelechi Iheanacho's a name that many listeners will certainly know from his Super Eagles days. Speaking of the game, Ademola Lookman, John, is out wide. What's he been like so far?
I haven't seen much of the ball, to be honest. I mean, the only time he actually caused anything was actually the chance early on when he passed it on to Daka, and Daka's shot went straight to the keeper, and it was actually a lovely move by Lookman to find him. But apart from that, he's been quite quiet on that front, and but knowing Ademola Lookman, he can just switch on when he wants, and he's that kind of player that you'll see him when you actually need him in the right place. And at the moment, with Leicester having played in a derby game as well, it is very hard for some of the players to try to adapt to that kind of mentality and that kind of atmosphere of playing in a derby. So it's so far so good for Lookman, but I think probably we're expecting more from him after 25 minutes. But they are the away team in the other day.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, John Kane. Yeah, Johnny Evans is just struggling at this moment in time, and a bit of a stat or fact, whatever you want to call it. It's the 100th appearance for Tyrone Mings in the Premier League this afternoon. Of course, he amassed a number of games with Bournemouth, and of course with his current side, Aston Villa, so still 1-1 there. So it's not been a bad game to close out on Football Live this afternoon. Latest scores then across Europe. It is still Nice 0, Strasbourg 1. The second half's going to get underway very shortly there. Elsewhere it's Feyenoord 2, Fortuna Sittard 0. 6 minutes into the second half in that one. Cyril Dessers on the bench, remember, for Feyenoord. Of course, it is in Portugal, Santa Clara 2, Arauca 1. Later on there as well, Gil Vicente take on Famalicão, and Braga take on Estoril in the 2 games there. Latest in Russia, Sochi 1, Krasnodar 1. Cassiera with the opening goal for Sochi before Victor Claesson from the penalty spot has equalised for Krasnodar. Earlier on in the Russian league, Khimki lost 2-1 at home to Arsenal Tula. Brian Idowu, who plays for Khimki, was sent off, 2 yellow cards as his side went 1-0 up, but then ended up losing by 2-1. And Dynamo Moscow, who have Sylvester Igbun in their ranks, wasn't needed as they beat 9-man Ufa by 2-0. Igbun was an unused sub in the game. Incidentally, Elche now lead 2-0 against Cadiz in the Spanish top flight. Fidel scored from the penalty spot inside the 13th minute, and Tete Morente has added another one. 15 minutes to go. That goal has given them a 2-0 lead against Cadiz and a bit more of a comfortable cushion there. In the Swiss top flight, Lugano and their Nigerian defender Sebastian Osigwe currently lead Sion by 2-0. Osigwe on the bench for Lugano, incidentally, but they don't need him as his side do lead by 2-0. St. Gallen 0, Grasshoppers 3. Francis Momo is a Nigerian player for Grasshoppers, and he is not involved this afternoon for Gerardo Contini's team as they lead Pascal Ziedler's St. Gallen by 3-0, who are down to 10 men. Let's head over back then to Villa Park, where Aston Villa have had a really good chance in the game, John.
Oh, fantastic chance. Jake Ramsey, just on the edge of the penalty area, managed to find Matthew Cash on the right-hand side, just on the edge of the 6-yard box, and Cash shot went straight at the keeper. It needed a really good saving from the captain, Kasper Schmeichel, has gone for the corner kick. But 28 minutes gone here. It's still Aston Villa 1, Leicester City 1.
Yeah, still huddled there, and it looks like it will be that between now and the end of the show. Bright-Osai Samuel starting for Fenerbahce. They lead 1-0 at the break by 1-0 against Kayseri Rizespor. Mergin Berisha with the goal there. So that is it this afternoon on Football Live. You've been listening with me, your host, Matt Isles. We've had action in Spain, in England, Germany and in France. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage this afternoon. Thank you to my team of reporters. And, of course, thank you for tuning in and listening. Thank you to all your comments. Thank you to Tony and his team in Lagos. We'll be back on Saturday. Chris Baldwin, your man in the chair to host it and anchor the show. I'll be back next Sunday. From all of us here, enjoy the rest of your weekend and bye for now.
Well, that's the size of a Football Live this beautiful Sunday. Anthony Beke Deremo is still my name. Time for me to say my bye-byes. And in doing so, I want to hand you over to two gentlemen. There will be a third joining at some point. Yes. And he said, no, that's FJ saying that they're not so gentle. But they're gentlemen. Kelechi Nkoro makes a return from his sojourn.
Are you alright? Are you alright?
I don't know whether the driver come, but
Tony, talk with him if you want to talk.